Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining in the stream? Everybody, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna start getting people up here for a quick second here for some debates. What's good, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Aurora? What's up, Madison? What's up, Saoris? How you doing? What's up, everyone joining in? We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a quick second. What's up, Erica? What's up, Pink Stars? What's up, everyone joining in the stream? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. What's up, Penny? What's up, Megan? How you doing? What's up, Kate? What's good, everyone joining in the stream? We're going to start getting people up here for debates here in a quick second. What's up, Lost? What's up, Kathleen? What's up, everyone joining in the stream? Hey, Danny, how you doing? What's up, what's up? We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get everything set up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. What's up, though, everyone joining in? What's up, Astrid? What's up, Lucy? What's up, Katie? What's up, Adam? What's up, Emmy? What's up, Deb? Lucy, how you doing? What's up, Sid? Malik, what's up? What's up, Kaylee? What's up, Crystal? What's up, GFC? What's up, Samuel? What's up, Madison? BLR, how you doing? What's up, Emmy? What's up, Space Punk? How you doing? What's up, Jenna? Parker, gotta get a haircut? I actually just got a haircut, okay? I actually just got one, okay? We're going to start getting some people up here for a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 24.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I would say so.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably still him.
Okay, all right. Why do you support Trump?
Well, as a neo-libertarian phalangist, I think...
Okay, I could have seen that. I should have seen that coming, honestly. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, pretty good. Oh, 24.
Do you support Trump?
I don't.
You don't? Okay, nice. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for having me up here, bro.
You support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah? What's your birth year?
I'm 18. Whoa, I'm lying my ass off. All right. Anyways, I have a question for you.
What's your birth year?
What are you talking about?
What's your birth year?
Oh, 2011. I got you.
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. You what's up? How old are you?
Hey, lame ass nigga, I'm a Trump supporter. Come to.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. You what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next person up here to give it a quick second for us to get some debates going. It will take a few minutes, everybody. It typically does every day. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 64.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'm going to say that again.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
My God, I would never vote for Harris. Trump
Okay.
every day, all day.
Okay. All right. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's the best president of all time.
Best president of all time. Okay, that's an interesting one. Why do you think he's the best president of all time?
He does what he says he's going to do. He gets it done.
Does what he says he's going to do. Interesting. All right. So did he end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? Did he reduce electricity prices by 50%? Did he build a wall and make Mexico pay for it? Did he repeal and replace the ACA? Did he start no new wars? Did he release all the Epstein files?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the Epstein files have been released. No matter how bad Democrats want him to be in the Epstein files, he's not.
He is in the Epstein files. And by the way, they have not released all the Epstein files. There's millions of files that have yet to be released, and they said they're not releasing any more.
He is not accused of anything. Yeah, he's in the Epstein files.
He actually is. He actually
used
the,
video.
the DOJ was scrubbing interviews associated with allegations targeted towards Trump, right, from a survivor of Epstein that got a settlement from the Epstein estate for their accusations relating to Epstein about sexual abuse and trafficking. And they also made another accusation outside of the case about Epstein trafficking her to Trump, right? So that would implicate Trump. If we believe the accusations from victims of Epstein that got settlements from the Epstein estate, that would necessarily entail that we believe the accusation that implicates Trump.
Let me tell you something. If I was a billionaire in New York City, they would be lined up around the building.
They? Who's they?
With the women.
No.
Would be lined up around the building.
So, by the way, let me just clarify. Even if you do have this undersea or perceived notion that there are a bunch of women out there, wait, listen. Even if you do think that there's a bunch of women out there that do like Trump, that doesn't mean he couldn't assault someone, especially children, right? In the context of this case, where we're talking about the Epstein files, okay? So I don't understand how you're going to use that to say that, oh, he wouldn't act in any sort of horrible way just because there were people out there that would like him because he's a billionaire. That doesn't follow at all. There are plenty of billionaires and people who are have lots of influence that have used their power and abused it, right?
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying Trump is doing.
They've been searching to find anything wrong with Trump for the last 15 years, and they've not come up with anything.
Well, I
They've
just gave
turned
you
over
something.
every rock.
Wait, do you want me to give you a whole list of things that I
Well-
can tell you are horrible about Trump that could disqualify him? I'll tell you. You said there's
Well,
nothing that they found about Trump. I'll give you a list.
You can give me your opinion.
Of course. That's what I just said. Do you want to hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. He literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where 2 18-year-olds came out. So there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He tried to undermine our democracy by sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. And then he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on that day and called them patriots, and got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because he didn't like the election results. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, right? Simply just a typical take that literally even Mike Pence said after January 6th. Should we start with that? We'll start with 6. Do you like 6, the number 6?
I'm going to assume that you are a Trump hater.
Of course.
Yeah. Well, then I guess good luck with that TDS.
Wait, do you want to engage with that? Because it sounds like you have TDS. You have Trump devotion syndrome because you're unwilling to engage with any of the arguments against Trump in the very first place, even from someone who's engaging in a civil manner with you. Simply just the idea of bringing it up, right, causes you to not even be able to respond to it. That is TDS on your behalf. And are you running away now because you have that TDS? Hello? Are you there? You're still in the live, man. Come back in. Don't run away. I see you're still here. Jeff. Just unmute yourself. You gotta accept that invite to unmute. I don't know how you muted yourself. I actually literally did not mute you. So he muted himself. Really didn't do it this time. Hey bro, Jeff, stay with us. Sounds like you got TDS, bro. You gonna come back? Are you scared, bro? I literally engaged in civil disagreement with you, and you're like, you know what? You guys are leftist liberals too far. I gotta go. Like, what? That's, what? You'd be okay with your TDS, Parker? Like, what? No substance.
When you get a little older, you will realize how wrong you are.
Okay, well, tell me how wrong I am. Since you're so much older and you do realize this, tell me why I'm wrong. Help me realize it.
Like I said, they turned over every rock to find something to hold against Trump, and they came up with nothing.
I just gave you a whole bunch of things. Would you like to tell me why those things are not
You said
true?
something about a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. What the hell are you talking about?
Do you want to hear the clip of Trump saying this?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay, for sure. This is him saying to a 10-year-old girl he'd be dating her in 10 years.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Okay, though obviously the guy was just kidding.
Oh, okay. So it's okay to make like sexualizing comments to fifth graders like that? That you're going to be dating a fifth grader in 10 years? You think that's totally okay to say and acceptable to say to a fifth grader? And like, say, if, for example, this was a member of your family, you'd be like, he's just joking.
That's like telling a girl, okay, you're going to be a princess when you grow up. I mean, yeah.
There's a pretty big distinction between saying you're going to be a princess when you grow up and I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. What?
Yeah.
Wait, how do you see princess and dating her in 10 years to be anywhere near the same? Like, what? What is that comparison, bro?
Obviously, Trump was just kidding with the kid.
But is it okay to make comments like that? If some just random 50, 60-year-old came up to your granddaughter or your kid, right, that's 10 years old, your daughter that's 10 years old, and said that to her, right, would you be okay with that? Just because they're quote-unquote joking?
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
You wouldn't have a problem with that. No big deal.
The guy's obviously kidding.
You just let a 50, 60-year-old man, just random man walking in the mall, just say that to your
It's not a
family member.
Not a random man. It's Donald Trump.
He is a random man. I'm sorry, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, especially if it's 1992,
you
you're just walking down a mall, just some random man
like
comes
saying
up and says that.
Elvis-
What the
that's like
fuck?
saying
And even so,
Elvis.
if it's a celebrity, that doesn't make them okay with doing this. It doesn't make it okay for a celebrity to do this just because they're a celebrity.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so if some random person does it, then you have an issue with it. But if Trump does it, you don't have an issue with it, right?
Yeah, some homeless person says it's one thing. If Elvis
Oh, okay.
says
So you know, so he's going to dehumanize homeless people specifically, and that's going to be the basis for him saying, like, okay, if a homeless person does it, then it's going to be too far. But if Trump does it, he can do it all the time. I just love when Trump does it. It's a joke. It's so funny actually when Trump does it. Okay, so you see what I mean? You have TDS. You have Trump devotion syndrome. You don't apply the same standard to Trump that you apply to everyone else. Everyone else held to a different standard, a higher standard than Trump. But Trump, he's held to the Trump standard. Special Trump card.
Yeah.
Yeah, like seriously, like, do you have any account for that? Because it sounds like you're unwilling to address your TDS.
Oh, I'm not unwilling. I absolutely have Trump devotion syndrome.
Exactly,
Absolutely.
you do. Yes.
The guy's the best president ever.
Yeah, this is exactly what it is. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Oh, absolutely.
Could you give me a specific example?
Well, it would all be conjecture because Trump would never do anything that would make me not support him.
So can you tell me?
He's just hands down the best ever.
Okay, so what could Trump do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, if he went on a killing rampage, that would make me quit supporting him. Okay.
Unironically, he's done that. You know that, right?
Against Americans.
Okay, so, I mean, didn't ICE murder multiple U.S. citizens in broad daylight? And they justified
they had
it?
coming. Trust me, they had it coming.
Okay, they had it coming. Okay, and then Trump called for the execution of, like, multiple members of Congress. Because they just said to follow the law and to not follow an unlawful order if you're given it and you're in the military.
If you attack the police, you're probably going to get shot and you may die.
Okay, but if Donald Trump says that you should have gone to the Capitol on that day, then he's going to pardon you. You know, Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th. And you know what? He called them patriots, might I add.
Yeah, he didn't ask anybody to do anything. They
Really?
chose to do that themselves.
So then why did he pardon them?
My phone's ringing. I gotta go.
Okay, you gotta go. Okay. What? This guy, bro. This guy is actually like TDS, like personified, my guy. This guy is TDS personified. He admitted, he's like, yes, I've got Trump devotion syndrome. Like, what? Trump's the best president ever. This guy, bro. Well, let's see if he comes back. I actually am kind of curious. Keonan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's so sad. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. There's so many people that you can point to historically and have used their position of power to do evil, right? Like the idea that someone just being in a position of power makes them benevolent is ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, wait. Jeff, you're back.
Yeah, I had to take a phone call.
Okay, well, welcome back. What do you last remember from the conversation?
You're asking me, can Trump do anything that would make me not support him?
Yeah, could you name anything specific that he could do?
Well, like I said, he could go on a killing rampage against Americans.
Okay.
And you said, oh, he's already done that. He killed ICE agents killed 2 people. Well, that's not Donald Trump.
Sure, but like I was saying, they justified it. They justified it, and then also I was saying that he called for the execution. Wait, and then hold up, let me clarify. You then responded with like, if you beat a police officer, then that is going to mean you are justified in being shot. And I said, okay, well, under Trump's administration, if he tells you to go to the Capitol on January 6th, then if you do that, he's going to pardon you and call you a patriot because he did that for members who beat police officers on January 6th.
Yeah, let me tell you something. He said, go to the Capitol, and he didn't say go there and raise hell and start beating police officers. No matter.
But he pardoned them and called them patriots.
No matter how bad you want it to be one way, it's not.
Okay, so like you could say all the things prior, like the things that you said, like fight like hell, like these things alone. If he just said these things, they wouldn't be indicative that he was trying to incite violence on this day. But the issue is he's pardoned the violent rioters and he's called them patriots. Does that? And he tried to create a $1.776 billion slush fund to help bail them out because he thinks that they were mistreated. I'm sorry, you can't look at that set of facts and say, oh yeah, Donald Trump has no blood on his hands in this scenario.
Some of these people got 15, 20 years in federal prison. That's
If
insane.
you've assaulted a police officer, you should on January 6th. You tried to undermine our country's democracy and tried to take over our capital. They smeared shit on the walls. What are you talking about? If literally anyone of any other ideological belief did this, wait, hold on. I just want to clarify. If anyone of any other ideological belief did this, you'd be looking at this as traitors that should be like executed. That's how MAGA would look at this. If liberals tried to do this, they would call for their executions. Okay.
Traitors, you just defined the people in Minneapolis that were fighting against ICE agents.
It's not traitors.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are.
Wait.
They should have all been shot.
And they weren't fighting against ICE agents. Like, for example, Renee Good was literally just sitting on the side of the street. She said, I am not mad at you, and then was trying to pull away from the ICE agent, and the ICE agent shot her and called her a fucking bitch.
They were putting her under arrest. She drove off.
You know that, right? Wait, you know that, right? Like, he literally did that after he shot her. And the third bullet was the one that killed her. He shot 3 shots at her. The third one is the one that killed her. And he shot that multiple feet to the left-hand side of the driver's side of the vehicle. Okay? There was no fucking possible risk of the car going towards him in that scenario. She was murdered in broad daylight.
As she should have been.
No, she should not have been. That's fucking disgusting. You cannot just say because people politically disagree with you that it's okay that they're executed in broad daylight. It's just ridiculous.
Well, she went there looking for a fight, and she found one.
Wait, she was not looking for a fight. She explicitly said, I'm not mad at you. Wait, dude, she explicitly said, I'm not mad at you. That's what she said. How is that looking for a fight?
She'd been following ICE agents all day.
That doesn't mean she's looking for a fight. She's doing ICE Watch. That means she just wants to hold them accountable for the things they're doing because they don't have body cams themselves.
They are.
That's not even like. That's literally just recording them. What's wrong with that?
They are arresting illegal aliens. That's their
Undocumented
job.
immigrants, sure. Okay, but like you can still record them. It's totally within your rights to do that. There's nothing wrong with that.
You can peacefully protest.
Yes, that's what recording is. If you are recording, actually recording ICE agents is absolutely a form of peaceful protest. Why? Because it's simply something that you're just trying to get out accountability for these agents and to show, like, if any circumstance goes wrong, that there's going to be something caught on video, because you know what happens when they don't catch it on video. They lie about it, and that's what happened. Even when there was video, they lied about it. Okay? So this happens all the time. And it's just the fact that people don't have this on recording that they're able to get away with it because they're not putting these things on cams. Okay? That's why Ice Watch even existed in the first place. Yes, that's peaceful protest, and no, that does not mean that she was justified in being shot.
Well, that's your opinion.
That's everyone. That should be everyone's opinion. If you think it was justified to shoot
Well,
people
it's
who
not.
politically
It's
disagree with
not
you for peaceful
everybody's opinion.
protest, then you do not believe in the First Amendment.
It's not everybody's opinion. It's your opinion.
I said it
of
should be everyone's
whoever.
opinion.
Leftist opinion.
It's not a leftist opinion. It's a common sense, typical rational American opinion.
No, it's your opinion.
Yeah, but it's also the opinion of every other rational American.
No, it's the opinion
Yeah.
of irrational Americans.
No, it's the opinion of every rational American. That's what it is. So if you want, can you tell me what was the basis for saying that lethal force was justified in this scenario? Because I can give you multiple legal statutes to undermine your basis for that, and I'll tell you exactly how. Right, you are going to have to justify the use of lethal force in the very first place, and we can tell you whether or not it met those standards or qualifications.
Then why wasn't the officer charged?
Because of the fact that the Trump administration didn't follow through with helping there being an investigation into this, right? To be even being able to even charge them in the very first place, they didn't follow through with the they withheld documents associated with them. So you have to understand that Minnesota was literally prevented in being able to hold them accountable for that because of the fact that the Trump administration did not cooperate.
All right.
So
let's
who's not
talk
cooperating
about-
with the law now?
Let's talk about the other
Wait,
clown that got.
can we be clear? Who's not cooperating with the law right now?
Let's
Is it
talk
the
about
Trump
other
administration?
clown. Let's talk about the other clown that got unalived there.
Alex Preddy?
Yeah.
Alex Preddy's not a clown. Okay, what did
Yeah.
Alex Preddy do that justified the use of lethal force against Alex Preddy? Lay on the ground?
He was looking for trouble and he found it.
What does looking for trouble look like?
Oh, kicking the back of the car.
That was 11 days prior. How can an action 11 days prior justify lethal force 11 days later?
Showing up with the gun. He was looking for
Wait,
trouble.
so you don't believe in the Second Amendment because he was legal, lawful gun owner, concealed carry, never brandished the firearm. So are you against the Second Amendment?
No, I'm not against Second Amendment.
Okay. So, it's good to hear that you have no issue with him carrying a gun in that scenario. And also, by the way, you had no problem with Kyle Rittenhouse doing that either, right?
No, Kyle Rittenhouse protected his own life.
But you were totally okay with him showing up to the protest, like AR out, right? Just open carry, right? You have no problem with that at a protest like that?
No.
You don't think that was dumb?
No. Well, first of all, I believe the election in 2020 was stolen.
Of course you do, because you believe in things without evidence. Let me guess, you believe the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, isn't safe and effective too?
No, I never got the shot.
Of course. Okay, so you see what I mean? You don't believe in science, you don't believe in the elections, you don't believe in basic facts because your feelings preside over the facts from your own perspective. You're a snowflake, what can I say? A snowflake with TDS.
I'm a snowflake. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, you are a snowflake.
I'm a snowflake.
Yeah, because you believe in
And you're
things with no
snowball.
evidence. You believe things based on your feelings and not the facts. Even when the facts are very evident to you, you still just because of your feelings say, I'm not going to consider those because they're liberal facts.
They're not facts. They're feelings from the left.
Nope, they're facts. Okay, you're providing these feelings because you just believed in those things without any evidence. I can provide you science for the proof of the safety and the effectiveness of the vaccines. I can show you 60-plus court cases that indicate no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, audits all the swing states that literally indicate no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, right? And you can't give me anything. So, try.
Yeah, I'll give you one. They harvested the ballots.
What court case determined that?
It is just common sense.
It's
would they
just
elect
common
a
sense. So
senile-
trust me, bro.
How would they elect a senile old man
You mean Trump?
over?
You mean Trump over Kamala Harris? I don't know, because they were misinformed, propagandized.
Kamala Harris is a blithering idiot. She
Nope.
can't even put a sentence together.
Yes, she can. She has no problem doing that at all. Donald Trump is the one who literally had concepts of plans for healthcare after asked 10 years later on. He couldn't put a sentence together because all he could say is, I've got concepts of a plan. That's all he could do. He couldn't put a sentence together on what the plan would be.
What this country could you imagine what this country would be like if Harris would have won?
Yeah, way
Are
better.
you kidding
Way
me?
better. We wouldn't be at war with
Oh my
Iran.
God.
We wouldn't have had tariffs in place, so we'd have better GDP growth. We'd have better real median wage growth. We'd have better inflation rates. We'd have better unemployment, more job growth. We'd have more real domestic manufacturing investment in the country. We wouldn't have divested from renewable energies, so we'd have more energy independence in the country. And you just got a flag. Do you have a second account, Jeff?
Do I have a what?
Do you have a second account here on TikTok?
No, I've been on TikTok for about 2 weeks.
Okay, well, Jeff, you got actually a flag for harassment and bullying. You're welcome to come up on a different day and we can finish our conversation there, Jeff. But TikTok doesn't want me to keep you up here for right now because you just got a flag. So you can come up tomorrow and we can finish our conversation then. You're welcome to do that. And I can cure you of your TDS. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
Yeah, how old are you?
18.
And do you support Trump?
Yep.
Yeah, and what's your birth year?
2008.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because we are Parker.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Obviously Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
91.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because he was a better option over Harris. Let's talk about Alex Peretti, though.
Okay. All right. So do you think Alex Peretti was murdered?
No, I don't.
Okay. Why not?
Well, he was known to be violent, and he had a weapon, so they reacted accordingly.
Okay. Few things here. One, he was disarmed before he was shot. Two, he never brandished the firearm. Three, he was legally carrying the firearm and concealed carry, which he had a lawful ability to be able to do so in the first place. And four, a violent encounter, by the way, him kicking the back of a car a few days prior, like 11 days prior, is not evidence that he's done anything that would then justify the use of lethal force in that immediate situation.
Wrong. See, that's funny that you cried earlier about somebody talking about their feelings and facts, but the fact is that committing violence against the federal government to further your political position is political terrorism. That is violence.
Okay, so you think all of the people who committed violence on January 6th, they're all terrorists, right?
Yeah, I think they're all idiots LARPing as liberals for a day.
So Trump pardoned domestic terrorists that tried to undermine our democracy on January 6th.
Yeah, one of them even had a pipe bomb.
Wait, so Trump pardoned domestic terrorists that tried to undermine our democracy?
Yeah.
And he called them patriots, right?
Yeah, he did.
And you have no problem with that. So calling terrorists patriots, there's no issue with that?
I have less of a problem with that than I do with somebody like Jerry Nadler, who whenever BLM in the summer of love was happening, pretended like it wasn't even happening. You realize in Seattle,
I'm sorry. How is that at all relevant? Wait. Pause here for 1 second. Pause. Can you pause for 1 second?
You understand
How is that
right?
at all relevant to the conversation we're talking about?
Because
I'm sorry. Like,
for an
wait.
entire
Why is
summer,
wait?
America
How
had
is
to
that
watch
relevant
you
to a
and
conversation
your
about
losers
why you
melt
support
down
Trump?
over your feelings in American cities. You burned American cities. You
I didn't
ran
burn
police
shit.
out
No
of police
American
stations.
city was
People
burned down.
Died. People died in Seattle's chop zone because of you people. And
You
wanna cry
people?
about
I don't
January
advocate for anyone to
6th.
die. I don't advocate for any political violence. What do you mean, you people?
Okay, what happened in BLM? Where was Jerry Nadler?
Wait. I agree with peaceful protests. I don't agree with any violence. Can I do that?
Okay,
Can I say that?
Summer of violence, riots, protests, looting, death, and you're crying about January 6th. It lasted a few hours.
Yeah, because
You
Donald
people
Trump
rioted,
pardoned. Wait, hey,
looted,
buddy, listen.
Killed, murdered, raped.
Okay,
for a
buddy,
month.
listen for a second. Donald Trump pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers. You can't name a single person that was pardoned who was a part of the violence committed in any of those scenarios. If you want to talk
Because in
about
order
rape,
for them to be
if you want to talk
pardoned,
about
the
wait,
liberal
listen,
government would have had to arrest them first.
listen. If you want to talk
Nobody
about
was arrested.
listen.
In
If you
order
want
for
to
somebody to
listen,
be pardoned for their
listen.
BLM riots and looting.
Okay. I don't know why you're crashing out. If you want to talk about rape, why don't you hold your rapist president accountable, who was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people? Seems like you don't care about holding violent sex offenders accountable because you literally voted for one.
No. Once again, do you understand the difference between a civil court and criminal court? He's
I
not
do.
criminally liable.
I bet
at all
a lot more
whatsoever.
than you.
Clearly not.
Do you accept the determinations from civil courts?
that he was found for defaming Jean Carroll over it. That's not
and
the same
sexual
as being
abuse.
found liable for rape
And sexual
moron.
abuse. So, wait, can you agree? Do you accept the determinations from civil courts?
That they determined that he was defaming her. They never determined that he raped anyone.
Wait, they determined sexual abuse and defamation. So you
Now,
didn't
those
even
would be
actually look at the
criminal-
case.
those would be
By the way,
criminal
this guy
court
doesn't even know
determinations. You
anything
couldn't be
about the
more wrong.
case, because then you would
You
have
couldn't
known
be
that it
more
was
wrong.
both.
You're trying to argue that they determined rape in a civil court. Grow up. Come on
They
now.
determined sexual abuse, yes, forceful penetration of her vagina against
That's
her will,
not
which
where that
again the
would be
judge
determined
said
in.
was
That's
rape.
not a civil charge, moron.
Wait,
That's a
yeah, it
criminal
is in the
charge. That would
context
be
of New
determined
York.
in criminal
Hey,
court.
listen, pause for a second. It is in the context of New York, especially because of the Child
Wrong.
Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act, because the statute of limitations in New York that prevents victims from holding their abusers accountable in criminal court, right? So this is why it's in a civil court. It's not because of lack of evidence, for example, right? The
Wrong.
evidence was very apparent in the
crime was
situation,
committed-
and that's
so-
why
so are
Donald
you
Trump.
saying rape's not a
Can you
crime?
let me finish, or are you
Are
gonna
you saying
crash
rape's not a crime?
out?
Are you saying
Why are
rape
we
or
crashing
sexual
out?
assault is not
Why
a
are we?
crime?
Can we have some self-control and stop crashing out?
Is it a crime? Yes or no?
All right. Are we going to have
That's
a
what I
conversation
thought.
that's productive
Have a
here?
great day, Snowflake.
Are you running away because you can't have a civil
Where am
dialogue?
I going? You're avoiding the question.
You just
Is it
no.
a
I'm
crime?
going to
Yes
have
or
a.
no?
I'm going to answer questions. I just
Rape
want you to.
and
I just want you to
sexual
like.
abuse, is it a crime? Yes or no?
You said what?
Rape and sexual abuse, is that a crime? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then it would be handled in criminal court.
Yes, but it can also be handled in civil.
So then it was, and he's never been found criminally liable.
I just told you why it wasn't in
Also,
the criminal
where
court.
do we move the goalposts
Hey,
here?
but I
What
just told you
happened
it
to
wasn't in the
Alex
criminal
Peretti?
court because of statute of limitations, and it
What
can
happened
be in a
to
civil
Alex
court as
Peretti?
well.
That's what I said I wanted to talk about. Why are you jancing the goalposts? Let's go back.
Wait, did you listen to me at all? Can you repeat what I just said?
Again, what did I just say? What did I say
Okay.
when I first came on? Let's talk about Alex Peretti. Why did you change the
But
goalposts?
I promise you, we can talk about
you
that in a second. I just want to
immediately
clarify
run to,
this
oh my God,
point.
Oh my God, he was found liable for rape, which couldn't be more wrong in the first place. Let's go back to the
It's
original
not.
thing I wanted to
Can I
talk
clarify this point? Because it seems like you misunderstood this, and then we can go right back to
about.
Alex
No, 'cause
Peretti.
it's
I have it
completely
written down.
irrelevant. You're wrong. What does it have to do with Alex Peretti in the first place?
I promise you. We'll bring it up
back
in
to
the
Alex Peretti and
relevance.
we'll go down that road.
Can I
Connect it
please
back.
just explain? I promise you I'll let you get back. I promise you. I'll give you the time. You have plenty of time on the
No,
stream.
I'm telling you to explain how we got from Alex Peretti to you jumping on the bullshit rape charge.
Yeah, because you brought up specifically that
That rapes happened during
you were talking about
Seattle's
January
shop?
6th. We were talking about January 6th and how Donald
That
Trump was
rape
pardoning
happened
violent riders.
inside Seattle's shop.
Hey bud,
We
hey
brought
bud.
up rape,
Can
and then
I
you
please
immediately
speak?
jump over it.
Can I please speak without you cutting me off? I just want to do it. You asked me a question, so can I respond?
Go ahead.
So I brought up January 6th violent riders who Donald Trump pardoned, who are domestic terrorists, based upon your definition, because you brought up a definition of domestic terrorism. So I wanted to see if you actually hold that consistently. And then you responded with, oh, I'm not going to even consider that Donald Trump did this because actually there was this particular individual that was completely okay with violence during BLM. Okay, so that's a complete pivot. And I was like, okay, whatever. That's like embarrassing. I don't know why you're doing that in the first place. So, and then you tried to make this claim that like, oh, they were totally okay with rapists and murderers and people doing these things. I was like, if you actually want to hold people accountable for committing rape, right, then you probably wouldn't be okay with voting for someone who's a violent sex offender. And then you got really mad, and then you couldn't address the fact that he was held liable in a civil court and that you can have civil courts for sexual abuse alongside a criminal court. And the reason why it wasn't a criminal court is because of statute of limitations, which says after a certain amount of years, regardless of the amount of evidence, that you can't try your abuser accountable in a criminal court. So that's why it allowed for them in a civil court, because of the Adult Survivors Act in the context of New York. So you should actually learn about the law before you make claims that like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know, that maybe some woman who doesn't even remember when the assault happened waited until Donald Trump's in a political position to all of a sudden bring up charges. Come on now. Anyway, back to Alex Peretti.
Wait. Before you can't just lie about that and then not let me respond. So 1985 to 1986 is the year within it happened. 1985 to 1996 is within 365 days.
Terrorist would
Wait.
you
I
like to
promise you.
respond to?
I promise you. I'll get to that. I just want to address
That's
the lie
where
you
we
just
started.
Hey,
Let's
but
go back to where we.
I'm just going to mute you because I want to address the lie that you just engaged in. Okay, she did know the time period. 1995 to 1996 is within 1 year, 365 days. Okay, that is within the context of a year. You don't have to know the specific time period on when it happened to you, though. There are many victims that don't remember the specific dates. Now, we can now address Alex Peretti, and we can talk about that, and then we can address that later on. I'll make sure to write that down so that we can do that. So make whatever point you want about Alex Peretti now.
So as long as a woman accuses a man of rape within a year period, I don't know when, but within this last year, that's a perfectly valid charge.
So I think it's going to be a credible accusation. There's no inconsistency there. And then we can point that with other evidence that would then be able to qualify whether it's a consistent story or a credible accusation, which, by the way, has been shown in the context of the civil court.
So they can just say some woman, any woman, could accuse you of rape in the last year, have no idea when, where it happened. And
She did know where.
Valid charge?
She did know where, and she did know when.
She
wait.
doesn't
So
know when.
do you know? Wait,
There's
can I
a
ask
whole
you a
interview
question?
out there where
Can
she
I ask you a
did say that
question?
she does not remember when it happened.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know where it happened? Where she alleged it happened? Can you answer that?
She alleged it happened in a retail store, Nordstrom's or something.
No, Bergdorf Goodman. So you don't even know where she
Again,
alleged. And also, by the
retail
way,
store, same
wait,
thing,
by the way,
crying about a
this is how
brand. Keep
dishonest this
going.
guy is. This guy's so dishonest. You just claimed she didn't know where
Because
it
I
happened.
got a brand wrong.
Wait. No. You just claimed she
It's
didn't
literally
know.
just a brand.
Listen. No, listen.
No.
Listen.
You're going to cry about a brand until you're.
No, you just claimed that she didn't know where it happened, and then you claimed that she claimed that it happened in a Nordstrom's. So you were claiming that she did know where it happened, while simultaneously claiming she didn't know where it happened. So do you see how you just made a dishonest claim, and then, by the way, you just tried to use cutting me off there to prevent me from being able to then describe that was true? Now, go ahead and crash out about that.
No, I'm not the one that's claiming the rape. I don't need to know where it happened. Whether I know where it happened or not is completely irrelevant. You proved nothing there. But sure, we'll just let you have your little point.
No, you said that she didn't know where it happened, and then you said that she alleged that it happened somewhere. You contradicted yourself, and I just pointed that out. How can you not see that contradiction? That's blatantly obvious. Unmute yourself. You got to click the microphone in the bottom right. You have got to see that contradiction. That's ridiculous.
Again, there is no contradiction, but I'll let you have your point because it's entirely irrelevant. It's not what I wanted to talk about in the first
Alrighty.
place.
I could care less about what a politically motivated woman's saying. Let's go back to Alex Peretti, the terrorist who got shot.
Okay, so I don't think that he would be a terrorist, but even if you do want to define him that way, it doesn't
By
justify
definition,
the
he
use of
is.
lethal force. The basis for the use of lethal force would have to be that
No. Go back to the terrorist. How do you defend him not being a terrorist based on the definition of terrorism?
Well, I don't think that he's a terrorist because I don't think that...
I know that. Explain it.
Yeah, I don't think that just engaging in violence specifically for a political goal would be in that. It would have to harm an innocent civilian, okay? An
That is
innocent
by
person.
definition
Him kicking the
terrorism.
back of a car, although we would consider it violent, wouldn't consider harming any sort of innocent civilian.
That doesn't matter. Whether it's violence towards a person or property, it doesn't change the fact that it's still violence. And what is the purpose for that violence?
I think
To
that that's
further
I think
political
there's a
agenda.
relevant distinction within that.
There's not, though, and you can't define it. That is political terrorism.
Okay, well, I don't think that qualifies for political terrorism because it's not going
And
to
I
be
don't care
harming a
about your
civilian
feelings.
or a
The
person.
definition of
Wait,
terrorism
that's
is
my
using
definition,
violence
sir.
to further a political agenda.
Sir,
Is it
sir,
or is it not?
Sir, I'm telling you what my definition is, right? And I'm
I don't
saying
care what
specifically
your
the conditions
definition
that
is.
need to be
the
met for
world
my...
defines terrorism.
Sir,
as
I'm telling...
people
Wait, so
who
if you
use
don't care about my
violence to
definition, then you don't
further
care
their
about how I'm
political
using the
agenda.
term. So why are you asking about how I'm using the term if you don't care about the way that I'm using the term?
You don't get to redefine the term just like how you don't get to redefine what a woman is.
Wait, language is subjective. It's based upon the way that we use the terms, okay? So if I describe the way that I'm using the term, there's nothing incorrect about that. There's no... Wait, who establishes definitions under your view?
Society.
Society as a whole? So the individual people. So individual people
No.
have to define their own
Society
usages of
is not an
terms.
individual.
Wait, society is made up of individuals. So individuals
Sure,
would have to
but a
have a
society
certain
is not an
definition of a
individual.
term that they're using in order to be able to do so. But if you said that an individual usage of a term isn't going to be justified, well, then you can never have a societal justification for it. Because it's made up of individuals, and individuals would have to have a justified basis of it in order for there to be a societal relation of it, in order for there to be
Okay,
a meaning of the
congratulations.
term.
People can disagree, and then we can look up online, look up what terrorism is. Look
Okay,
up the
so-
definition of
So
terrorism.
you're saying in the dictionary. So the dictionary is just going to be taking definitions that people have typically used. It's not necessarily going to be the only way that you can use a term. There are
Okay, so
words that you can
you're
use.
basically
For
saying
example,
we
can I
can't
clarify?
use
Can I clarify? Can I clarify? Can I
That's your
clarify?
argument.
Can I
We can't
clarify?
use the dictionary to define terms. That's what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can use the dictionary to define terms if you want, but it's
Okay,
not the
then
only
go
way
use
to
the
define.
dictionary and define terrorism.
But it's not the only way
Go
to
define
define
terrorism,
terms.
Parker.
But it's not the
Why are
only
you
way to
avoiding
define
this?
terms.
Why
I
are you
told you the
avoiding
conditions
this?
that are necessary. There would
Why
have
are
to
you
be
avoiding this?
there would have to be a harm against an innocent civilian, okay? In order for it to be
No, there
qualified
doesn't.
under my view as terrorism.
No, there doesn't. So if
Yes, there is.
nobody's in the Capitol building, the Capitol building is completely empty for absolutely for whatever reason. No one's there. No one. It gets blown the fuck up by one of you loser liberals. That's not political violence. That's not terrorism. Nobody got hurt, Parker. No one got hurt.
Okay, I think that's a valid criticism, and I would argue, like, in that sense, that could make sense as a usage of terrorism. So maybe I could say that this qualifier isn't, like, necessary nor sufficient, but it's something that's typically applicable.
Right, that violence towards property is still considered violence. So therefore, if you're committing violence to further a political agenda, that's terrorism.
Okay, well, I don't think that's true in all circumstances.
I don't care
maybe
what
it
you
might be
think.
true in
Back
the
it up.
circumstance for like a
Justify
capital,
it.
but I don't think it would be true in the circumstance for like typical, like if you kick the back of a car. I don't think that's political.
Great.
terrorism.
What's the difference between the Capitol and the
Now
car?
can we
then?
talk about whether or not we think the
No, we
scenario
can't.
is?
You haven't. You haven't.
Can we
been
talk
able
about
to
whether or not
define
we think the
or
scenario is
clearly explain
justified, or
what is
not
or
whether or
isn't
not you
terrorism?
consider it terrorism? Because it's
What
just
is
based
the
on how we
difference
define the term.
between that car and the Capitol building, Parker? What's the difference?
Well, the signification within the nation.
Why?
Like
They're
the
both owned by
capital, the
federal government.
capital is where we conduct legislation. So I think attack
great.
against the capital is attack against the entirety of the country, right?
Right. And then also,
Okay,
the
so wait, is that
attacking
not
the people
not
are
clear?
carrying out the will of
Attack
that
against
Congress would
wait,
also
kicking
be
the back
attack
of that
against
car is that
country.
wait, kicking the back of the car is that an attack against the entire country?
Whose car was it?
It was the car of ICE agents.
And why were they there?
Because of like bullshit.
Because of because the
Yeah,
federal
because Nick
government told them
Shirley.
to
Yeah, let
be
me tell
there?
you, I'll tell you
And who
specifics.
created
Nick Shirley.
the laws that they were there enforcing? Congress. So this man's
No,
attacking
they were actually
the federal
it was
government.
Trump's executive orders because they're actually like literally
God.
violating due process rights, and they're
So
they're
Trump
based
just
on
created
executive
our entire
action.
immigration system through executive orders, and he got elected a second time.
No, so the issue is that ICE has the authority to be, or no, the executive branch has the authority to change the way that ICE conducts itself, especially like when it allowed for them to not use judicial warrants and instead they can just have administrative warrants. So it's just more like executive power
Completely
for how
irrelevant,
ICE
but
is
we'll just say
conducting
you're right.
itself.
Trump changed everything.
That is
He can
completely
now just-
relevant for searching and seizing. Like this is exactly relevant.
Sure, we'll just say that you're right, and Trump can just go on Facebook and pick people himself to be deported instantly. It's irrelevant.
Wait,
Even if you
that's
disagree
not even
with that,
on Facebook, bro. Like you understand that like
don't
he
get to go
absolutely
commit
can have an
political
outline of where
violence.
he wants to deport people, or where he wants to go.
It's
For
irrelevant.
example, listen,
your
listen,
point's irrelevant.
listen,
I
calm
get-
down,
I conceded
calm
your
down and
point.
listen, calm down and
I
listen.
don't know why you're yapping. I already conceded
can I
your point.
please-
That's fine.
can I
Let's
please
say
make a
Trump
point?
changed everything about immigration. Just because you disagree with that change does not mean you get to go inflict violence to push your political agenda. That is known as terrorism.
Okay. So
So
I'm not
Alex
arguing
Moretti
that violence
was
is
a
justified in this
terrorist.
scenario. I'm just saying that it's not terrorism because I don't
It
think
is.
that harmed.
By definition,
I don't think
it
it
is a
harmed a
terrorist.
civilian
Just because
or
it's not
harmed
what
like
you're used to
the
seeing as
basis for
terrorism
what the country
doesn't
is
change
founded
it.
on, like the capital, like the way the fucking country functions. There's a big distinction
It's
there.
the federal government. Regardless, it is a attack on the federal government to push a political agenda, which is the definition of terrorism, regardless of what your little snowflake feelings feel about it.
Okay. So do you want to tell me why you think that the use of lethal force was justified?
He was known to be violent. He had a weapon on him, and then there was confusion whenever they were trying to disarm him, and he got shot. That's unfortunate. He, of
So,
course, was legally
also, I just
allowed
wanna-
to have that gun.
I just wanted to make a joke about this. You think it's snowflake feelings to have different definitions of terms?
Terrorism, yeah. I think terrorism. Us
he
in the
thinks
Western world
it's
should have a pretty
snowflake
clear
feelings to
definition of what
have
terrorism is.
subjective
We should be able to condemn it
linguistics.
every single time.
Subjective
notice how I was
subjective
able to
linguistics.
condemn
That's
January
totally
6th immediately?
snowflake. It's totally snowflakey. That's crazy,
you
bro.
Speak over me. Then define terrorism, moron.
I already gave you a definition. You just got angry that I defined it differently than the dictionary does.
Because you try to. What's the difference between a federal SUV, a federal enforcement officer,
And the Capitol?
carrying out federal enforcement action, and the building, Capitol building, with no one in it? Which,
The
by the way, there was a
representation for
person
the
in that car.
country. Representation for the country. How it's the Capitol is representative
You realize most
of the
people
entire
voted to
democratic
elect Trump,
institution
right?
of
You realize
America.
that's how Trump got
Whereas
elected?
whereas
The representation of the people. You realize he got elected because more people voted for him. Kamala won 0 swing states.
All right,
by
let
the way.
me know when you're done crashing out. Like
Yeah,
you're just
that's
like
what I
crashing
thought.
out.
Go
They
define
bring in things that are
terrorism,
irrelevant. Kamala Harris winning swing states or not is completely irrelevant to what we just talked about.
0.
How is that relevant? How is
Look
that
up
relevant,
terrorism,
dude?
moron.
Hey, dude. Again, based upon your definition, Trump pardoned terrorists. You support terrorism.
I
January
didn't.
6th.
Actually, I said I don't support January 6th.
Okay, but then you
Try to keep
support
up.
him pardoning the violent rioters, calling them patriots,
No, I
and calling.
didn't.
Wait, you said he
Yeah,
was
but
totally
what?
okay
Try to
for him
keep
to
up
call them
with it.
patriots.
Okay.
Okay, so then stop acting like you're some morally superior individual by literally trying to
realize I
address
can
this
agree with
definition
their
of
intention and
terrorism
disagree
when
with the
I can
actions,
have a
right?
different definition of you. That doesn't make me a snowflake to
I
have a
can
different
agree with the
definition.
intentions and
You're
disagree with the
crashing out right now
actions.
because I defined it differently than you. You're getting mad
I'm
at
crashing
words,
out
bro.
because you avoid the whole
You're literally
conversation.
right
You
now.
can't
You're getting
define
mad at
terrorism,
words, bro.
moron.
It's crazy. Tina,
You
thank you,
can't
the
define
galaxy. Thank you so much.
terrorism, moron.
You're getting mad at words, bro. I already
You
defined
can't
it.
define terrorism,
I
and
gave
I
you-
can't wait for you to be the victim of it one day, idiot.
Wow, dude! I literally just defined terrorism, and I literally
You can't.
to say that you wish that terrorism
You
on me is
can't, unless
crazy.
it's a big
You just
special
wish
building built
terrorism
against
on me. That's
violence.
crazy.
You're a moron.
Why'd you just wish terrorism on me?
Somebody could come by and kick your fucking table if you're sitting there trying to interview and you want to be like Charlie Kirk. If somebody kicks the corner of your table, takes a sign, That is violence. That is them trying to push their political agenda. That is terrorism, moron.
I don't know if I would call that terrorism, but I would say that's wrong to do.
I don't give a.
Wait,
Bro,
so why would you wish that
define
upon me?
terrorism.
Because I just don't define it as.
The action is some major.
This is how much of a snowflake you are. You just wish terrorism on me because I didn't agree with your definition of terrorism. Not because I thought it was okay to do those actions, but because I didn't agree with your definition of terrorism. What a fucking baby. You just threw a temper tantrum and wished upon terrorism on me because of that. How fucking embarrassing. Genuinely, reflect upon what you just did. I'm engaging in a civil dialogue with you, and you threaten terrorism on me because wish terrorism on me because I literally just disagreed with you politically about a definition.
Of terrorism. Don't worry, buddy. I'm not wishing
What a
my
snowflake!
definition.
What a snowflake! Can we get some baby bottles in the comment section for the snowflake? Jesus Christ, he's so triggered. He's so triggered. He just wished terrorism on me. I'm like, dude.
He can't even.
Yes, dude, that's so fucking funny, bro. How
You're
embarrassing.
so corny. You're so
I'm corny.
corny.
It's corny that you wished
waiting.
terrorism on me because I disagreed with you. Thank you for the
can't
galaxies, by the
even
way. Thank you so
explain
much.
How Alex Peretti wasn't a terrorist.
I already did describe. I gave you a
haven't
definition.
a
You just
single
got angry that I defined it differently than the
You just
dictionary.
think there's a difference between a federally government-owned vehicle with an
Yes.
agent inside of it and a
Yeah,
building
and the
with no one
Capitol
inside
building,
of it.
yes. I think there's
You
a big
put more
difference.
value on an empty building than you do a person just simply doing their job. That's pathetic.
Then
Parker.
kicking the back of a car, yeah. Oof.
And what about the agent inside of it? That also not kick.
Are they going to be
What about all
harmed
the
by
rocks
kicking the
thrown
back
at
of the
them?
car? No.
What about all the rocks thrown at them? What about people trying to run their vehicles?
I disagree
into
with
them?
throwing rocks at people.
Great, that's also political violence. That's
Wait,
terrorism.
wait, by the way,
Congratulations
I
on condemning
disagree.
terrorism
I
for the
also
first
disagree
time,
with kicking
idiot.
the back of the car. But what you're not understanding.
That's terrorism, moron.
What you're understanding is I just don't define it as terrorism. You,
I
regardless
don't
of what
care
your
what you
definition of
define
terrorism.
it as.
Okay, then why are you asking
That's
me?
completely irrelevant, Parker.
Then why are you getting so angry that I'm not defining it the same way as you? If you
Because
don't
you're
care the way that I
minority,
define it.
idiot. You are not the majority. People
I don't
define
care.
terrorism as people using violence to further their political
I
agenda.
don't think
That's
you know
not up
how
for
people
debate,
use the
idiot.
term in typical because you haven't done an empirical study on how people typically use the term.
I haven't done an empirical study.
Yeah.
Moron. Everyone
He's
defines
so mad.
terrorism the same way.
No,
unless
we
there's some
don't.
fucking
Actually, this conversation just proved we all don't define terrorism the same way. Thanks
Who
for the
is
concession.
we, Parker? It's just
Me and you. Me and
fucking
you.
moron.
Me and you.
Every reasonable person defines terrorism
We as
using
people
violence
includes
to push
me
a
and you,
political
right?
agenda.
I don't
That
know
is
why
a
you're crashing
fact,
out so
idiot.
much, dude. Why are you so angry?
Because all you do is make up shit and do a false
I'm
appeal
gonna
to
have
the
my own
fucking masses.
definition for the term.
Nobody agrees with you. It's just like when you try to debate people about being what's a woman.
Okay, dude.
It's
I
a-
don't care
it's
if
a
you agree with me
societal
or not.
construct. The
I
fuck
don't-
it's not.
Hey, dude, I don't care if you agree with me or not. Can we now get to the point of why you think that lethal force was justified?
What's
Or are you gonna
the
keep
point
crashing
of
out about a
debating or
word?
talking to you when you'll just come up with your own bullshit definition and say, well, that doesn't meet my bullshit
That's the way that I'm
definition, I
using the
pulled it out of
term,
my
yeah.
ass. Huh?
That's the way that I'm using the term. If you're using the term
Again-
differently, that's completely okay. I'm just telling you how I'm using the term.
So you just make up bullshit definitions to fit your own little narrative. It makes no sense. You can't ground that in logic. There's no point in talking to you.
Wait, what was illogical about my definition?
The definition of terrorism and how Alex Peretti's not a terrorist.
Yeah, what was illogical about the definition?
Using violence to further a political agenda equal terrorism.
That's your
Alex
definition.
Peretti used violence towards a vehicle to further his political agenda, which equal terrorism.
Yeah, but
Therefore, he
that's your
was a
definition.
domestic terrorist by definition.
That's your definition. So
That's not
that's
my
not the way that
definition.
I
That is
use the term.
definition.
That's not the way that I use the term.
I don't care. That's
Okay.
irrelevant.
That's fine. If you don't care, then that's totally fine. I can define the term differently than you. We can both define these differently, and that doesn't change anything.
You're allowed to
even
be
if
wrong.
he
This is
defines,
America.
listen, even if he defines this as specifically as terrorism, that doesn't mean it was right or justified to use lethal force against
Of
Alex
course it
Peretti
was.
because this particular action was 11 days prior.
It's completely irrelevant. Who cares?
Wait, yeah, that's completely relevant.
So,
Right?
so
you can't
mean
can't
somebody that
justify
tries to
lethal
rob
force
you and
against
then you
someone
meet them
because of an
11 days
action they
later
did
and
11
totally
days
person?
ago. You can't justify
Yes.
lethal force against someone because of an action 11 days ago. Because let me explain to you the justification or what's required for lethal force. You have, the agent specifically involved has to have a reasonable fear of an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario. Okay? That's
Sure.
what needs to be
So,
present.
I don't know.
There needs to
Maybe
be an
somebody with a
listen.
history of violence and that
There
has
needs to
a
be
gun on them, keep
there needs to be
going.
an imminent threat. Okay? So
Right,
them
so like
having
a gun.
specifically an action that they've engaged in the past is not imminent threat. And by the way, before he was shot, he was disarmed. Okay?
He was shot while being disarmed.
No, he was disarmed and then shot.
No, he was shot while being disarmed. Just
Do you wanna
because
bet?
can watch the video at 2 second,
Yeah, do you wanna bet?
millisecond speed.
Yeah, do you wanna bet?
Watch it at full speed.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah, absolutely.
How much?
As much as you want, Parker.
Give me a number.
As much as you want, Parker.
He was disarmed and then shot.
He was disarmed. He was shot while being disarmed.
Wait, when you say while being disarmed, like if the gun is out of the holster, is that him disarmed already?
No.
What is your definition of disarmed?
Completely subdued, handcuffed, arrested, not resisting.
Okay, so when I say disarmed, I mean they don't have the gun anymore. Like armed means that they have a gun, right? So it doesn't mean that they've been arrested or not. Like what? You're talking about whether or not they've been detained, right? And like
Have you ever heard of an
arrested.
ankle
Like
holster?
I'm confused. I'm talking about disarmed. So disarmed means that they don't have a gun
Have you ever
anymore.
heard of an ankle holster?
Hey, buddy, disarmed means they don't have a gun anymore, right?
Hey, buddy, do you know how many guns somebody has?
Dude, I just asked him if the gun was taken out of the holster, would they be disarmed? He's like, no.
One.
What?
Do you know how many guns somebody has, Parker? Do you have any idea what you're talking about?
But dude, he
You
only
realize
had one
somebody could
gun.
hide 5 guns on them. You'd have no idea. You'd never.
He had
see a
one
single
gun. There was no
How do you
evidence of
know
any
that?
other gun.
How do you
have to
know
have,
that?
You have to have a reasonable fear. You can't just say a potential
How do
gun
you-
exists.
Right.
You,
A
have to
person
have
with
a
a known
reasonable
history of
fear, meaning
violence
you have
and
to
a gun.
identify a gun.
Congratulations.
What?
A person with a known history of violence and at least one gun. How do you know how
Which
many guns he
has
Parker?
been disarmed already because he
You
didn't have
don't
the
know
gun
that.
anymore.
You don't know. Nobody's disarmed until they are subdued. Just because one gun's been removed from the situation does not mean there's still a gun on every single ICE agent there or any other hidden ones on him. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so again, when you say disarmed, can you just give me a definition for that?
I already did. Subdued, hand-tied, not resisting anymore.
Wait, if we look up the definition of disarmed, what's going to come up?
Oh, and so now
Because
we're
using the
definitions.
now
Okay,
now
sure.
it's
You know what? Yeah, let's do
wait,
that.
wait,
Then
wait,
after
wait,
we look at
wait,
this, let's look up terrorism.
Wait,
No,
buddy,
this is great.
since
Let's do
you
it.
no, remember you use the dictionary definitions. The dictionary definition when you look it up is take a weapon or weapons away from a person. Okay, so so since you use the dictionary definitions in all scenarios, right? And again, this is what's objectively true, right? You have to take this. You can't define it your own way. Don't be a snowflake because you have your own definitions, okay? So it is literally that you take a weapon away from a person. That's the definition.
Oh wait. Define disarm, Parker. Oh wait, buddy.
I just told you. Yeah, it's to
Define
take a weapon or weapons away from a person.
Oh, weapon or weapon. So how do you know if he had weapon or weapons?
Wait. He only had one weapon. We know that for a
How do
fact
you know?
as of right now.
How would they know that though?
We literally have that right now. Do you agree?
Okay, after the fact, we're talking about whenever he was being disarmed and shot. That's exactly what we're talking about. That moment.
Hey,
so
okay,
at that
so
moment,
can-
how do they know?
There's one identified weapon. That
Sure.
one identified weapon has been removed. That would mean disarmed. Okay, I don't know how you could
You're
walk
wrong.
around that
Because you don't know what other weapons he has, and there's also other weapons brought
because
by the
he
agents
didn't have any
themselves.
other weapons.
He could have grabbed one. He could have had
Wait,
another one.
so at least
couldn't
can you
be
say
more
in
wrong.
hindsight that he was disarmed?
In hindsight, it's completely irrelevant.
Wait, I mean, at least it's relevant to this conversation. Can you tell me in
Not
hindsight?
really. No, it's not.
Yeah, I
don't
like
get
how
to
you won't
judge
answer
these
this
people
question.
that
This
make
is really
split-second
funny.
Decisions.
This is really
Parker,
funny. So
have you ever had to
this
make
is really
any
funny. So
split-second
in
decision
hindsight,
your
can you
entire
establish
life?
that? Can you at least agree in hindsight that's true?
Parker, have you ever had to make a second decision in your entire life?
Yes.
What was it?
Whether or not I want to kick you right now.
Kick me. I don't care.
Because you're
I
annoying.
couldn't care less. You have no
Yeah,
idea
that's a
what you're talking
split-second
about.
decision right now, bud.
You have no idea what you're talking about. This is like 5 or
Hey,
6
dude,
agents
I've played a
trying to
lot of
wrestle with a
Fortnite.
guy
I've
with
played a
gun.
lot of Fortnite. I've played a lot of video
Oh my
games. I've had
God.
to make a lot of split-second decisions, man.
Yeah, sure, bud. It's totally the same. I'm so glad you can sympathize there.
Yes, I really do. Dude, I've dropped my fair share of 40 bombs on Nuketown.
Like, again, you're proving
I
nothing.
had to
here.
I
know
had to
you
make
think
some
you're doing
split-second
something.
decisions, hitting my quick scopes.
You're performing for your little audience, but you're proving nothing. You know you're losing this.
You're just mad that I was a
Horribly.
better quick scoper than you, bro.
Okay, congrats. That's awesome. Good for you. I was outside playing sports, having friends.
Yeah, and I was
But I'm glad you spent your
quick
time
scoping,
inside,
hitting
bud.
trick shots,
Yeah,
So.
big for you. You seem like a big
dropping
phase boy.
40 bombs on Nuketown.
I'm sure, bud. Good for you.
And you were just a bot running around in the lobby.
Yeah, totally, bro.
Okay, bud.
yeah.
Okay, you were the bot running around in the lobby. I was dropping
Yeah,
the
now
40 bombs on
You're
you.
trying
Actually,
to insult my imaginary video game skills because you did so bad on the
dude,
debate.
hey, dude, this is
I
fun, bro.
won. Have a great day, Parker.
Oh, you can't take a joke. Now he's gonna run away. He's such a snowflake.
Who's running?
I made
I'm
a
right
joke.
here. I'm not
I
going
made a
anywhere,
joke,
Parker.
and he's
You're
about to
gonna
run
have
away.
Kick me, bud.
You've lost every single point.
I'm not going to kick you. I've destroyed you on every point. You can't even talk to me about whether or not
close.
You couldn't even talk to me about whether or not lethal force is justified because all you did was hyperfixate on a certain definition, and then literally based upon the term that we were talking about in terms of disarmament, we literally, if you look at the dictionary definition, it proves what I was saying.
It's so funny. Anytime you go to actually debate someone that knows what they're talking about, you always get caught up on these defining.
You don't know what you're talking about
because all you do is yap and you create your own definitions. But when
dude, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You can't do
no
it.
Reasonable person thinks you know what you're talking about.
Okay, tell me how Alex Brady's not a terrorist then. Not a domestic
Why are we still on this? We're talking about the lethal force.
Because you still haven't proved shit, moron.
Because I have a different definition than you and you're mad.
Because you made up your own definition, and then when we talk about
Wait, so what's your definition about disarmament?
No. So for terrorism, you can make up your own definition. When we talk about when somebody's disarmed, you run to dictionary.com.
By the way, you still can have your own definition. And we're talking about the other scenario. I'm just saying, given that you already,
and then it's almost like if somebody.
Okay, we're just gonna mute you. Given that you already view this yourself, that you have to have the view. Oh, you got a second harassment and bullying violation. So that's unfortunate. Which means I have to hit a restart on my stream. I hate doing this. Oh, God, that's so annoying. That's the second harassment and bullying violation. So I have to hit a restart, everyone. For the 5.4 thousand people here on TikTok, everyone just come right back, click the profile picture in the top left, click it again. I'll be right back, everybody. Literally give me like 10 seconds. It won't take long at all. I'll be right back, everyone. If you're on YouTube, you can you don't have to deal with these bans. So you go over there if you want to. Parker, get a job on YouTube. Alrighty. Hit that restart quick. That's so annoying. I wish I didn't have to hit the restarts like that. Madden, by the way, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, that would be very bad. That would be very bad. It would be very bad if that was a majority of the entire country. The views, yeah, that'd be brutal. Like I can say that for sure. Deb, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, Senator Rand Paul, after seeing this, if you call this a good shooting, you aren't watching the video. The man had been disarmed and then shot 10 times. Yep, apparently, based upon that guy's definition, he had not been disarmed because he had not been fully arrested. He had not been fully arrested, which, by the way, is his own definition after he crashed out about me having my own definition of things. Like, that's just, like, so hypocritical. And then he just can't understand the hypocrisy. It's kind of crazy. We're going to start getting people up here for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Nancy, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you very much. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, how old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Thank you so much for all the hat mustaches. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, how old are you?
Hey.
Do you support Trump?
How you doing? Yeah, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, definitely Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
My birth year? 91.
Thank you for the money gun. Okay, I have some people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second real quick. Alrighty. Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's... incredibly patient. Yeah, I was really trying. And he was a bit brutal yesterday, but I don't know. That happens every day at this point. Literally forgot about that, actually. Lars, thank you for the $5.55. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kids with W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. As well as Courtney, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It has been very bad today, right? Ellie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. They said, I'm so mad. I was essayed over 20 years ago, and I don't remember the year, the day, nothing, because it's easier to forget and live with the trauma than to fight against the system and what society wants. F him. Well, thank you so much, Ellie. I really appreciate it. And just know that you absolutely have people in this community that believe you. People like that definitely do not define every person. It's absolutely insane. Let me thank some more people. As well as Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That actually sounds so fun. I just thought about that recently, so that actually does sound really fun. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I bet, honestly. Thank you so much. Tina, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I agree. It definitely would be classified as petty vandalism, so I don't know. I don't think that classifies as terrorism at all. And I don't know. I'd have to check to see if the legal definition applies that. Because then we could ask, why isn't he been charged for that? Fuck, I should have asked him for that. God damn it, that would have been so funny. Victor, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Steven, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's insane, right? Julio, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Brianna, thank you for the $2. Ari, thank you for the $2. Thank you for 18 USC 2331, legal definition of terrorism. Oh, yeah, we could have brought that one up, honestly. Torella, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yep, literally. I don't know why he was calling that being a snowflake. That was crazy, right? Tina, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, violence against a non-combatant. This guy had no clue what he was talking about. Yeah, definitely, it was crazy. And then Jesse, oh my god, with the $100 on PayPal, thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Jesse in the comment section for the $100 on PayPal? That is so kind of you, Jesse. Thank you so much. That is so kind. Thank you. I really appreciate no message. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Alrighty, Mr. Tyler, why do you support Trump?
So, can I ask you a question before I answer that?
Mm-hmm.
What went wrong in your life, Parker, where you just sit on TikTok all day and want to debate people over Trump?
Appreciate the handout.
What went wrong in your life, bud? I'm being honest.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Damn, dude, what's up with every guest today? They've been like unhinged today. Is today like an extra especially crazy day? I don't know what's going on. What nothing went wrong in my life to cause this. Things went right in my life, and I saw things go wrong in other people's lives. And that's what caused me to see the negative impacts on our society as a whole and say, I don't want that to happen for the society that I live in because I care about other people. The system that we live in inevitably benefits people like me. I am benefited. I'm privileged by the system in almost every metric possible, okay? The system is disenfranchising everyone else. And I can point there and I can look at those set of facts and say, I don't want to live in a country like that because I want a country that is best for everyone, not just best for me, because I actually care about my fellow Americans, because I want what's best for this country. And I think that in of itself is more patriotic than just saying, oh, I care about whatever is going to be best for myself, specifically just myself.
So you have Trump derangement syndrome then?
No, you have Trump devotion syndrome.
Yeah, maybe I do. I don't agree with everything he does. I think he should have never got involved in Iran, for sure. I think that was his biggest mistake as president. But if you were to ask me, I think he's probably got America's best interests in place, for sure.
Okay, and can you be specific? How does he have America's best interests in place? When is it when he's cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast, the big beautiful bill, to give tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy? Is that what he's doing?
Project Amalco.
Hmm?
What are you even talking about, Parker?
Yeah. When in the big beautiful bill, they cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the bill to give disproportionate tax breaks to the richest Americans. Let alone they cut 10 million people off their access to health insurance, 2.5 million people on average every single month off their access to food stamps, all according to the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
Yeah, I don't know. But if he did that, then no, I would not agree with that, if that was true. I honestly don't know anything about that.
Okay. That's what the big beautiful bill is, his main policy economically. Outside of tariffs, which were also disastrous.
Yeah. Well.
And disproportionately raise taxes on the lowest income Americans.
Well, that's not true at all.
That is true. Most of the tariffs are paid by consumers in this country, disproportionately negatively impacting lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods and cost of living. So if you increase the cost of living consumer goods, that's going to then cause it to be an increase in taxes on working class people. Even people who weren't paying taxes prior, people who don't make enough money to even pass the standard deduction, are now paying more into the system because they buy consumer products.
Yeah. So are you just going to spend your whole life hating everything Donald Trump does, Parker? Is that what you do?
Well, here soon I'm probably going to do why do you support Republicans? But, I mean, Trump is the basis of the Republican Party right now.
Republicans. I voted for Trump. I don't support everything he does. But I think there's more to life, Parker, than to sit on TikTok every day, constantly shaming and dismantling somebody like you do.
Of course there's more to life than that. Wait, but
with kids, it's ridiculous.
Do you realize how absurd that is? Of course there's more to life than just this live stream. Everyone acknowledges that. I have a life outside of this. But that doesn't change that this is true.
Yeah, look what they did to Charlie Kirk, Parker. You remember that?
Who they? It's one person. It's one person, Tyler Robinson, right? Is that who you think he killed him?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so now you don't know. Who do you think killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, the suspect is Tyler Robinson. That's what we all know, and that's what we were told. But I don't know. Me personally, I think there's more people involved.
Okay. And what evidence
But
do you
that's
have
just
of
my
that?
personal belief. Huh?
What evidence do you have of that?
It's just my personal belief.
Okay. All right.
But I can't have a personal belief. Why is that funny? See, Parker, this is what's wrong with you, dude. You come on here and you just try brainwashing so many kids into believing what you believe. Why can't we all just fucking get together and get the fucking facts straight? You know?
Because you just believe something with no evidence. That's not getting your facts straight. That's believing something based upon your feelings.
How is that no evidence?
Yeah, if you just said that you don't have evidence, it's just what you feel like. That's literally what you said. That was all vibes.
You asked me if I thought that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And I said he's the suspect, so he probably did, but I feel like others were probably in on it. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
which
just
I
my
asked you,
personal
what
belief.
evidence do you have for? And you said, I don't have any evidence. I just feel like it.
Well, I don't think Erica Kirk's. I think Erica Kirk has a lot of things wrong with her. I think she's evil.
Okay, man. That's all your right-wing infighting. Go for it.
But why would you shame me in that? Who says I'm right wing?
You said that. You said you're Republican.
I'm not Republican. I'm an
Oh.
independent, but I voted for Trump.
Okay, so then why do you
So why
support
do you
Trump?
speak for me so quick then?
Sorry,
See what I mean?
thought that's what you said. I'm sorry.
You
So
just
can,
pick an
can you tell me
attack.
why you support Trump? So why do you
What
have
do you mean I
TDS?
support Trump? Can't people support who they want to without having to explain into great detail to feed your ego?
Yeah, you can support what you want, but what you're not understanding is that doesn't make it justified. And if you go on a live stream about why you support Trump, yes, you're going to have to explain why you support Trump.
I just told you.
Wow, I didn't understand how complicated. That's really complicated. Oh my gosh, you have to
I just
you have
told you
to
why I
explain
supported
why you
him.
support Trump on a live stream about why you support Trump. Go ahead, now tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I'm not going to. You just kicked me. But you
I
should
didn't
really
kick you.
watch what you do, Parker.
I didn't kick you. Are you gonna run away?
I'm not running away
So then explain,
still
why do you
here.
support Trump?
because I think he has America's best interest.
Okay, explain, what has he done in America's best interest?
I don't need to. You're just going to disagree with everything I would say, Parker.
Of course, it's a debate live, so tell me, why do you support
Yeah,
Trump?
I know. You have Trump derangement syndrome. You should really... There's more to life than this, Parker. You really got to get off this shit, dude.
I know you want me
You
to get
really
off this
do.
because I'm convincing too many people. It's really funny.
Well, you can
Here,
assume
please,
that, but
Parker,
you're really
please, stop,
not.
Parker, stop doing these debates. You're convincing too many Trump supporters to stop being Trump supporters.
No.
Okay, so
I think you know, too. I think you know that you're doing a lot of wrong, Parker.
I
You
think
should
I'm
really
doing a lot of
change your
good.
life, bud.
And that's why you're
No.
mad. That's why
Hey,
you're literally
hey, man,
telling me to
maybe you are.
stop. Actually,
Hey,
I'm
maybe you are
taking this
doing
as a
good.
medal of honor. You're telling me to stop. That means I'm doing something good.
Well, maybe you are doing stuff good, but you really got to get over Trump. You really do.
Well, I'm going to
It's not
be.
a
So
good
why
look.
do you support Republicans? But he's the main person in the Republican Party right now. He's literally what the Republican Party is right now.
He's the president. That's what this country voted for.
And they voted wrong. And again, if you look at the approval ratings,
know, and
they
you're just
actually
gonna sit on
reflect
here
that.
and fucking
They
cry
reflect that.
every
The
day
approval
about it.
ratings are very much against Trump now. How do you feel about that
Of course they are, because he shouldn't have never gotten to Iran.
one? Oh, okay. So then you agree that he's violated his own promises of no new wars?
Yeah, he did. I
And
do
now he's
admit
giving
to that.
Iran almost. He's going to give them access to possibly $300 billion.
I don't know. I don't know the specifics with it.
Yep, that was listed. Possibly up to $300
We'll see.
billion dollars, and we don't even have a 100% for sure negotiation in terms of the nuclear deal. Like, we haven't even established that yet. So
Yeah.
we're literally not even in that position yet.
Well, whatever, man.
Whatever, man. My TDS is just going to be never cured. There's no cure to my TDS.
Act like a child all you want. Whatever.
Then give me an intellectual response. If I'm such a child, if I'm so childlike, then you should be able to beat me in a debate, right? Why are you
What do you
losing
mean?
so badly to a child?
What are you talking about?
You're getting dunked on in a debate by a child? That's kind of crazy, bro.
I don't want to debate you.
So then,
What's there to
then why'd you
debate,
join a
Parker?
debate
Your
live
mind-
against
your
Parker get a
mind
job
can't
if you
be-
don't want to
your-
debate Parker get a job?
Your mind can't be changed, Parker. I'm just telling you, there's more.
My
to
mind
life
can be
than sitting
changed, just
on
not by people
TikTok.
like you because you're not rational or reasonable or have good arguments.
Well, I respectfully disagree, Parker.
Okay? Well, I disrespectfully think that you don't have the capacity to do so.
Okay.
And you're literally right now just saying I'm not going to debate you, even though you've sent a request on the live stream to debate.
Yeah, I did send a request because I wanted to talk to you, but I'm not going to debate. So
Wait,
kick me.
this is what a debate is. This is a debate live stream. So when you talk to me, you debate me. That's how our conversations go here. Push the
Well,
canyon.
obviously this one's not, is it?
Yeah, so just make your points and I'll respond to them. I don't know why you're so scared of just conversation, man.
Nobody's scared. I just have nothing to debate, Parker. You can't. We ain't gonna change your mind.
We do have lots to debate.
You should change your
Wait, don't you
ways.
think you could possibly change the minds of people in the audience?
Parker, are you married?
Am I married? No.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes. Thank you, Dan Tart.
You do. Do you
Mhm.
get laid?
Why are you fucking asking me if my girlfriend and I have sex? Where
Do
did
you
that
get
come
laid?
from?
Do you
What?
get laid?
Why are you asking me this?
Why not?
It's not your business.
Yeah, well, you should. Your life will change, buddy. Okay? That's what happens when you're a young kid.
Are you in a relationship? He just left. Okay. What? What? He's like, do you get laid? Do you get laid? What? Dude, come on, bro. That was so cringe, dude. He sounds like an incel, bro. What are you talking about? If anyone has that problem, I think it's gonna be you, bruv. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Like, that was so cringe, bro. What is up with every guest today? I've had every unhinged possible guest.
Parker, I love you so much.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Hey, what's
Yo,
up, how old
I'm
are you?
18. I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2007?
Oof. I'm sorry. I just don't think you're old enough. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
July 4th, 2000.
July 4th, 2000? Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I just feel like the guy's a little bit more, how do I say this? I just think he identifies a little bit more with what this country is really about. I don't, he doesn't hide what we're here to do, and that is make money, you know?
Is that why he's making the economy worse off? He's doing
Yeah,
really bad at making money if he makes the growth of our GDP worse off, the growth of real median wages worse off, unemployment
wasn't-
worse off, inflation worse off, real domestic manufacturing worse off.
Oh, no. I'm not saying, like the people making money. I'm saying him and his other rich folks. And
So
you
he's
know,
making
the
money.
elites. Yeah, him and all the
So
billionaires.
you voted
and
for him because you
millionaires.
want someone to make money from the presidency, like billions of dollars.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're making money, then
I just think they're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Again, please only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's get this next person up here. Do you give us a quick second? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
05.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he's advancing technology.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
Because the Department of War has entered contracts with several AI companies, and I think AI is the future.
Okay. So he's advancing technology. He's got agreements with AI companies. You think AI is the future, and that is the only reason in of itself why you're supporting Trump, right?
Well, it's the primary reason. I think maybe there would be some others, but that's just what I want to talk about. That's my main reason.
Okay. Alrighty. And do you think this is good for society as a whole, the way that he's addressing the usage of AI?
Well, I think if he's going to advance technology as a whole, then it'll lead us into a future. Do you know what technocracy is, Parker?
Do you think that you can advance technology without the use of science?
No.
Okay. If Trump doesn't believe in science and he undermines the usage of science, how is that going to facilitate technological development?
Well, he undermines the usage of unnecessary sciences through Doge.
Not true.
That's different. What's
He's
some of the necessary
undermining
programs that he's
necessary
done?
sciences. So
Such
he's
as?
he's quite, yeah, such as specifically the Earth sciences aspect specifically of NASA, such as the fact that for example, we had funding into regulations associated with screwworm, right? That recently just had multiple cases where we've had to then invest $1 billion into responding. We prior spent $15 million on it. Now we had to spend $1 billion on it because Trump decided to save the $15 million a year and get rid of that risk and whatnot, which again was anti-science, which then led to more costs in the long run. So again, these are just a few examples of him not believing in science that inevitably leads to negative outcomes. Not to mention him literally not believing in science relating to climate change, thinking the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, right? Saying we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, him undermining funding for cancer research.
Well, I would of course disagree with defunding science because I believe in the advancement of STEM, but I think overall, since AI is the main field that is going to be focused on, I think Trump would do a better job at that than Harris.
Okay, so you think that Trump will do a better job than Harris simply just because he's making more investments in AI, which, by the way, these aren't his investments, these are private investments.
Well, they're government contracts.
For what?
The Department of Work contracting OpenAI.
Okay, for what?
Missile, like war. It's not really.
So how
not
is
really
that leading to development of the technology?
because the AI company is receiving funding.
The AI company, OpenAI, is receiving company or funding because of their use of AI in the context of military capabilities.
And also,
Okay,
because
I
he
think that's
instituted.
not I think that's not a good
Hold on.
way to incentivize the usage of AI, especially the type of AI that you're going to then get from the individuals who are being funded by using AI to then profit off of military tech.
Okay, well, another thing is because he's implementing tax cuts for billionaires, the billion-dollar companies are able to develop AI more because they
You're
have
trolling.
less.
You're trolling.
New libertarian phalange, new
I know
libertarian
it.
phalange, new
I know
libertarian
it.
phalange.
Yeah, they are definitely trolling. So the next person, only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, because he he exposed the left for who they truly are, Parker.
Okay, what is that?
So yeah, he exposed the left for showing that they are creating a new Bolshevik army in America.
Okay, how is that happening?
Well, I can ask you a few questions and show that you are the new Bolshevik.
Okay.
Do you believe we're on stolen land?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe in the oppressor versus oppressed dynamic?
There are people who are oppressors and there are people who are oppressed, yes.
Okay. And do you believe those oppressors are white people and the oppressed are all minorities or people of color?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you believe that colonization and all these different things are just a white person bad thing? And
No.
so our rights
It's not,
to this
the
land.
colonization is not just white person bad. Colonization is a lot more complex than that.
Well, I'm just trying to get your worldview fleshed out. So,
Okay, how does this relate to being a Bolshevik?
well, I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to show you how you are dehumanizing your own fellow Americans so you can dismantle America and create your own secular version of Russia, just like they did in Russia.
Secular version of Russia?
Yeah.
Okay,
Do
well,
you not know
one, I
what-
don't want to represent my country like Russia. Two, we already live in a secular country, bud.
No, because a lot
Yeah.
of our no. So again, you speak with some respect. This is the AV show who you're talking to.
Oh, wait! I
and
just
you-
saw that.
So you've been running, bro. Why haven't you debated me? Why are you running?
Didn't you tell me last time I talked to you that you don't support Trump?
Well, I support what he exposed.
So do you like? Would you still vote for him?
Over Kamala or any Democrat?
Kamala,
100%.
Okay, all right. So then, well, you've changed your position on that since the last time I've talked to you.
No, you changed the question. You said, would I vote for him over a leftist? 100%. Why would I vote for...
That's always been the question, by the way.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
No,
It actually was.
This is actually a new question. You said, would I vote for him today over Kamala? Why would I vote for a neo-Marxist who hates
She's not
America?
a Marxist. Can you define Marxism?
So you're going to talk about the economics portion of stateless, cashless society, blah, 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 blah. But what I'm actually talking about...
No,
your Karl
Marxism
Marx-
is like an economic analysis. So you
No. What I'm talking about
like a
is
method of
your-
an economic
No.
analysis. I can't speak.
No, but you're leaving out the Karl Marx framework, his manifesto talking about the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, talking about the oppressor versus oppressed mindset. And now you're using it through a racial lens of the oppressor being the white man, the colonizer, and the oppressed being
Wait,
the
not
people
every
of
notion
color.
of identifying oppression is going to be in agreement with Bolshevism or like socialism or Marxism.
I can prove it to you. Parker. I can prove it to you.
Okay.
Watch.
Wait. So like, let me clarify. You think do you think the American Revolution was Bolshevik?
The American Revolution, was that Bolshevik?
Yeah. Was it Marxist?
No.
No, but weren't they calling out an oppressor versus oppressed dynamic of them being oppressed
But
by
that-
like the taxation without representation? They were claiming that.
Well, again, that was more classist, but you're doing...
Wait, that's still an oppressor versus oppressed dynamic, is it not?
But they didn't fight them due to the Marxist worldview.
Okay, so you just proved that the notion of an oppressor versus an oppressed dynamic does not then entail Marxism, socialism, Bolshevism, etc.
No, but what I'm saying is you are utilizing a Marxist worldview.
No, I'm not.
To dismantle America. I can prove
I'm
it.
actually utilizing a Parksist worldview.
No, I can actually prove it.
A Parksist worldview? That's
I
the
can
most based worldview.
I can prove you're a neo-Marxist right now. Can black people be racist?
I think that it depends on the definition you use.
No. Wait. I know your definition. Is it power plus privilege?
Well, I mean, I think you can
Is it
use
power plus privilege?
I think you can use either definition interchangeably.
No.
That
What's
is
your
one definition
definition?
that you can use.
No, Parker. What's your definition?
I actually
brother?
don't pick between the definitions.
No, what's
I think
your
that I can use
definition?
either or. That's
Oh,
that's like
Parker,
depending on the
Parker.
context.
Parker. What's your definition, brother?
I use either or depending on the context.
Come on, brother. It's been a while since we debated. Come on, let's have fun.
Well,
What's
I'm
your
telling you my
definition?
perspective. I use either or depending on the context.
Okay. Can black people be racist? Yes or no? Or what about your
Under
fans?
the definition of power plus prejudice, they cannot. Under the notion of just prejudice, yes. But what you're not understanding, again, from this perspective, is that doesn't limit someone from being able to be anti-black or able to be bigoted, right? There's still a notion of bigotry and still a notion of being anti-black, even if you don't deem someone as racist. It's just using racism in a different context. So
But
a
do
lot
you
of people
not see-
misunderstand the usage of the term, but this doesn't necessarily mean like someone who's black can't be bigoted.
Again, if you are going to say that black people are people
Wait,
of
what
color,
does this have to do
not-
with Marxism? This has nothing to do with Marxism,
It
actually.
has actually.
Wait, can I tell you
everything.
something? You can be a
It has-
neo-Marxist and you can disagree with this. You know that, right? There are
Well, if
actually
you
a
don't-
lot of
well,
neo-Marxists that disagree
actually-
with this.
Wait, Parker. Actually, I agree with this. This is why I'm actually trying to see. That's why I'm actually trying to get you to answer if you believe black people can be racist.
Yeah, I said it depends on the definition that you use.
Yes, what
if
do you
whether you're using the
use? What
power
def-
plus privilege one, or whether you're using the power plus prejudice, or whether you're using the prejudice one.
Yes, that's why I want to know what you use. That's why
I
I've been
use
trying
either
to debate
or,
you.
depending on
That's
the
why
context.
I messaged you on Discord so we could do this. Like,
I don't
didn't wanna
have a
do this in
Discord
front of
anymore.
people. Really?
No, I deleted
I
that
didn't-
like about a year ago.
Because I was trying to be nice and not like try to be mean in front of all the people, but we could have debated behind closed doors. But whatever. So
I didn't know you messaged me on Discord.
Bro,
And
I
we
messaged
could have
you.
debated behind closed. I don't know what that would even mean. I don't care to debate you on here. Just tell me why you
Oh,
think
so
this has
Parker,
to
so
do with
now you're too,
Marxism.
so now you're too cool for school. I got it. You're big now. I got it. You're too cool for school.
I just said
I got it.
I didn't see you on Discord, and I would be fine with debating you on here.
No, you just said you didn't want to debate me on here. So you think you're too
No,
cool
I said
now
I would be.
because you
I
got a
said I
million.
would be fine with debating you on here.
Are you sure that's what you said? You think you're too cool for school now because you got 1 million followers, buddy?
No, I don't think I'm too cool for school. I literally just said I would
Okay,
debate
so
you on here.
Parker, I still like you even though you're a leftist, but let's actually debate.
I'm actually
Okay?
not a leftist. I'm a progressive liberal.
Okay, so you're a neo-Marxist, but can you please
I'm not
answer
a
the question?
neo-Marxist.
Okay, you believe we're on stolen land, correct?
This is okay. Can you define Marxism? Because that's not the
I
notion of
just
Marxism.
did. You're going to go back to the economic portion and just say, "Oh, it's a cashless, stateless society."
That's
I'm talking
communism.
about
That's
I'm
communism.
talking.
So can I tell you?
I'm talking. Oh my God, I'm talking
I don't
about.
use a Marxist method of analysis. I don't use the same method of analysis that Marx uses.
You are though, because if you're saying
No, no.
black people can't be racist,
That has
if you're
nothing
a
to do with Marx's analysis.
okay, let me ask you this: did you mourn Charlie Kirk's unalivement?
No, I didn't.
Okay, why? Did you think he was a? Can you even say the F word on here?
Well, I mean, the reason why I didn't mourn it is because I never was like really close to him, but or anything like
But
that.
he
I
was
was
a
never
fellow.
close to him at all, actually.
Wait, he was a fellow human
I
being.
debated him. That's the only notion that it. So for me, it was like seeing that happen to someone that I've engaged with, and for it could possibly or potentially happen to me, or like also like when I was there, I was at the event. It was like I thought it was going to be a school shooting when it was happening, so I was like kind of very like scared about that.
Parker,
and
look
whatnot.
at me.
What's
Parker,
up?
look at me. He was a fellow human being. You're a human being. I
I
don't care if you're a left.
I
Listen,
don't mourn
listen,
every
just
human
look
being.
at me. Look
I'm
at
gonna be
me.
honest.
Look at me. I don't care if you're progressive or whatever. If someone were to hurt you, I would mourn that. Okay.
Okay.
So let's not beat around the bush and say you didn't mourn him because you thought he was this, because of that. I saw a lot of people respond to your video and say, how dare you mourn that oppressor, because they see him through the neo-Marxist lens of the oppressor, because they see the mindset of he's on stolen land. They think he's pushing this propaganda of the oppressor. When we need to look at it,
Which he
look
was
at
like
people,
that's true. Like so, if you want to talk about mourning,
what did
like
he push that was
did,
evil?
wait, just to be clear, that wasn't like for the situation that was there. That's not mourning, and even so, this again has nothing to do with Marxism. Okay, the notion
does,
there,
everything.
the notion that's true there was that I already explained multiple reasons as to why I had the particular response I did, and also I explained like the very clear situation that no one needs to mourn a person. Okay, and it's very.
Excuse me? It's called
yeah,
basic empathy.
That's not something that you need to do with someone that you politically disagree with. No one's asking you to mourn. You can say it's
what?
wrong, but you don't need to mourn.
Parker, even though I pretty much disagree with everything
Did you mourn
say,
Renee Good?
Renee Good?
Yeah, or
I
Alex Petty?
didn't want her. I didn't want her to get hurt.
But did you mourn her death?
I mourn everyone who gets hurt. I don't want people
So
to get
did you
hurt.
mourn her death?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it sucks when people lose their
And you
life.
mourn the death of Alex Petty?
Of course.
So did
But
you mourn
were
the death? Did you mourn the death of Hitler?
Mourn the death. Oh, so we're gonna go to there.
You said everyone. You need to mourn the death of everyone. Did you mourn the death of Hitler?
Did I mourn the? Well, I mean, it's a loss of life.
Oh, geez. Come on,
But-
you don't actually mourn that, right?
Well,
that
again,
is totally performative.
but again, do you think people can be redeemed, or do you think he was unredeemable?
Not all people. Some people can't be redeemed. Like I don't
that's
think
the
that.
difference between. So
Okay.
that's the difference between me and you.
Okay,
Because
so
even though I disagree-
child predators, you'd be okay with trying to mourn the death of a child predator? Like Epstein,
well, now
did you
again-
mourn the death of Epstein?
he's not really dead.
Okay, given that he died, would you mourn his death? Oof.
Well, no, but now you're going off into criminals. Charlie Kirk wasn't a criminal. He
Okay,
just
wait,
spouted
but-
ideals. Wait. You're going into things. So Charlie Kirk just spouted ideals and political views that you didn't agree with. Now you're going into, well, what about Hitler? I don't even know if you can say Hitler on live, but
Wait, hold up. Let me just be clear. I'm not just saying because you have that position on Charlie Kirk. I'm saying because you said you do this about everyone. You mourn everyone regardless.
no. The loss of human life is tragic because
Wait, yes, you can
bring
say
up
that. I agree. Wait. I can agree with that. and also say that I didn't mourn. Like I think we're using the term mourn differently here. I think when you use the term mourn, I think you're just acknowledging that like it's wrong or terrible or tragic that happened.
How about this? I don't advocate for violence. How about that?
I don't either.
So I don't try to dehumanize my opponents. And because when I debate a leftist, I realize they've dehumanized me through their neo-Marxist lens to just see me as the oppressor, to see me on a country or in a country where they just say, hey, you don't belong here. You're on stolen land. You're a colonizer and you need to go back to the Caucasus Mountains.
Wait, hold up, pause. No one's claiming that you need to leave where you are or leave your house. I'm not claiming that.
If you're on stolen land, this land doesn't belong to you.
Wait,
what do you think?
Wait, hold up. You just need to understand that wasn't stolen by us, okay? This was hundreds of years ago of individuals doing so, and then carried through hundreds of years of continual actions. The way that you respond to that is by creating a society where everyone can live together, not a society where people who didn't engage in those actions inevitably are forced to leave. That would I think that would define as ethnic cleansing. If you were to forcefully remove Americans who are living in this country from this land to then force them to go back to Europe, for example, that would be ethnic cleansing. So the way that we actually respond to this, listen, the way that we respond to this is we create a society where we can all live together with equal rights.
Okay, so Parker, how can you create an equal society when you demonize an entire group of people saying that they are the oppressor, they are the colonizer, they stole this land, and you make them the sole villain of history?
You're not wait. When we acknowledge that white people historically have used this this notion of racial domination in order to be able to disproportionately negatively impact people historically, does not mean that is the only evil person that existed historically, or only evil group that existed historically.
Wait, more than anyone else? Are you saying more than anyone else?
I don't think I made a claim about more than anyone else.
More than the Mongols?
What? I never said anything about that. I'm not making any comparison. I'm just saying that it was bad.
Point out, Parker, this is why I wanted to do this behind closed doors, because I didn't want to, I wanted to be friendly about this.
What are you doing? Like, you're just engaged with what I just said.
I am engaging. Why do you specifically point out white people and say we don't belong here because we're on stolen land?
I never said you don't belong here because you're white. Never said that.
Do you not really? Okay, listen. If we are on stolen land, you are saying we took something that isn't ours and we need to give it back to the
Let me just clarify.
People.
Let me just clarify. Me and you didn't do that. Can we agree?
Your own worldview says you did through your collectivist guilt.
Wait, no. I don't think that I did that. I think that white people historically did. Some white people, not all white people. And also I want to acknowledge.
White?
Yes, I am white.
Then you, by definition, are the oppressor through your own worldview.
Wait. So because I benefit from a system that exists of white supremacy that exists, that does not mean that I am then at fault for literally stealing land. Okay? Do you understand that, right?
By your own definition, you are guilty.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, because you have white privilege. You have the benefits of "quote unquote" whiteness. Why do you think they want to dismantle?
Yes, the benefits of white privilege and whiteness do not then mean I stole people's land myself.
That means you are guilty.
I am not guilty for stealing land myself. No.
Okay. You are
what are you talking about, dude?
Inherently through your skin color, because I don't know how you're not logically following this. If they say your ancestors stole a plot of land and you are benefiting from
do you think ancestors did something, therefore means I'm guilty of it? I don't believe in that.
You just said you believe in white privilege, correct?
That means I benefit from the system that exists today of white privilege.
From the what?
So
from
I'm
the
not So what white privilege means?
From the stealing?
Listen, white privilege does not mean that white privilege means that I'm not disenfranchised because I'm white. That's what white privilege is meaning. Okay.
So you benefited from the stealing, correct? From your own worldview?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I did the stealing.
Oh, okay. So, but you benefited from the stealing. So you're in the oppressor class, buddy.
Okay. What is that supposed to mean? Does that mean I have to leave the country?
You're advocating for your own extinction.
That's no, I'm not. I'm not advocating to kill white people.
You're advocating for to dismantle your own country. You're advocating for your own eradication.
No, I'm not.
This is why it doesn't make sense.
Wait, Avi. How am I advocating for my own eradication?
Okay, I'm going to spell it out for you. You believe we're on stolen land, correct?
Yes.
And do you live in America?
Yes.
That means you are in a stolen house right now. You need to give your house.
I do not live in a stolen house.
You do, because you're on stolen land.
When you say the country is stolen land, that doesn't mean I stole the house that I live in. I bought that. Yes. I didn't buy it. I don't live in a buy house. I rent the place that I'm in right now. Okay.
So if you bought, so listen, if you bought a plot of land and I came up there and I stole your plot of land and I put a house on top of it, is that house on stolen land?
But I didn't steal someone's land. When did I do that?
Are you not listening to what I'm saying?
No, you're misunderstanding.
If I steal the land, Parker, brother, this is why I wanted to do
Wait, if
this
you
behind
steal the land
closed
and then
doors.
literally like hundreds of years later, right? Then you're going to be in a scenario where like your kids are there. Would it be justified for people to steal it from like your grandkids? Is that what you're saying?
Have you not looked at South Africa? What are you talking about? Yes, they're going to say you benefited from apartheid, you benefited from all this, and now they're going to get their retribution. What are you talking about, Parker?
No, what you're not understanding is that the way that you'd respond to that in society is by creating a society where we can all voluntarily engage together, where everyone's treated good, where you have conditions for social programs for equitable treatment of everyone, and where everyone can then buy property that exists within the context of the country. Okay? The way that I think that you're advocating to treat it specifically in this context, I think is a little bit devoid of what I'm advocating for.
No, I'm telling you what your worldview.
No, you're
equals.
not. I'm telling you what my worldview
Parker,
is, and
I'm
you're
trying
trying
to
to.
help you.
What you're doing here is you're saying
No,
this is
Parker,
your
I'm your
worldview, and I'm
friend.
going to define
I'm
your
your
worldview.
friend.
Hey, listen. No, you're not.
I've been your friend.
No, you're
I'm
not.
Your friend.
You're
You may
fucking
say I'm not
delusional.
Oh, I'm
so-
delusional?
Yes, you
Okay.
are. If you, wait, Avi, I'm sorry.
Wait,
if
so
you think
Parker's
that we are
trying to big
friends
boy
because I
me?
debated you years ago about why you think God exists,
Oh.
you're fucking delusional.
Okay, so now he's trying to big boy me because he got 1 million followers. Yeah, he got 1 million
What do you
followers.
mean, big
doesn't
boy?
know me.
We were never friends.
We were never, okay. We were never friends, never knew me. Yep. He has 1 million followers now. He's too cool for school.
Wait,
Too
wait.
cool for
Everyone
school.
who
Got it.
everyone who was in the community back then knows that we were
You're
never
right.
friends.
Yep. You're right.
You were someone I
Never knew me.
debated on the fucking
Yep.
internet about why you think God exists.
Okay, you're right. Never knew me, guys. Never knew me. Yep.
Bro,
Okay, so
this
big
guy
boy
is
me.
so
Okay.
crazy, dude.
Okay.
No,
then we
I
can
know
just
who you
debate.
are. I knew you. I debated you,
No,
but that does
no,
not mean I was
you
friends with you.
Okay. We were never friends. You don't know me. You're too cool for school. I got it. All
Okay,
right.
buddy. That's such a
Okay.
parasocial thing to do.
Parasocial? Okay. How would it be parasocial when I was bigger than you? Like, what are you talking about?
What do you mean bigger than me? You said we were friends. When were we
Yeah.
friends?
We were friends 3 years ago.
When?
Before you started taking
When?
Democratic
Wait,
talking
wait.
points.
Have we ever hung out?
You lived in or I'm not going to say where you lived, so I'm not going to say where you lived.
I live in Los Angeles. I'm clear with that.
Don't-
Have we
don't
ever hung
dox
out?
yourself.
Have
Do
I
not
ever met
dox
you?
yourself.
Have I ever talked to you off stream?
Yes. Are you really?
Okay,
are
well, I don't
you
even
gonna
remember
lie?
that actually. But did
Wait,
we
wait,
debate?
Parker,
Did
you
we
gonna
debate off
lie?
stream?
Parker, stop lying, bro. Seriously, do not lie.
I'm not lying. I actually genuinely.
Listen, Parker, I'll just say we were never friends, bro. I'll just say it. We were
Wait, no,
never
I'm
friends.
actually genuinely
No,
serious.
you can lie. Just lie.
No, hold up. Did we just debate off live?
If you're gonna lie in front of all these people, just go
I'm not
ahead.
lying. I'm asking you a question. Because I genuinely don't remember this at all.
Parker, don't try
Bro,
to
why
big
does
boy
he-
me in front of. Okay, I can tell you. 3 years ago, we used to talk all the time on Discord. We used to phone call me all the time. Used to talk to me about. I don't know if you're still with that one girl. I mean, you used to talk to me all the time, but then you got quote unquote famous. Now you think you're better than me. So it's like I get it.
So I would debate people. Like I would Discord call debate people that I debated on the stream off the live. And I think what you're
No, we
doing is you're
didn't debate,
taking
we
that we would
talked.
debate off live
We
as
didn't
like
debate. We talked. You would tell me about your life. I was trying to be cordial, but now you're trying to big boy me. It's weird.
No, I'm genuinely okay. Well, let me just tell you, I get elevated all the time. I don't have like a great memory, but like genuinely, like I don't remember doing anything like that because there were a few other people that like I had debated before that I had specific like debates with on the stream that I tried to convince off live as well. And I think you're one of those people. And we had talked about something private while doing that, and you think we're friends because of that.
Okay, so, okay, just believe what you want to believe. Okay.
Okay, whatever.
I mean,
Just tell me why you think I'm a Marxist. Tell me why you support Trump. Let's get into that.
Okay, so let's debate that. I mean, it's crazy when people get big. They just try to act like everyone else is beneath them. That's crazy.
I don't think I'm that big, bro, and I don't think everyone else is beneath me. I think you're just embarrassing yourself.
Embarrassing myself?
Yes, you actually
I mean,
are.
then why won't you debate me?
I'm asking you to debate me right now, and you're talking about some random shit instead of debating.
Random shit. You're lying.
Tell me. I
You're
did not lie
literally
for shit.
lying.
Tell me why you support Trump.
You want to know why me and you quit quote unquote talking is because you are trying to act like this holier than thou leftist and be like, oh, I can't talk to you because you're problematic because I was a Christian and on the right. And you said I was problematic. That's why you quit talking to me. So again,
Yeah, because you're
trying to be a
unwilling to
holier than
change
thou-
and you're problematic. Yes. So by the way, me years later now being like, okay, I'll debate you right now because maybe you've had some sort of change over the past few years.
No, it
Maybe
just
there's
proves
been
that
some
you,
sort of change. If you're unwilling to
no, it
engage in the
just
debate,
proves.
then yeah, go for it.
No, it just proves that you were pompous and that you weren't a true friend and you abandoned people because you think
A
you're
true
better than
friend,
them.
dude. You mean I didn't debate you anymore? Oh my god, dude. Just give me a reason why you support Trump. You said I'm scared to debate you. Give me the reason why you support Trump then.
Well, let's debate. But again, I'm just gonna not let you big boy me like that because you can lie to everyone, but I know the truth. You know the truth, so go right ahead.
Go
So
for
we
it. Tell me
both
why you support Trump.
okay. So again, I support Trump for the main reason is because he exposed people like you for being the new Bolsheviks, and I have to call it out because you are dehumanizing an entire group of people like me, and saying that we are just the oppressor. That's why you see cases like the Carmelo Anthony case, and you have so many people cheering for the unalivement of Austin Metcalf because they say he deserved it because of all the years of colonialism, because of all the years of slavery, is because people like you have made it seem like we were just the sole villains in history. Because people like you didn't say that what happened to Charlie Kirk was wrong, that Dean Withers has been running from me for years. You and him, I want to debate both of you guys.
I've said a million times what happened to Charlie was bad and tragic. I clarified that a million times.
All of your supporters have said, "How dare you have any sympathy for that quote unquote fascist?"
Wait,
because
us
he's pushing
claiming
traditional views."
us claiming that it's wrong doesn't necessarily entail that we're having mourning, like what you were claiming earlier. Again, the motion of mourning that was being referenced is because Dean had
Was he
a
a fascist?
because yes, he is. Charlie's
Define
a fascist.
fascism.
Yeah, I'll go through the 14 points of fascism. Can I clarify what I was saying first? Okay, so specifically, the reason why that people were saying that is because Dean had a response on live where he cried because he was the first person who answered when I called him when I was running away because I thought it was a school shooting. And then he looked and checked, and Charlie was fucking dead. He had
And I'm
engaged
glad
with
you're
Charlie.
okay, by the way.
What's that?
And I'm glad you're okay, by the way.
Well, thank you for telling me that.
Even though you're trying to big boy me, I want you to be okay.
Okay, thank you for telling me that.
Parker,
Can I finish my point?
I genuinely want you to be okay. I don't
Okay.
care if you're on the left.
Thank you.
I don't care. I do not want political violence to happen to anybody.
Thank
Can
you.
you say the same?
You disagree with Trump, and I disagree
Can you
with
say
political
the
violence.
same?
Yes, I disagree
Can
with
you say
political violence.
no?
Yes.
Say you don't want any political violence to happen to anybody.
I
Right
don't
or
want
left?
any.
Say it.
I don't want any political violence to happen to you. I don't want any political violence to happen to any person in this country.
To the right or left?
To the right or left.
All right, someone clip that.
Okay, I've said that a million times. Okay, now you disagree with Trump, right? Because Trump does want political violence to his enemies. He was glad that Rob Reiner died, Robert Mueller died. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, and you still support him even though he says that, right?
So now you twisted my answer. The first question you asked me is, who would I vote for now, Kamala or Trump today? And I said I would still vote for Trump because how could I vote for neo-Marxists? Are you looking at something on Discord or are people trying to?
No,
say something?
I was actually just like setting up the camera on Streamlabs.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you need some more talking points, you can ask the Discord. How many you got on your
I
Discord?
don't even
community?
have a Discord. I told you earlier. I have deleted my
You don't
Discord
have
since
a
about
Discord
a year
community?
ago. No, I got rid of it.
Okay. But anyways, you asked me a very pointed question. You said, if elections were held today, who would I vote for, Trump or Kamala? And I said I would not vote for neo-Marxists. But do I support Trump now? My answer would be no, because I realize both sides are just of the same coin. But I would support him over the left any day.
Okay, but like Kamala Harris never called for the execution of some Democrats. Kamala Harris never celebrated the death of any Republican. So you can't point there and say that you're okay with supporting Trump even despite this, given the fact that that's something that you care about. Given it's like you don't want any political violence targeted against anyone, because if you did want that, you would support Kamala Harris,
Didn't that happen?
who
Wait,
didn't
wait.
support political violence, over Trump, who did support political violence.
Didn't that happen after the elections, though?
The question I'm asking you is like at this point, like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? With the information you have right now.
You know what? I'll play into this. I'd still vote for Trump.
No, I don't. I want you to play into. I'm asking like as a genuine basis. Like, is this actually your position? Because if it's not your position,
No,
well
wait,
then,
wait. Well, no,
well, then,
I'm
well,
actually.
Avi, I'll tell you this. If this is not your position, I would say like
No.
here in the next like few months or so, I'm going to be changing to why do you support Republicans? You're probably still Republican, so that there will be a debate to be had there. But the point would be is that like right now, if you don't support Trump, the debate isn't to be had until I'm debating people
the
specifically or just Republicans.
But the Republicans don't represent people like me, anyways. They represent Israel. So I mean,
Wait, sorry. Repeat what you just said.
The Republicans don't represent me; they represent Israel.
Okay, so you're not a Republican either?
Well, I considered myself a Republican until we got into a war with Iran, and they were okay with the G-side of the Palestinian people, free Palestine.
Okay.
So I mean,
based on that.
So I don't agree with us siding with Bibi, because I believe I didn't see him. He was supposed to be at the UFC White House thing, but I was hoping that if he was there that they would arrest him, but I know they wouldn't because they sold out. But if elections were today, there's no way I could vote for the leftists, because again, they're neo-Marxists who are against.
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe in an oppressor-oppressed dynamic?
Oppressor versus oppressed dynamic? No.
Okay, so when you say free Palestine, what does that mean? From what? Free Palestine from what?
Well, it just means to quit bombing them.
Yeah, so from oppressor? Who's the oppressor in this situation? It's Israel, right?
Well,
so you do believe in an oppressor-oppressed class. You just aren't willing to acknowledge it in typical.
Well, no, because again, what you're doing is a false equivalency. You're talking about an active G side. I don't even know.
Which is oppression, right? Do you think G side is oppression?
Can you talk about the? Can you actually say the word or no?
Yeah, I think you can say the word. I say it.
You say genocide?
Yeah, genocide.
Okay, so it's an active genocide, correct?
Yes.
Correct. So I'm against active genocides of any people. I don't want anyone to get hurt. So I would call that out. I would call that extermination. I wouldn't call that oppression. I would call that an active extermination.
And oppression, right? Because oppression is just unjust treatment. Oppression is unjust treatment.
Parker,
Systemic unjust treatment.
How can you oppress people that are dead?
What? That oppression is evidence or that's evidence of oppression. The fact that they're dead. Because they were unjustly treated. The fact that they were killed and the fact that they were murdered is unjust treatment. That's oppression.
I'm against genocide, okay, but you cannot oppress people that are dead.
Well, you killing them was oppression.
Say that again?
Wait, Israel killing them was oppression. Because when we say oppression, we're saying
that was genocide.
Systemic unjust which is oppression.
No, that's extermination. I don't think you understand what you're saying.
Can you define oppression?
Yeah, it would be, I guess, quote unquote, putting someone down while they're alive.
Okay.
But if you're dropping bombs on someone and they're dead, you can't oppress them because they're dead. You're exterminating them.
You don't think there's apartheid within Palestine? You don't think that Palestinians in the West Bank are under apartheid?
Well, they're actively trying to genocide them. They're trying to
within the West Bank. Wait, we're talking about the West Bank. Do you know what the West Bank is?
Well, yeah, but they're trying to literally clear out the whole thing so they can implement their Greater Israel project. So they're trying to eliminate all of them.
Okay,
the whole thing.
Yeah, I understand. So, but in the context of the West Bank,
but it's an active
you're talking in the Gaza Strip, okay?
No, I'm talking about all of it. They want to get rid of the West Bank too.
Yeah, I understand, and I
because
agree.
Donald Trump even said.
I agree with that.
Remember the AI video?
Hold up,
can I remember the AI video of him showing the hotel?
Okay, do you think that Palestinians in the West Bank are being oppressed?
They're active. They're trying to genocide them. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but are they actively oppressed in the West Bank?
Are they actively oppressed?
Yeah, you can't answer this question. Are Palestinians oppressed in the West Bank? You said free Palestine. I agree. I think we should free Palestine, but you have to acknowledge that's freeing them from the oppression of Israel, from the apartheid of Israel.
I think they're actively getting exterminated and ethnically cleansed because they don't want them in that.
Wait, is ethnic cleansing oppression?
They're murdering them. What are you talking about?
Wait, ethnic cleansing means forceful removal without the ability to come back. That's what ethnic cleansing is.
Are they really? But wait. If dropping bombs on them,
it's ethnic cleansing and genocide. Okay, so ethnic cleansing is oppression by your own definition.
Say that again?
Ethnic cleansing is oppression by your own definition because it's forceful removal without the ability to come back.
But are they really forcefully removing them if they're just killing them?
It's not just killing them. It's also forceful removal.
Have you seen the before and after photos?
Wait. Do you know what the Nakba is?
Yeah, isn't that where Israel started everything against
was forcefully expelling Palestinians? Do you think those Palestinians were oppressed?
Bro, don't do the pop quiz thing with me.
No, it's fine. Do you think those Palestinians were oppressed?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so you do believe in an oppressor-oppressed dynamic. So are you a neo-Marxist?
Okay, so again, you're twisting the definition. Just because someone is oppressed, I'm not using that framework to dehumanize another subset of people.
When did I do
to
that? When
actively
did I use the
dismantle-
oppressor-oppressed dynamic to dehumanize a group of people?
Wait. I actually see what you're doing now. I'm actually going to
exactly.
defeat it. Wait, no. I'm actually going to defeat it now.
Good luck.
Because, yeah, Parker, this is so easy, bro. So someone can be oppressed, but then you can manipulate that oppression and then dehumanize an entire group of people to call for their G side. And you can, just like Hitler did, you can blame an entire group of people and say that they're the problem and dehumanize them, just like you're doing with white people and saying that they're the colonizer, we're on stolen land, they were the slave owners, they were the quote unquote white devil. You are dehumanizing us, making us look like the bad guys. And you are surrounding us, listen, you are surrounding us by Bolsheviks who hate white people because they see us as the oppressor. Do you not understand that?
Okay, AV, can I ask you a
Malcolm
question?
X.
Do you think I think you're evil because you're white?
No, you probably think I'm evil because of my worldviews. And you
Okay, so
probably think
not
I'm-
because you're white. So I haven't dehumanized you because you're white?
No, but the problem is by extension, the people you're feeding this mindset to, they will think I'm evil just because of my whiteness. And
they're going to think I'm evil because I'm white?
Yes.
Okay, so you think
Have you
want
wait.
people to think I'm evil because I'm white?
No, Parker, I don't think you understand the ramifications of what you're teaching. Have you not seen the response videos?
Do you think I want people to think that I'm evil because I'm white?
I don't think a lot of you guys care if you're getting a paycheck. Because if you...
Well, here,
if you live
I'll
by-
tell you. I don't want people to think I'm evil because I'm white.
If you live behind...
Wait, do I have to tell you that?
Do you live in a nice part of town, gated community? If you don't have to deal with any of this, why would you care what you're pushing out into the ether?
Because my privilege doesn't mean that I don't care about other people. That's actually one of the fundamental reasons why I think I should use my privilege to be able to call for a better world, is because inevitably I'm going to be good under either system we have. Because inevitably I am benefited and privileged by the system. Okay? So I'm advocating for the benefit of other people because I actually care about other people in my country. I love this country so much. I want every person in this country to thrive. I want this country to be the beacon of hope, of freedom around the entire world. I want it to uphold the values that I grew up thinking our values were upholding. But actually, what I'm telling you is that when we don't call out the bad actions of our country, we don't acknowledge history for what it is, we can't actually uphold that standard, inevitably, because we'll never be able to achieve that progression without acknowledging the things we've done wrong. Think of in a relationship. You have to acknowledge things you've done wrong in a relationship in order to be able to do better, right, for your partner. Okay? In the same way that for the world, we need to acknowledge what we've done wrong. For our society, we need to acknowledge what we've done wrong to be able to do better.
Okay, so when you're done reading the script, can I respond?
That's not a script. That's off the top of my head.
Well, good job, bro. I'm happy for you. Adderall's working.
I don't take Adderall.
Okay, well, good. I'm proud of you. But so again, but what you're doing is you are isolating a group of people and saying what you did was specifically bad, but you never talk about the Arab slave trade. You never talk about all the other atrocities that go on in other countries. How come we live on stolen land, but the people in the Middle East don't live on stolen land? How come the Mongolians don't live on stolen land?
There are people.
How come every
can I
other
explain to you?
country?
Can I explain? to you? There are countries around the world that are on stolen land. I'm not disputing that.
No. Listen, every country is on stolen land by your own logic.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but I would have to. I don't know if that would be applicable to every country, but it could be applicable to a lot of countries. I'm not disputing that.
Wait. Do Muslims have a right to their land? Do you know how many wars they've went around slaughtering people to take their lands?
Wait, there is a lot of human history that's not just including Muslims. It includes Christians, Muslims, people who believe in Judaism, people who are atheist. There are people of every single ideological framework that have done evil historically, that have stolen land, that have done horrible things.
Yes, but you single out white people specifically, and that's what I'm saying.
I never did. I can acknowledge the bad things that exist historically. Not from even
Parker.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't just wait. You're thinking I only call out white people for actions.
You do, because
no, I
you
don't.
said
I call out every action that is bad. I call balls and strikes.
Okay, here's a ball or strike here. Can black people be racist?
Again, depends on what definition you're using.
No.
Based on the definition that you're using, where it's just racial prejudice, yes. Based on the definition where it's racial prejudice plus power, no.
What do you use? What do you use?
I told you I use both.
Come on, don't be evasive. What do you use?
I told you I use both.
That is so so you stand for nothing, pretty much.
I do stand for something. I just told you I use both.
You use
So
both.
I think that you can use words contextually, okay, depending on the situation.
So whenever it fits your narrative, you can use racist here or racist there.
No,
So
no,
pretty
it's going to
much
reflect
saying-
the way that you're trying to use the term. Like, for example, can I give you an
So
example?
you're saying you're going to be a snake
Can I
about
give you
it.
an example? Like, for example, like if I'm using the term hot, right? I could be using it in reference to attractiveness. I could be using it in reference to temperature. I could be using it in reference to spice level, okay? So, I mean, I could use the term hot in multiple different contexts. There's not going to be just one definition of the term. So if you ask me, how do you use the term hot? I'm not going to be able to just give you one definition. There's going to be multiple different definitions depending on the context. Okay?
Okay, so do
like,
you
I don't
use
know
the-
why you're acting like the way that I'm using terms in this scenario
So, Parker,
is
I love
so
this.
complicated that you
So,
can't
Parker, I love
understand
this.
it.
This is why I'm so sad we couldn't have met on Jubilee, but I'm going to call out Jubilee. They don't pay for travel. They don't pay for hotels. Me and you were supposed to debate, but they don't pay for none of that. They only are like, oh, I'm going to give you $75. Like, bro,
I
what?
guess you just don't have enough followers then.
Yeah, I guess not. Oh, yeah, you got the money, guys.
Hey, I live in Los
leftist-
Angeles, so they've
Hey,
never paid me for any of that
Hey,
either.
the
But
leftist, he's bragging about the champagne socialist, everybody. Talking about that
we're
money.
not
champagne
socialists.
socialist.
No, I was just saying that they pay for Dean's flights. So
Again, champagne socialist. You got that money, everybody. Got that money.
I'm not a socialist.
But anyways, I love that. You're like, look at me, I got all that money. But yeah, Jubilee is a joke because they don't even pay for flight. But they will take
Pay for
your
your own
clips.
flight, then.
They'll make money. They reached out to me and said, hey, we want to use your likeness and clip you, but we won't even pay for your travel. So you're
Yeah.
siding with the bourgeoisie, brother, Mr. Marxist, Mr. Neo-Marxist.
Cope,
But anyways,
Cope. I'm
Cope?
not a
Okay, so
neo-Marxist.
side
I'm not a
with-
socialist. I don't know why you
okay.
keep trying to brand me
Hey,
that way.
So you're Mr. Leftist is siding with
I'm
the,
not a leftist. I'm a progressive liberal.
So you're progressive
You're
is
just
siding
you're
with
just
the,
jealous that Jubilee's
So
not
you're-
paying for your
Oh,
airplane ticket.
So the progressive is siding with the rich. Oh
Yeah, I'm siding with Jubilee over the AV show. Yeah.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
yeah.
You're siding with the rich. Good job.
Yeah, Jubilee should not have
That was
paid for
easy.
your airplane ticket. I agree with
Oh,
that.
because you're afraid to debate me in person.
No, then how about you pay for your own flight?
If you want my likeness, if you want to make money and profit
Okay, well
off
then
of
stop
me, you gotta
crying.
stand
Stop
for my
crying then.
plight.
Stop crying.
No, wait.
Well, you're doing
wait.
that right now. You're
Wait,
doing.
wait, if you reach out,
I'm gonna use your likeness on the video that I'm dunking
Okay,
you
go
on.
right ahead. Okay, go right ahead. I showed up here. Wait. Did you just false equivalence? Do I have to fly to Los Angeles and set up a debate? I mean, you won't show up to the whatever podcast because you're running from Andrew Wilson. So again, you
I've
won't
already
do that.
debated Andrew Wilson on countless
No,
occasions.
you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No,
On Piers Morgan. I debated him when he came on my live. I've
You
debated him
mute-
on multiple occasions.
No. You do not.
I muted him on Piers Morgan?
Pierce Morgan is a quick shouting match, and like it's a mute fest. Like, what are you talking about?
So is it no, none of us got muted, but let me just clarify. So,
So,
you
Parker-
don't think I debated him on Piers Morgan in front of over 1 million
Did
people?
you have an open debate conversation
Yes.
with Andrew Wilson
Yes.
for 8 hours or for
Wait,
3
for
hours?
8
or for an
hours?
hour?
I'm not going to debate him for 8 hours.
An hour. Okay, an hour. Did you just
Yes,
talk to him?
it was for
face-to-face,
an hour.
man-to-man? You're a liar. It was like you and 3 other people.
Yeah, that's us debating.
No, that was not you face to face, man. Parker, why are you being disingenuous, bro? Come on.
That's not
Act
disingenuous. That's
real.
me debating him.
Act real.
I am real.
You did not debate him man to man.
I did. He also came up on my live before, and I debated him, and he crashed out. So,
Did you mute?
I probably once because only due to his
Parker.
interruptions. Wait, what do you mean I can't mute if someone interrupts me? You haven't been muted this whole time. So, I mean, you've been able to conduct
Thank you
yourself
for
better
that.
than Andrew Wilson.
Thank you for that.
I mean,
But again,
he'd probably be able to open an olive jar. He can't.
so again, I would purposely not open the olive jar because that doesn't affect my argument at all.
Wait, but he tried to make that joke on Naima because he's like, oh, haha, you're a woman, you can't open up an olive jar, and then he couldn't open up the olive jar himself.
and I saw that, but again, that doesn't really affect his arguments at all. So let's say I
Okay,
tried to open
sure.
an olive jar. Let's say I tried to bench press 300
So
pounds.
wait, so
Let's
then
say I
that wasn't an
couldn't do it.
argument against Naima, right?
No, but let's say I couldn't do it, or let's say I could. You would say, "Oh, you're on steroids. Who cares?" It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the argument. You would still be a progressive anyways. If I could open the olive jar, if I could bench press 300, or if I
Exactly.
couldn't, it doesn't
So
matter.
why did he think it was an argument against Naima? I think it's hilarious because it's an argument against him because he's hypocritical. He tried to make fun of a woman for it because he's like, haha, you're a woman. You can't open up this olive jar. And then he couldn't open it up himself. Yeah, that's hilarious to me because it shows his hypocrisy.
Well, again, it doesn't really show hypocrisy.
That
It
is
just shows-
absolutely hypocrisy. Stop being dishonest.
No, he was talking about the law of averages. On the law of averages, men are stronger than women, correct?
Wait, so then what? So then he's specifically going to give an olive jar to a woman to say that you can't make fun of it to make fun of her?
Okay,
You
let me
can't
put
open
you
it
this
to make
way.
fun of her? You think that's okay to do? To like give her an olive
Well, I
jar
don't- I
to
don't
make
think-
fun of
I
her
don't-
for being a woman is really what you think he's doing there?
Well, no, I don't think we should be making fun of people. But again, if you put 100 women in a line and 100 men in a line, who do you think would open the jars more?
Well, obviously you can acknowledge that men on average are stronger than women.
That's what I'm talking
That
about.
doesn't
and
mean
that's
it's
what's-
okay to then. That does not mean it's okay to then make fun of women for not being able to open up an olive jar. That makes no
I agree,
sense.
but-
Especially
but
when
I
he
agree, but his
himself
point-
couldn't open up the olive jar. That's what's funny about
I
it.
agree, but his point was, listen, his point was on average, men are stronger.
Okay, that's not his point. His point was to
And
make fun of
Naima-
Naima.
But no. And I disagree with him being mean to her, but also Naima says that she has no sympathy for Charlie Kirk being unalived because he was a fascist. So she's also said some
Okay,
very...
that doesn't justify him doing this, and that's also embarrassing. And even so, like she doesn't have to have sympathy. Okay, she
I
can
would have-
acknowledge that the event is wrong without having to have sympathy.
She didn't acknowledge it was wrong.
Yeah, she did.
Show me.
I mean, I would have to go find a clip. I don't know off the top of my head, but I know damn well that she probably said that. So
No, she doesn't.
I
She
just
doesn't
I
believe in
just
the
I think
oppressor
it's
versus
dishonest. Wait,
oppressed.
can you show me a clip of her saying otherwise?
You're the one with the computer.
You're the one who made the claim.
So you just want me to manifest a computer?
You can look it up on your phone. I'll thank some people in the meantime.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
No muting.
You know, while you're looking it up.
I mean, I guess you can mute me if you want to do
Well,
that.
if I'm like thanking people, I'm not muting you. So, Justina, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Justina in the comment section right now. Yep, every single day, isn't it right, Justina?
Well, I'm looking for
Magdalena,
it.
thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much on PayPal. I appreciate it, Magdalena. Thank you. Get some W's for Magdalena in the comment section. Thank you very much. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much, Jessica and Zach. I appreciate it. Thank you. I feel like every guest today has been pretty unhinged.
How am I unhinged? I've been nice to you.
Well, this conversation in general, I feel like has been pretty unhinged. Even if you've been, I do think you have been nicer to me. Then
I've always been nice to you, Parker. What are you talking about?
I don't know about that one, but
When have I been mean to you? Name one time I've been mean to you.
okay. Well, I mean, I can go get the clips and I can show you like a VOD of you debating me about God exists and like literally screaming in the live about me.
Well,
so-
yeah, like I was trolling you because I knew
Oh, you're
like, I
trolling
knew-
me now. Okay, all right.
No,
let me
I knew what-
let me
No,
thank some
Parker, I
people and
knew
then we
what-
can finish.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Michael, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know, right? Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the kind message at the end. Justina as well, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Justina, thank you very much for the $15. Jacob, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Jacob. Ethan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. It's honestly pretty unhinged. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Joseph, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. You know, I see that point. I see that point. It's a good point. Thank you so much, Brittany. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know, right? As well as Celio, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Laura, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what's in the water today. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Autumn, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Megan, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much on Venmo. Get some W's from Megan in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ashley, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes,
say my
literally
computer's
though, right?
turning on.
Ashley, thank you for the $25. I'll make sure to bring that point up. Thank you very much. Jay, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Give a warning of Clinton presidency saying, by the way, if Clinton gets to pick her judges, nothing you can do, folks. Well, yeah, that is definitely a point that they made. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Anjanette, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Quinlan, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, don't worry. I just appreciate you very much. I think we're going to be okay. And Heather as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think maybe it is. Thank you so much. Weeaboo, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hayden, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I think so. Siri, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much, Siri. I appreciate the $20. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. As well as Scarlett, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much for supporting the grift. Thank you very much. Lily, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you for dealing with the patience. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Been trying to work on that. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Again, if you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I also have Mr. Flinch. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Northam, thank you for the $5. Don, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, it was very disturbing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said that's where I saw you before. Yeah, that I must have met you when I was there. FDR, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Brand, thank you for the $2. Me Talk, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Don, thank you for the $5. Pedro, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Brand, thank you for the $5. Silly Llama, thank you for the £5. Don, thank you for the $2 and for the $2 twice. Starry, thank you for the $5. Sparrow, thank you for the $10. Joy with the $14. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Brand with the $5. Malarkey, thank you for the $5. And Don, thank you for the $2. Yes, Joy brought this one up earlier. They said the U.S. State Department defines terrorism as premeditated, politically motivated violence perpetrated against non-combatant targets by subnational groups or clandestine agents. Please check it out. So yeah, actually, based on that definition, if the Capitol was empty, they probably wouldn't define it as Teism. So that is interesting, actually. Alrighty. Hey, did you find your source?
I'm turning on my computer now. That's why I was trying to tell you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was just thanking people and I didn't hear. Alrighty, let me give this a quick second. This will be fun.
Hey, let's go. What's up, Dean? Show your face, brother. Show your face when I'm talking. Oh, it's Santana. I've already beat this guy in a debate.
You said you'd like to see my face.
Show your face, brother.
Are you a fan of my face?
I mean, why would I be a fan? I've been trying to debate you and you've been running, yeah? I've already debated Santana.
Do you agree?
No way you did.
Do you agree that in order to run from somebody in a debate, you have to know that they exist?
You have to know that they exist. No.
Do you agree that that's a necessary precondition for the claim?
Necessary precondition. You know me. You're just trying to big boy me because you got a little following, brother.
Wait, actually, AV, I'm not sure if he does. Because Dean did.
Oh, he does. What are you talking about? He does. He's just trying to big boy me.
You weren't debating us in the community by the time Dean was here.
What are you talking about?
Did you just accuse me of taking steroids? You know, honestly, that's actually something that I was going to comment on. Earlier, you said that, well, if you could bench press 300 pounds, that we'd accuse you of being on steroids. If you think that it takes a person steroids to be able to bench 300 pounds, then you've probably not been to the gym too often.
Wait. So actually, you didn't even hear the argument. So this is already fun. Show your face if you're going to debate me. So actually, I said even if I could bench press 300 pounds, that doesn't change whether or not you would agree with my argument. So you've already mischaracterized. This is going to be easy to defeat you, Dean.
You made a specific claim about saying how like we.
Show your face, Dean. Show your face.
No.
So you're scared.
No, I'm.
Don't be scared, homie.
I just happened to be eating lunch.
You can't show your face. What are you afraid to? Oh, get a little messy spaghetti on your face, coward.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to if the option of
eating some
having
spaghetti.
my camera off is
Come on,
available.
come on.
I think it's super interesting that he's hyper fixated on you putting your face on the screen as if you don't go live every day with your face on the screen.
Yeah, I've
Like,
never got this. I've never got this line of argumentation before. Like you'll be able to see my face.
Santana, I've already beat you. Like, you're a neo-Marxist. It's easy.
You want to debate, AV? Do you think abortion's murder?
So, again, we can debate all this, but I want you to turn on your face. I want to see what you're eating. Spaghetti? What do you got? Some chicken tendies? Are you Chick-fil-A?
If I tell you what I'm eating, will you?
I won't know if you're lying. What do you like? Proof of God? You need to show me proof.
I'm eating some.
I don't believe you.
I'm eating some protein mac and cheese.
It could be a photo. You have to like show your face eating it. It could be.
You saw the spoon. You saw the fork move, by the way.
Yeah.
Is this like some weird Is this like some weird king shit? Like what is?
It has to be.
So
it literally has to be.
So they won't debate. All right.
So just to clarify, you won't debate me unless I show my face?
I mean, why are you afraid to show your face?
Because I just don't want to. It's okay to have a preference against doing something.
So you're a coward. Got it.
Okay. Yes.
Also-
well, would you like to debate the coward on why you think that abortion is wrong?
Let's debate anything. Let's go.
Why is
Okay, so
abortion
let's
murder?
start at the very beginning. Why are you?
Well, actually, I don't
elected?
want to hijack. I don't want to hijack Parker.
No,
No,
let's
go ahead.
Dean.
Go ahead, Dean.
No, Dean, let's go. Come on,
Yeah.
buddy. Come
Do
on,
you think
Dean.
that abortion is murder?
Wait. Let's start at the very beginning. Why are you a leftist?
Okay, so you're dodging the claim.
No. I'll destroy your abortion argument, but I want to start at the very beginning, Dean.
Wow.
Why
okay.
are you
He's
a
running.
leftist?
He's running.
No,
He's
I'm
just
going
gonna
to
call
answer
you a
your
leftist
abortion.
and a neo-Marxist the whole time. That's all he did with me.
No.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can answer
listen.
your abortion claim.
Listen, I'm familiar.
Answer
I'm
the
familiar.
question, Dean.
Listen,
Why are you a
everybody.
leftist?
I'm familiar with the AVs of the world, and if you give them an inch,
So-
they'll run with it and take a mile, right?
So you can't answer the
So,
question.
Yeah, I'm refusing to answer your question because
you're
you're refusing
scared.
to answer mine. No, I just happen
You know
to
how
ask
many
my question
times I've
first.
debated abortion, but you can't tell people why you're
I just
a leftist?
happen
So
to
you
ask
can't tell
my
people
question
why you're a
first.
leftist? Are you
I just
admitting you're a
believe-
grifter?
I just believe in
Are you
linear
admitting
dialogue.
you're a grifter?
No, I'm admitting that I believe in linear dialogue, Ivy.
So why are you a leftist?
I asked
You know
my
how many
question
times I
first.
debated abortion? I
I asked my
Parker on
question
abortion.
first.
What
You
are you
can
talking
explain
about?
why you think abortion is
Hey,
murder.
Avi, can you just
Can
answer
explain
his
why
question and
abortion
then
is
he'll
murder?
answer any questions you have?
Well, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
wait,
just-
so
I'm
Parker,
gonna
so he has to
I'm gonna-
guarantee.
I'm gonna- I'm gonna
Can we get a
refrain from dodging
guarantee?
from the dialogue thing.
Parker, can we get a guarantee?
Yeah,
You'll
we
tell
can
us why.
get a
Stop
guarantee that we will
crying.
talk about your argument there right after you talk about abortion.
Wait.
Yeah.
No, I want a guarantee. He'll
Yeah.
tell us why he's a leftist.
Yeah, after abortion debate, I'm done.
No, he said he's done. See, he's not even going to answer. He's a coward.
No, I said I'm down.
You're
He said
down
he's
for
down.
what? Okay. All right. Everyone's record that. Screen record
Yep.
that.
This
All
is
right.
already recorded. It's already on live.
Oh, no.
So what's the argument?
golly.
What's the
Alright,
argument that
so-
abortion is murder, Avi?
All right. So where's your arbitrary line? What is it? Sentience? What is it? What is it? Conception? What is it? When do you
Wow.
want to take the baby's life? When do you?
Wow, that doesn't seem like
Where's
an
your
argu-
arbitrary line? Where's
It
your
doesn't seem-
arbitrary line? Because you're an
Okay.
atheist. You have
Wow.
subjective morals.
Mhm.
Where do you put your arbitrary line, Dean?
Wow, a couple
Where do you
massive
put your
blunders.
arbitrary line? Tell me.
A couple
Is it
massive.
sentience? When is it? When they can feel experiences? When do you want to kill the baby? Tell me.
Sure, yeah, Avi. There's a couple massive blunders there in your position. Let's
No,
go ahead and walk through.
Tell
Okay,
me.
go ahead.
No,
You have
no.
something
Tell
to say.
me. Where do you put your arbitrary line? Tell me.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll get around to your question. There's
Why
just a
can't
couple.
you answer
Oh, well,
one question?
So the reason why I can't answer a question is because you're interrupting me, Avi.
Bro is a coward. Answer.
Oh, okay. Then stop talking. It's pretty easy.
Just show your face, coward. Come on.
Jesus,
bro.
is this guy okay? I don't know. Anyways,
He's not.
yeah. Don't worry.
Santana, I've already beat you. Silence.
Don't worry. I'll answer your question, but first we have to address the major blunders in that statement. So the first
How could
blunder
it be a
was
blunder if you didn't answer?
Holy
ma-
shit, shut the fuck up.
so the blunders were on your end. So the first
You didn't
blunder on
answer.
your end. The first blunder on your end was a fact that I asked the question, "Why do you think abortion was murder?" And then in response, you deflected away from that question and instead decided to ask me why I don't think abortion is murder. So you burden shifted the nature of the question.
No. So again,
that was your first
I
blunder.
didn't deflect.
Now, your second blunder, okay, was then when you went
muted
on
me?
to say, I did
Who's
because you
muting
interrupted me. Then your second blunder was when you
don't
went on
be
to
a
say that I have subjective
Don't
morality.
mute.
So don't pre-assume my meta-ethical
Don't
view.
mute.
In fact, I'm not a subjectivist. I believe that morality is objective by nature. But now to answer your question, well, I believe it is the capacity to intellectualize and which gives rise to moral value. And that occurs at around 20 through 24 weeks. If you'd like to know what the capacity to intellectualize is, feel free to ask. But I would
If
really
you're-
appreciate it if
okay.
you'd stop dodging away from
If
my
you're gonna
question,
if you're
which
gonna
was,
debate me,
why
don't
do you think
mute me like a
abortion is
little
murder?
bitch. Do not.
If you're
mute
gonna
me.
debate me, then don't
If you're gonna
interrupt me. like
debate
the
me,
li-
show your
then
face and don't
child.
mute.
Then don't
Be a man.
interrupt.
Don't
Be a
mute.
man. Be a man. Don't interrupt. Whatever.
Okay,
Jesus,
well,
listen
be
to
a man
yourself.
and don't mute.
Be a man. Don't interrupt.
Show your face.
Shut up and give a response.
Hey, so again, the point of why I was asking where your arbitrary line is because it doesn't matter if I believe that it starts at conception or whenever. You would just say, well, it doesn't matter because I believe 23 weeks, or I believe it starts here at consciousness, or when they do this or that or whatever, because you have subjective morality. You just pick a point where you think it's okay or not okay to take the baby's life because you have dehumanized the baby and just say it's a clump of cells. You don't care, and you just pick an arbitrary line. That's why your pro-choice argument is dumb, because even though you may agree on the 23, 24 weeks, other progressives will say, well, actually, I believe in full-term abortion because it's the woman's choice and her body, her choice. And if she wants to abort that baby at 9 months, then let her do her thing, boo-boo.
Wow, another couple really big blunders. So the first blunder that I'd have to point out is the
I just
fact
showed
that
how
you
your
think-
subjective morality was destroyed. Call out the AAVE because you're going to cry about that because...
Holy fuck, shut up.
Cry about it.
So you made some massive blunders. In fact, everything that you said was a massive blunder. Your first massive blunder was to say that my line about abortion is arbitrary. So arbitrariness means to find something to be the case without sufficient reason. So you're implicating that I don't have good reason to believe that the capacity to intellectualize is what gives and grants the fetus moral deservance. This claim is false. I have a very basic and a very simple inductive argument insofar as why I believe that the capacity to intellectualize is what grants moral deservance. Now, your second big blunder was to assume that I think morality is subjective. Now, if you stopped talking for less than 3 seconds, you would have heard me say in my last statement that I do not believe that the nature of morality is subjective. In fact, I think that the nature of morality is objective. Now, your third big blunder was your explanation of why you think that I think morality is subjective. You said that because different people disagree on when the fetus gets moral deservance, that therefore the claim that the fetus does have moral deservance is subjective. First and foremost, this critique would apply to your position as well. Second of all, this actually is not a critique of objectivism versus subjectivism, because objectivism doesn't mean everybody agrees, and subjectivism doesn't mean everybody disagrees. Objectivism means stance independently true, and subjective means stance dependently true. You just simply don't know what you're talking about because you're a low-tier, low-IQ debater who's probably been out of the game for way too long to keep up. Now go ahead and respond to the position that the capacity to intellectualize, which is given rise at around 20 through 24 weeks, is what makes the fetus deserving of moral consideration. Then don't interrupt me, coward.
So you just said I was low IQ, but you said my beliefs, I believe, I came to the conclusion. That's subjective, you moron. You said I came to this conclusion by doing my research. That's subjective, you idiot.
So if I come to the conclusion through my research that 2 plus 2 is 4, do you think that this means that the claim...
come to a different conclusion. That's what makes it subjective, you idiot.
Wow,
Dean, I thought you were smarter than
blunder.
this. And you have 5 million followers.
Massive blunder,
You're an
wow.
absolute moron.
Massive blunder. Okay, so I just want to clarify. AV is arguing... No, don't interrupt me, coward. I just want to clarify that AV is arguing that because I said my belief, this must mean that I'm communicating some type of subjective proposition, okay? This is going to be further from the truth. Folks, let's define belief. The definition of a belief is a proposition in which you find to be true. An example of a proposition that I find to be true is that 2 plus 2 is 4. Therefore, it is my belief that 2 plus 2 is 4. AV, would you say that it's therefore subjectively true that 2 plus 2 is 4?
He got flagged. AV, do you have a different account?
Yeah, I have like 7.
All right, join on your other account. All right, give that a second, everyone. That was brutal. I'm sorry that it was halfway through. I just can't lose the account, so I got to kick him right away.
I'm about to say, while he goes to get another account to crash out, I want to formally take a moment to blame Dean. Hashtag blame Dean, because all morning, because I was listening to Parker's live, and on my live, I don't know what's going on. Dean, I have no clue what the hell you did to these people, but they are losing their shit about you today, and it's been unhinged. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, Dean, everyone's hating you, bro. It's everyone on the line. No, I'm just kidding. I've only had one person say anything about Dean. My other debates though today have been unhinged. Like I had I had 2 people admit they have TDS to me. Oh, you're good. You're good. I had 2 people admit that they have TDS today. that they have Trump devotion syndrome.
I had one guy come back on like 3 accounts specifically wanting to talk about Dean. And I've been doing this thing when they'll come up and it's like, oh, you Parker or Dean. I'm like, who? Who are you talking about? And it makes him so mad. And the guy was just like losing his shit.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Yeah, what's been going on, bro? Alrighty.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we hear you. Do you need to define something real quick? So he'll ask his question once he gets right back. I'm going to thank some people in the meantime real quick. Humanity, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Humanity matters. Thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you. Scarlett, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much, Scarlett. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we also thank Steph? Thank you so much for the $1. I'll make sure to try to check that one out. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Ethan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I actually think I'm fully caught up. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, AV, can you thank all the donors for sending me money?
Hey, I'm happy that you're getting my. Hey, I'm actually happy you're successful.
Well, thank you very much.
I wanted
AB,
you to be
can you
successful.
also add
I'm happy you're
Jenny?
successful too.
Can you also
So
add
again,
Jenny? Jenny,
I
thank you
don't
for the
hate.
one. CD, thank you so much for the 8th. Yeah, CD said, make them turn his camera off before the birth rates get worse. I do think that's a thing.
More ad
And
homs.
Ashley, I'm
More
just
ad
reading
homs.
off a donation. Just reading off a
Let's
donation.
go.
Ashley,
Let's go. More ad
thank you
homs.
so
Let's
much.
go, baby.
Thank you
Let's
so much
go.
for the 25.
That's
You
all you
said,
got.
for the love of God,
Hey,
please let
Vladimir
him know
Lenin,
that
look
Dean
it
has
up.
a girlfriend and he's not
Vladimir Lenin.
interested. Like, yeah,
Vladimir
it's
Lenin, look it
been
up.
super weird.
Called tar and feathering.
The birth
That's what they
rates
do.
are going to be cooked, bro. They're
Hey,
going to be
look it up.
cooked.
Look it up.
Yeah, this
Vladimir Lenin. What they're doing is tar and feathering. They make fun of you if they can't debate you. So they're tar and feathering.
AV, there was just a
Vladimir
little bit of a
Lenin.
joke,
Look it
bro.
up.
It's okay.
No.
Someone made a
No,
joke.
you
It's
can-
okay. No need to be triggered.
He's so
He's
sensitive.
on his feelings because someone made a little
Hey,
joke.
Vladimir Lenin. Hey,
So the reason
Vladimir
why
Lenin, let's go.
the reason
Vladimir
why he's in
Lenin.
his. Could you stop trying to flex
Hey,
your bias?
Dean,
It's
shut your
kind
mouth
of-
and turn on your camera and debate me, homie.
So weird.
Okay. By the way, I just thought I'd point it out. I think I wear.
By
it
the
better.
way, turn on your camera, coward.
AV, please chill.
I think that I
Yeah,
wear
let's
it.
go. Yeah, let's go.
I think that I wear it a bit better than
Hey,
you
let's
do.
go.
So we'll get back to the debate. That's fine. So,
All right,
the
so
last-
Bro,
all right, let's
AV,
read-
I'm sorry,
all right,
before we
listen to what
continue,
you said.
AV, how do you feel that you just got frame mogged by Dean?
Frame mog. Well, let's go in person. We can box and debate. Let's go.
You've been frame mogged by Dean Withers. Okay,
I wouldn't want to
Wait,
send you to the
I'll box Santana,
wouldn't-
Dean, and Parker.
go ahead,
I
Dean.
wouldn't want to send you to the hospital, AV. I'd feel too bad. But
But
back.
me versus you. Let's go.
I'm sorry. Like I said, I just.
Wait, Dean, me versus you. Let's go. MMA or
I wouldn't
boxing.
listen.
Let's
I
go.
wouldn't do that to you. It'd
How
be
tall
unfair.
are you? Are you
It'd be
5'2"?
No,
Are
I'm
you
6'5" and a half.
5'4"?
6'5" and a half.
Hey, let's
Thank you.
go. Let's go, baby.
It'd be-
Let's go.
it'd be
How
unfair.
much you weigh, homie?
Yeah,
How much you weigh?
285 lean muscle on a Tuesday.
Let's go. Let's go. I'll take on you, Santana, and Parker at the same time. Let's go.
All right, now that we're done being cavemen, let's go to get back to the argument.
Dean.
So the last thing.
I'll
you have
debate
something
you,
to say?
then I'll whoop your ass.
AV.
'Cause AV316 says I whoop.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Go ahead,
He's,
Dean. Make
he's
your
gonna
point.
get another violation if he doesn't fucking stop.
Well, he has 8 accounts apparently, so
Listen,
we'll be fine.
I have this effect on people. I make them crash.
I'm just saying, if you want the smoke, you can come get it. Let's go MMA.
Jesus Christ, I'd probably like compulsorily puke on the floor because of how terrible you smell due to the fact that you haven't taken a shower in 4 months. Now, back to the debate.
Actually, it's been 6 months, so get it right.
Okay, yeah, my apologies. Now, back to the debate. The last
Actually,
thing
it's
that
been
you
8
said,
months. Get it right.
AV, chill, bro.
So, the last thing that you said was that because it's my
Let me
belief.
spawn.
So, the
Dean, I'm
last thing
so
that you
sorry.
said. The last thing that you said is that because it's my belief that the capacity to intellectualize is what gives rise to moral deservance on behalf of the fetus. Therefore, that claim is subjective. Listen, massive blunder. I understand that you're philosophically low tier. I'll explain it to you. So you're right to assume that a belief is mind dependent because a belief is a subjective mental attitude. However, the things that make a belief true, i.e. the truth makers of the proposition you find to be the case, are not mind dependent. I find it to be mind independently true, okay, that the capacity to intellectualize is what gives moral deservance to life. I find it to be mind independently true that a fetus prior to 20 through 24 weeks, because they lack the capacity to intellectualize, is not the type of thing that you could do wrongdoing upon.
So, Dean, you're not really this stupid, are you?
Could you give an argument?
So again, there's either the truth or there's not the truth. This whole new leftism thing, like, I'm going to speak my truth. No, there's the truth or there's a lie. Okay? So we have to come to what is the truth, and that's the objective truth. Okay? The subjective truth is you left is saying, well, my truth is this.
I'm saying it is objectively true that the capacity to intellectualize is what makes the fetus have moral deservance. How many times do I have to repeat this?
You are No, but you are subjectively pointing to this and saying, well, just because at
Hey,
this
AV, can I
24
ask you a
weeks,
question?
I am going to subjectively pick that
No, there's nothing subjective about it. There's nothing subjective or arbitrary about it.
Dean,
I have a
listen,
very
Dean,
basic
I know
inductive
you're a
case.
pseudo-intellectual. Dean, listen, you're a pseudo-intellectual. But listen, buddy. Listen, pseudo-intellectual. Turn your camera on when I'm talking to you,
okay.
boy. Turn your camera on, boy. I'm talking to you. Dean, turn your camera on when I'm talking to you, boy.
You're making this so weird. Just finish your
Shut
point.
your mouth. I've already beat you.
Holy shit.
I've already beat you. I've already
You
baked
couldn't on your best
You're a
day. Just finish your
neo-Marxist.
point.
You've already tried a Vladimir Lenin technique of tar and feather. You already tried it.
What?
Oh my god.
Dude, chill, bro.
Just because
you just got
say words
insulted by
doesn't
someone.
mean that the words you're saying are correct.
Did
Exactly.
you try to defeat
Wait, hold
me
up,
through debate or ad hoc?
AV. Calm down for
I
a
haven't
second.
had an opportunity because you won't stop running your mouth.
already
Parker,
debated.
you're muted.
Oh,
You're
thank
muted.
you. Sorry,
already
I muted myself because of the background noise. So AV, just chill out real quick. I need you to like just chill. Let Dean fully make his point, and you can then make your point after.
Wow.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
go one person, then the next person. Okay, can we do that?
Yeah, listen, like I said, you're low tier AV. We both have an argument for when we think that the fetus has moral value. The reason why I think that my argument is true and your argument is false is because my argument entails zero absurdities. Meanwhile, your argument entails many absurdities. So what is your argument? When do you think that the fetus becomes morally valuable?
So, Dean, I think all fetuses are valuable.
Why?
That is the objective truth because I believe all human life is valuable.
Why?
You draw an arbitrary line based on your subjective morality.
Why do you think that our species...
Let me finish. If you want my answer, you got to let me finish. So silence, low IQ, and turn on your camera when I'm talking to you. You need a haircut, by the way. So turn on your camera when I'm talking to you.
No.
I'm the AV show. Know who you're talking to. I'm your superior. I was here before you, buddy.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. You have 2,000 followers. I have over 10 million.
This is
and
like
you
my
were here
8th
before me.
account. I would have more followers than you if they didn't kick me off of here.
Wow, pretty delusional.
Yeah.
Wasn't he crying earlier about like
all of you?
He was
I would
literally
smoke every
crying
single one of you in
earlier.
debate.
He was crying
I would
earlier about
smoke
people
every
quote
single one
unquote
of you in
big
debate.
boying him. But now like he's making excuses as far as like, oh, followers. Like what are we doing? Like where do you put your value?
He just said that he was bigger than me.
No, you brought it up.
Can we just evaluate how crazy of a take it is, how egotistical, narcissistic it is to think that you'd have more followers than Dean if you just kept going? Like, how fucking crazy do you think you are, bro?
Also, dude,
How fucking crazy is this guy,
For the
bro?
love of God, AV, please stop
No, wait,
flexing
Dean,
your bicep.
answer this question.
Please stop flexing your
The
bicep.
self-importance, like the fucking.
no, no.
Oh my gosh, dude.
AB,
Let's
can
do
you
MMA.
please, AB, can you please stop
Hey, if
flexing
you
your
think
bicep?
I'm weak, hey Dean, you think I'm weak? Then let's do
Yeah.
MMA. Let's do MMA.
I would put you in the
Come
hospital.
on, buddy.
It'd be
You
too
think I'm
unfair.
weak? You think I'm a coward? Let's do MMA.
It'd be too unfair, AB.
Okay, then come on. If it's unfair, come on, set it up. Hey,
Sorry,
Julie,
I'm a good
Julie,
guy.
quit being cheap. Set up an MMA match.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that to such a weak little guy.
Oh, so you're afraid to debate me and you're afraid to MMA and
No,
box.
I'm just the bigger guy, literally and metaphorically. Right?
Okay,
Because I'm
AB,
metaphorically the
wait.
bigger guy. I wouldn't do that to the little guy. You know?
AV, I would set it up for you, but you'd have to pay for your own flight.
Hey,
And we know how that
Santana,
goes.
I'll box you too.
We know how that one goes. If you would have to pay for your own flight, and we know you're not going to do that one.
By the way, I thought that I'd clarify that he still hasn't given an argument for why he thinks the
I'm
abortion
trying
is
to give an
wrong.
argument. Are you ready?
Yeah, what's the argument?
After I bounce your head off the canvas in an MMA match, I'll tell you about the abortion thing. So I give all life, no matter the race, no matter the class, doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, I believe all life is sacred. So there is no arbitrary line for me. If you're trying to take the life of a baby, I believe you are evil.
AV, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
So we're talking about babies, and now you're moving the goalpost.
Well,
again.
they're
So
still
now you're
cellularly speaking
No,
alive.
no, wait. Now you're talking about sentience. So now you're moving the goalpost to sentience. See? This is what I mean.
I'm not moving
Arbitrary line.
goalpost. I asked you a question.
You're talking about sentience now.
Wait, I asked you a question. Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Do you think it's
So
do
now
you
you're-
think do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
You're talking about sentience, that they lost sentience and now they're never going to regain sentience again.
Yes.
If they're never going to be able to recover again, and they're in a vegetative state, I believe most people would want to pull the plug. Yeah.
Okay, so you think it's not murder, right?
No, it is. You're taking their life.
So it is murder?
Yeah, but you're being merciful because no one wants to be in a vegetative state.
Wait, no, murder is unjustified, right?
No, if you're in a okay, let me ask you this: do you want to be in a vegetative?
Listen, let me.
Dean, silence.
Let me hop in here.
Silence. Let me
describe
answer.
this to you.
Let me answer.
You're
Silence.
so clearly lost.
Let me
David.
answer. Silence. Low
All right,
IQ.
bro. Dig your own grave.
Low
first, man,
IQ.
it's fine.
Silence.
Let him keep digging, Dean.
Yeah, keep on
So
digging.
again,
Dean.
Parker, would you want to be in a vegetative state, or if you were in a vegetative state, would you want someone to show you mercy and pull the plug?
I would be okay with my family pulling the plug in that scenario if I was in a state of being brain
So
dead.
it wouldn't be murder. It would be mercy.
Okay, so you agree it's not murder under your view. Okay, so then even though it's the ending of a cellular life,
It would be mercy. But you taking the life of an innocent child for no reason other than, man, I want to go.
So wait, it sounds
Let
like
me
the distinction
finish.
that you're making is just the value that you put in the decision. So it's not the decision, but it's the value that you put on the decision, where one you deem to be mercy and the other you deem to be murder, but it's the same action.
Yeah, can I also hop in
You
here real
believe?
quick?
Wait. So Santana, let's go into that. If you want to debate, I'll debate all three of you at the same time. This is easy. So Santana, do you believe babies are innocent?
What do you mean? Do I believe a fetus or a baby? A fetus or a baby?
No. Fetus is a baby. Okay.
A fetus is not a baby.
Okay. Well, then we fundamentally disagree, and you're despicable. Okay. So,
Okay.
anyways, all right. Because I believe.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with
is it my turn now?
Here, I'll try to find
my
common
turn now,
ground.
Ivy?
with you. I'll try to find common ground.
Yeah,
You believe-
can we actually let Dean finish his point? Because I just wanted to ask him that question just to clarify his position.
I was trying to defeat your argument, Parker, but oh my God. Okay, fine, whatever. Let's go.
Okay.
Listen, we hear this from a lot of pro-lifers. A very typical pro-life stance is to say that, well, the pro-choicer is placing subjective and arbitrary value on human life because they have a container of what lives they do value and what lives they don't value. Well, see, the thing is that we actually all have a standard for what we do and don't value. The same way my standard is capacity to intellectualize, your standard is just being a human that is living. So if you think that by definition, my position is arbitrary and subjective because I have a self-imposed standard of what I find to be of value and what I don't find to be of value, then so is yours. By definition, from your perspective, your position is also arbitrary and subjective because you have a standard of what you do find to be of value and what you don't find to be of value. We all have a standard of what we do and don't value. My standard is a capacity to intellectualize. Your standard is being a human that is alive.
You're so like low IQ, Dean. I expected more from you. So again, if you believe, I'm sure you believe in Darwinism. I'm sure you believe in all these different things, correct?
What?
Yes.
Ad hom and then random question, by the way. No argument
No,
yet.
I'm trying to get somewhere. I don't know why leftists cannot answer a question. Do you believe in Darwinism? Do you believe in
We believe
survival?
evolution. Yes, we believe in evolution.
Okay. Do you believe in that, Dean?
Yes.
Okay. So how is it insane for me to say that I care for my species and I want my species to live?
Sure. The reason why
that is for literally every single different species.
Yeah, I could tell you why.
Wants to thrive. The gazelle wants to live. The lion wants to live. The human wants to live. You are taking an anti-human position.
Yeah.
Because actually what you are doing is saying, well, actually, I'm going to put an arbitrary line at 23, 24 weeks, and I'm going to abort more humans than have been genocided in any wars ever combined.
Yeah, sure. I'll tell you
Listen,
why.
let me finish, low IQ.
I'll tell
let
you
me
why
finish,
species
you absolute
essentialism is
fool.
false.
Let me finish. Silence. Silence when I'm talking, boy. So again, you are putting an arbitrary line at 23, 24 weeks. I am putting an emphasis on my species saying that we all matter. All lives matter.
Yeah.
You are saying, well,
So I could tell you why species essentialism is false if you want the counter argument.
so you're saying preserving your own species is incorrect. Okay, so now
Yeah.
you're
Wait, so
really
no.
stupid. Let's go.
We can just show him how
No,
this.
wait.
AV.
You're
This doesn't
really
apply
dumb.
in the
Let's
situation
go.
where the individual's brain dead, right?
Wait. You're really dumb. Let's keep going. Okay. I didn't
Shut
expect
the
Dean.
fuck up and let Dean speak. Holy
Wait. I didn't know
here's
Dean
why.
was going to be this dumb. Let's go.
Here's why species essentialism is false, okay? Because it's clearly the case that if a non-human had a mind like ours, we would give them moral value. Like, hypothetically, if Krypton were real and Superman came to America, would we say that Superman has moral value and the right to life? Yeah, we would.
Yes, I'm about, wait.
But
I'm
is
actually about to
Superman
destroy
a
this
human being? No,
Dean,
he isn't.
Dean, I'm
So
about
this
to
is
destroy this
the
argument.
best counter-argument, right? That demonstrates why species essentialism is false.
He got another flag, so that I actually have to do a restart on the stream now because that's the second flag.
Fuck.
So for the 9.2 thousand people here on the TikTok stream, I'll be right back here in a few seconds, everybody. We just got to hit a quick restart real quick. Literally, it'll take 10 seconds. All you have to do is click the profile picture in the top left, click it again, and then refresh. Make sure to follow. It's the best way to come right back. Everyone's coming back, right? All right, bet. All right, I'll see y'all there in a quick second. Alrighty. Quick restart. That's super annoying, but that's what we got to do. Alrighty, random dude on the internet. Thank you so much for the $28. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he was so insufferable, isn't it? Yeah, he's kind of crazy. We'll probably finish this conversation, especially with them, and then probably move on at some point. The Rogue Soul, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Cash, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, here on the TikTok stream. Tap that screen, everybody. Tap that screen. It will help run it out to more people. We're going to get Dean, Santana, and them back on the stream for the debates. Only send a guest request. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, as always, everyone.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify that there's a reason why AB is speaking in circles and just like randomly like weaving in random claims such as like wanting to box, turning the cameras on, and saying a bunch of random shit. It's because AB is legitimately low tier, low IQ, can't track an argument. And in the last 50 minutes of this dialogue, we've been able to progress maybe 3 steps along in the dialogue
No,
tree
I was about to
of
destroy
why
your
abortion
Superman
is
argument.
good or bad.
Oh, here. I'm about to destroy your Superman argument. You want me to show
He
you
didn't
how?
even get to finish because you wouldn't stop interrupting.
Okay, finish your Superman argument. Let's go, Dean. Come on. You got
Yeah,
this, brother.
listen, your argument is that abortion is murder because the fetus is of value because it's
Finish
a
your
member of the human
argument.
species. And your argument that underpins that, or more so, your principle that underpins that is that you think that all members of the human species are morally valuable. All right, so for everybody watching, we call this species essentialism. Species essentialism is the view that all members of your respective species are morally valuable. All right, well, first and foremost, this kind of results down to a paradox. Why do I say this? Well, if some species stronger than humans was on Earth and killed humans to eat them, AV would have to say, from the perspective of the other species, they were not doing anything wrong due to the fact that humans are not a member of their species. The second reductio to species essentialism is that AV would not grant moral value to non-humans, even those with minds similar to humans. A fictional example of a non-human with a mind and abilities and aptitudes similar to humans would be Superman. So, if Superman was real, came from Krypton to Earth, AV would say that because Superman does not fulfill his necessary criteria of being a member of the human species, that therefore Superman does not have moral deservance.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, so again, that was incoherent and very bad because again, if another species came down and they were stronger than humans, I would say that was okay and I would let them just genocide us. You're an idiot. By my own argument, I would try to defend my own species because I would look for the preservation of my species, just like how I'm against abortion. So you're wrong there. And for the second part about Superman coming down and would I treat him with respect, yeah, I would treat him with respect, but if I had to choose between him and a human to save, I would choose a human because I am a human. So again, you don't make any sense, Dean. You try to act all philosophical and smart, but you're like low IQ, brother.
Wow. Okay. So that was a nice dodge. So my claim was.
Wait, stop. How was that a dodge? I answered both your hypotheticals.
Yeah.
How was
well,
that
you
a
didn't.
dodge? That
So
was like a pure bullseye, brother. That was like
I'll tell you
straight
the
through
reason
the
why
dome.
that was a
That was
dodge.
straight through the.
Okay,
straight through
AV,
the
stop,
dome.
stop. So, by the way, would you rather
So-
save a zygote or Superman?
Okay.
Well,
Answer the question.
Yeah, if you were in a burning building, you could either save a zygote or Superman. Who would you rather save?
A human.
So
You'd rather save the zygote?
Superman?
So
He just got another flag.
what are you guys?
Ain't
kidding
no
with me?
fucking way.
Dude, this guy, man. That's his third one, bro.
He can't stop crashing out.
I mean, listen, he's just an idiot. He's just loads here. That's just the nature of what it means to be a white man that supports Trump.
The thing that's like really throwing me is
That's gonna make him so mad, Dean. You have no
he's
clue.
he's a pseudo intellectual, and like he's telling Dean, "Oh, it's such like a low IQ argument," just because he doesn't understand it. Like it's so weird. It's so weird.
Yeah, but
Alright.
just to be clear, the reason why I said that he dodged was because my claim was that intrinsic to his position, he wouldn't believe that Superman would have moral value, right? And then in response, he said that he would save a human over Superman. Well, for the reason that Parker pointed out, even that's absurd, right? It's very insane to suggest that we would value a zygote more than Superman. But that wasn't the claim that I made. The claim that I made was not that from AV's perspective, he would value a human more than Superman, but rather that from AV's perspective, he wouldn't value Superman at all. What reasons would you have to give moral value to Superman's life, AV?
So again, this is actually a horrible. Can you hear me? This is actually a horrible
Are
argument.
you going to answer the question?
Yes,
What
yes,
reasons would you have
let me finish.
to grant
Let
moral
me
value to
finish.
Superman's life?
Let me finish.
What
The
reasons
same
would you
reason-
have to
Let me
grant
finish.
the right to life to
Let me
Superman?
finish. The same reason why pro-lifers give that same distinction to dogs or to whatever. Because again, we're not just
What
going
is
out
the
here
reason why
unalive.
Superman would have the
Listen,
right to
let me
life?
finish. Because just because we don't see something as a human or as equal to us doesn't mean we're just going to unalive it. That
That's
doesn't
not
even
the
make
question
sense.
that I asked you. The question that I asked you is what reasons do you have to give Superman the right to life?
What do you mean the right to life? What are you talking about? So again, you're not
An
even
entitlement
you're not
to
even
one's
making,
own life.
Wait, you're not even making sense. So you're implying.
Oh, okay,
that,
okay. Let me
you're
let me
implying.
tell you.
No,
Let
listen,
me tell you what a
Dean,
right to
Dean,
life
listen,
is, AV.
Dean.
So a right to life would be a negative right, which would be an entitlement, okay, to your own life, making it morally wrong for somebody else to end your life. So answer the questions.
So you are
okay?
implying.
What
No.
reasons would you have to give the right to life to Superman?
The right to life to Superman. Well, I would take his right to life if he tried to take the lives of other humans, like you were
That's
saying.
not the question I asked you.
So
the
again-
question I asked you is what reasons would you have to grant the right to life to Superman? Listen, the reason why you're stumbling, the reason why you're stumbling here is because when
Let
I
me
asked
answer
you
and
why
quit muting
abortion
me.
is wrong, which is basically asking
Let
what
me
reasons
answer
do you
and quit
have
muting
to
me.
give the fetus the
Let
right
me
to
answer.
life, was because they're a member of the human species.
Let me answer.
So now you're absolutely
answer.
stun-locked by a
No, let me
debater
answer. You're
3
talking
trillion
over me.
times
Let me
better than
answer.
yourself
Let me answer.
because Superman's
talking
not
over
a
me.
human.
Let me answer.
If Superman was real,
Let me
what
answer.
reasons would you have to grant Superman the
Let
right
me
to
answer.
life?
Let me answer. So again, the same reason why humans don't just go out there and take the lives of all the squirrels, all the deer, just massacre everything. If you're not trying to eradicate us, then 9 times out of 10 we're not going to try to eradicate you unless you're a bad actor or you're a horrible person or have a bad ideology like you. You're a Bolshevik. So again.
Okay, let me
These-
explain to you why this isn't an answer.
So no, it is. Let me finish.
But no,
because
listen,
the
you
reason
just haven't answered the question.
Listen. The reason I believe everyone has a right to life is because I have a religious belief. You don't. You are an atheist. You believe, like everything is subjective to you. Like, so you're just gonna be like, well, I believe everyone has a right to life.
Okay,
because-
he's still
Let
not
me
granted an
finish.
answer. He's
Let
still
me
not
finish.
granted an answer.
No,
also,
I'm telling you. Let me
also,
finish.
you think it's wrong when
Can I
people
finish?
kill deers to eat them?
Can I finish?
Can you give me a reason why
Can I
Superman would have the
finish?
right to life under your view?
Are you really that scared for me to finish?
Are you really that scared to tell me the reasons why Superman would have the right
Let
to
me
life under the deer
finish.
species essentialism?
But let me finish. So again, I'm religious. So I don't believe in just going around massacring people for no reason. But if they were trying to harm my people, then I believe in self-righteousness and self-indignation and protecting my people. And that would actually make sense under my worldview, because I would want to protect my species. So if another group of another species came down and tried to harm my people, I would protect them. But again, if you said what gives Superman the right to life, I wouldn't have to harm Superman for no reason if he wasn't hurting us. If he was trying to protect the day and save humans, well, then he is helping us, even through your evolutionary lens, even through your scientific lens. He is trying to benefit us and help the human race by protecting us from villains.
Good God.
I am answering, you absolute, I'm not even going to say it. But listen, I am answering.
I
Because
can
the reason
explain
why,
to you why none of
let
this
me
is an
finish,
answer.
Dean.
Yeah, wrap it up, bro. You're yapping.
Well, because you're not even listening. See, this is the thing. You're not even listening. You're just waiting to respond. You're not even
I
listening
am
to what I'm
listening.
saying.
I could literally repeat every point that you just made.
So again, the reason why I believe in Superman's right to life, even though he was not a human, is because if he's not actively trying to seek my destruction, or trying to destroy my family, or trying to destroy my civilization, or trying to destroy my species, then I would have no reason to try to destroy Superman. Okay, just like, but then you brought up the deer analogy. The only reason why I would have to destroy a deer is if I needed it for sustenance or needed it to feed my family so they could go on. So again, you keep trying to move the goalpost and be like, well, actually, if you don't believe in taking the life of something, well, then why would you take the life of the deer? You see, this is why you act like a rat. And
Cool,
you're
simple
trying
question.
to be you're trying to be
Would
disingenuous.
it be morally permissible to kill Superman to eat Superman?
In what scenario would that be the case, that we would just need Superman to take? So in what hypothetical world where no deer would exist, no rabbits, no fish, no nothing?
Wait. You just added on a loaded pre-assumption that this is something
No,
that you
in
need
your
to
hypothetical.
do. No, this isn't something that you need to do. The same way, in the real world, you don't need to eat meat. I don't need to eat meat. We can eat a diet that does not include meat and live.
So you want to take the food?
Would be that vegans and vegetarians live, right? But
So quit
your
muting
argument,
me.
and the argument that I agree with, by the way, because I'm a meat eater, is
Well,
that
no, let's
even
debate
though
this.
we
Come
don't
on.
need
Quit
to eat
muting me.
meat, even though we don't need to eat pig, even though we don't need to eat chicken, even though we don't need to eat cow, right? It's still okay to kill them to eat them, right?
No, so
Now,
again, even if
here's
we
the
switch,
question.
no,
Would
here,
it
I'm
be
about to destroy
okay?
that.
No, don't interrupt me. Under your view of species essentialism, right, where you think that Superman, if he was real, would be comparable to like a cow, a chicken, or a pig, in
I
the
didn't say
same
that,
way
you're a
that you think
liar.
it's okay to kill and eat a cow, chicken, or a pig, even if you don't need to, if Superman was real,
Quit
would you
muting me.
argue that it is okay to kill and eat Superman, even if you don't need to? Yes or no?
So again, in what hypothetical would Superman be the only form of sustenance?
Oh my
to eat?
God. Dude,
So,
you're
Dean,
not listening to me.
No,
AV,
no.
this
No,
is why you
listen.
need to
No, no,
actually
Dean,
listen to what I say.
calm down.
No,
Dean, calm
no,
down.
no, AV.
Dean,
This is
calm
why
down.
you actually
Dean,
need to listen to what I say.
Dean, listen.
If you no,
Dean,
no.
listen.
AV, you
Listen.
need to listen.
No.
If you just listened to the last thing that I said, then you would understand why this question is false. You're saying, Dean, in what world would we have to kill Superman in order to eat him to stay alive? That is a loaded pre-assumption in which is not present within the question that I'm asking you. Okay? Under your view and mine, okay,
Quit
it's
muting me.
not true that
Quit
we
muting me.
have to kill cows, chickens, and pigs in order to stay alive.
Yes,
you can
okay.
stay alive on a
Quit muting
vegan
me.
or a vegetarian diet.
Why are
However,
you
you and me agree that even though that's not something that we have to do, it's still yet okay to do, because we do not value cows, chickens, and pigs the same way we'd value people like you or I.
Are you
Now,
gonna let me
my
respond?
explanation of why we
Are you gonna
value
let me
people like you and I
Are you
is
gonna let
because
me
of a
respond?
capacity to intellectualize. Therefore, if Superman was real, he would have the same value as you because he
Let me
also
respond.
shares that capacity to
Let me respond.
intellectualize. However, your view of species
Let me res-
essentialism,
Let
you
me
argue
respond.
the reason why we value people like you and I more than cows, chickens, and
Coward.
pigs is not
Let
because
me
of any capacity to
let me respond.
intellectualize, but rather because they're a member of our same species, which means that if Superman were real, you would place him on the same plane of moral value as a cow, a chicken, or a pig, right?
Let me
So the
respond.
question is, in the same way it's okay to kill and eat a cow even if you don't need to,
Let me
would you
respond.
say that it's okay to kill and eat Superman even if you don't need
Let
to?
me respond.
You're
You
actually so
absolute
fucking
coward.
stupid. It's insane. Answer the
Let me
question.
respond,
Answer
coward.
the fucking question,
And
coward.
quit muting me, you coward.
Then stop
This
over
is
talking
why I
me,
want
you
to debate you
coward.
in person because you're a coward who mutes.
You're running away from the question.
No, you keep muting me.
Dude,
I'm gonna
everybody,
answer, but quit
because you're
muting me.
interrupting me. Everybody, look at this. He's running away from the
No,
question
I'm
because
gonna
he's
answer
a
the
coward.
question, but quit muting
Would it be
me,
okay
coward.
to kill and eat Superman even if you don't need to,
Listen,
coward?
listen.
Would it be okay
No.
to kill and eat
No.
Superman even if you don't need to,
No,
coward?
because that.
Why would that
listen,
be true under
let
your
me
view?
answer.
Why would that
you-
be true under
let
your view?
me answer, Dean. Let me answer. Silence. Let me answer.
Wah, let me answer. Wah.
Well, Santana, that's how debate works. Wah. That's how debate works. Wah. That's how debate works. Wah. You let the other person
Okay,
respond.
watch this. Everyone mute and just let him waffle.
Okay, so I'm going to respond. He says that we have to, or that we don't have to eat meat. But again, we will still actually hurt animals if we just switch to an all vegan diet, because again, we're going to have to destroy a whole bunch of their habitat to build a whole bunch of their cropping fields. We're going to have to destroy and put a whole bunch of pesticides on their food. So again, we're still going to be harming animals, taking the lives of animals anyways. So there's still going to be harm. And I know what you're going to say. Well, actually, there's going to be less harm because even though we're still going to be harming those animals that we're taking the lives of because of the pesticides and because of the crops we're making from those, it's still going to be less than the cows and all them that we're taking the lives of. But again, we're still harming animals even if we're all going to a vegan diet. So there's still harm, okay? And so I defeated that argument. So you're still harming animals even if we're all going to a vegan diet, because you have to do crops, you have to do all those different things. And as for the eating Superman, the reason why I asked in your hypothetical, well, why would we need to eat Superman? In your hypothetical, you're making it seem like maybe it was a crash landing and Superman is the only person there that I have to eat to survive. But I'm the type of person that if it was me and a whole bunch of humans and like we're on a boat and we have to like eat each other to survive, I'm not going to perform cannibalism to survive. But again, and Superman himself is a humanoid, so it'd be kind of weird because you're talking about deer. Is he running?
No, Dean just got a harassment and bullying violation, which means we have to hit a restart again.
Oh my
and he has to
gosh,
join on his
bro.
second account. I'm so sorry, everyone. TikTok TOS, everyone sucks. If you don't want to deal with the TikTok TOS at all, recommend to go over to the YouTube Park, get a job right now. We'll be right back, everyone. All it does is take 10 seconds to do a quick restart real quick. I'm sorry, TikTok sucks for this. It's really annoying. We'll be right back, everyone. Dude, it took literally 17 minutes for 2 flags to happen. And the second one was because of Dean. Oh my gosh. Give it a second for everyone to join back in here on TikTok, everyone. Give it a second for people to join back here on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. It will help get it out to more people. Tap that screen. Tap that screen, everybody. What's up, everyone joining back in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Give it a second for people to join in. We're going to continue everything. Dean will probably join back on his second account, and Santana will join back on his normal account. Okay, boom, boom. Alrighty. We're back, we're back.
Okay, so as I was saying, and the reason why that this hypothetical is weirder is because the difference between like a bear or a deer or a gazelle or a rabbit is because Superman is also a humanoid. He looks like a human, but he's also not a human. He's a Kryptonian. So you're adding that also layer that he looks like our species, but he's not our species. So it would add another layer of it being more difficult to try to quote unquote eat him because he looks like us. So you're trying to act like you're high IQ when you're not adding in all these other variables.
It sounds like he doesn't hold the species essentialism is kind of the point.
There's one question. There's one
No,
question.
he adds arbitrary lines.
Do
is what
you
I'm trying to
think
say.
that Superman has any more intrinsic value than a cow?
Any more intrinsic value than a cow? Compared to humans?
No, not compared to humans, compared to cows. Do you think that Superman has any more intrinsic value than a cow?
We're talking about humans. Again,
We're not
I
talking
believe-
about humans because Superman's a Kryptonian and cows
Exactly.
are cows. So answer the question. Does
So-
Superman have any more intrinsic value than a cow? If
From
your
my-
answer to this
from my-
question is yes,
yes,
then you do not hold to species essentialism.
So again, if I'm looking at it from my human perspective, if you're not the species of human, I look at you the same.
So then answer the question.
I
Does
just did.
Superman. Wait, how about
I
this?
literally just did.
Wait. Does Superman hold any more intrinsic value than an ant?
So now you're talking about insects. I literally just told you.
Answer the question. Does Superman hold any more intrinsic value than an ant?
And so this is why you're being low IQ because you're
Stop
taking in. I'm not dodging because you're being
And
low
answer the
IQ.
question.
Okay, so let me answer. And this is how I know you're being low IQ
Good
and
boy.
disingenuous. Okay, shut your mouth. You wouldn't say that to my face. But anyways, this is how I know you're being low IQ because you're not taking in the variables.
Non-answer.
Can I answer without you like crying?
Just say yes
So-
or no, bro. Come on.
So this is how I know you're low IQ. Do you not want to have a discussion?
Dodging.
This guy, bro. Just,
How am I
answer,
dodging?
just answer the question. Just
Because
answer
you're
the
not
question.
saying yes, he does, or no, he doesn't have more intrinsic value than an ant. You're dodging.
What I'm trying to tell you is there's variables to take into consideration. Superman is humanoid. He looks closer to our species than an ant. So obviously on a spectrum, so I believe that there might be a spectrum to this essentialism that you're describing.
So do you think that
maybe
cartoon characters are more valuable than ants because they look closer to members of our
so
species?
so now you're being obtuse. They're not alive, they're inanimate objects, they're not real.
Yeah, but
they're
it doesn't
not
matter
living.
because they look closer to our species.
So now he's being obtuse and being disingenuous. So Parker,
I just want a yes or
you're
no
just gonna let him
question.
be. You're just gonna let him be obtuse.
By the way, I said
you're gonna let him be
intrinsic value.
obtuse.
Wait. I just by the way, I
Dean,
also said
are you gonna be
intrinsic
real?
value. Yes or no? Does
Dean, are you
does
gonna be
Superman
real?
have
Like you
more
think you're
intrinsic
smart,
value
but
than
I
an
can
ant?
see what you're doing. You're being obtuse on purpose.
Is there? Are we gonna get an answer, Av?
I'm literally answering.
Is
cartoon
your answer a
character-
yes or a no?
Is
About
a cartoon
Superman.
character?
No,
is a
Superman.
cartoon-
No,
I've
Superman.
already answered
The
Superman.
no, you
I've
didn't.
already
Does he
answered
have
Superman.
more intrinsic value than an ant? Yes or no? Intrinsic
s-
value, by the way.
On the
What we're talking
spectrum,
about innate
on the
value.
spectrum of essentialism, I would say yes. On the spectrum,
Why?
Because he would be more humanoid than an ant.
Wait, but that doesn't matter when we're trying to dictate his intrinsic value. All right, you're trying to say that maybe he would appear as if he has more value because he appears as a human, but intrinsically because he's not a human, he
No, but
wouldn't
then you
have
brought
more
up,
value.
a horrible example of a cartoon.
Wait,
but a
wait. Do
cartoon
you
isn't real.
agree?
Let
do
me
you agree-
finish my
do you-
point.
Do you agree that from
Let
your
me finish.
perspective of species essentialism, it might appear as if Superman would have more value because
So
he
do you-
appears
so
more like
do you
a human,
believe-
but
so do you
intrinsically
believe
he
that-
doesn't actually have more value because
So you're
he's
trying to-
actually not a human.
So the funny thing is, you're trying to pigeonhole my belief, but don't you believe that there could be like a spectrum that maybe we could value maybe more species than others? Like maybe the humans could value dogs more than a pig. Maybe we could value gazelle more than snakes.
Okay, how about this?
There can be variance. There can be.
Would you argue
there can be
that you're-
nuance.
Would you argue
you are low
that the
IQ.
reason, would you argue that the reason you would value Superman more than an ant is because Superman is more humanoid presenting?
Because of the spectrum. Yes.
Okay, got it. So this actually is not species essentialism. So species essentialism is when you give value to lives because they are a member of your same species. However, you give value to lives not because they're a member of our same species, but rather because they look like members of our same species.
No, that's not what I
So,
said.
like a good reductio to this would be, if we had a human that didn't look like a human, you would give them less value than you
No.
would give to Parker.
No. Again, this is actually completely wrong. So what I'm saying is I
Okay, so then you don't
prioritize.
care about
Let me
appearance,
finish.
and you just care about species.
Let me
Because
finish.
like let's just
No,
like
no, no,
let's
let me
like let's
finish.
let's just imagine
Let me
right,
finish.
like a human who was like born with like really
Yeah.
unfortunate
I know what you're trying to do.
birth
Yep.
defects.
Yeah,
right?
I know what you're trying to do.
And these birth defects
Yeah,
make
come
them
on.
look a lot different than you or I.
Yeah, I know what
Right?
you're trying
Well,
to
from
do.
your
Come on.
perspective, you would say
Bruh.
because Superman looks
No.
closer to people like you or I than this human
No.
born with very rare and very bad birth defects.
But this is
that
actually
therefore
really-
Superman is more valuable than this human born with birth defects. If your standard is looking like people like you or I.
No. So again, you just waffled on my complete point. What I said is I value my species above all others, and other species, it would probably be a spectrum of why I would prefer one over the other. So again, if you were talking about a human baby, I would prefer that over any other baby, or prefer that over any other species. So again, you trying to appeal to emotion, be like, oh well, I guess he's kind of like the mustache man, because if you had someone with a deformity, then of course you would choose Superman because he sort of looks like a Greek god, so he's a horrible person. No, your appeal to emotion isn't going to work on me, buddy. You're low IQ. It's not going to work.
Okay,
So again,
then it is species
you're low
essentially.
IQ. Listen.
But
you're
then
low
you really
IQ.
do
Let
only
me
value
finish.
lives.
Let
You have
me
more to
finish.
say?
You're low
You have more
IQ.
to
Let
say?
me
Damn.
finish. Let me
You've
finish
been
my
trying to
point.
finish for 30 minutes, Avery.
Let me finish.
You've been
You're
trying
low
to
IQ.
finish what she
AB,
said.
do you keep reporting that because you've heard that a bunch of times?
No, I only heard it once from your girlfriend, and then she finished. But anyways,
That was really cringe, bro.
I mean,
Super.
you ad hom, so I ad hom back. Like I try to be nice to you, Parker, but you keep attacking.
Did I bring up a significant other of yours? I made fun of you, bro. Also, you got another harassment and bullying violation. This guy cannot stop, bro.
Listen, bro.
Oh
it
my
might
God.
be like advantageous for you just to not bring him back.
I agree.
Oh
I'm
my
actually done. I was honestly like, are you guys done? Because I'm so done with this guy, bro. I can't, bro.
I
That was
couldn't
not
even get to
productive
the
at all.
thing-
That was the least productive
No.
conversation I've had on TikTok in like so long.
Again, I'm going with hashtag blame Dean because Dean has been making him crash out. And so like Dean, this one's on you. Like that's one for you.
Yeah, bro.
Bro.
You make them triggered, Dean.
He was just He was just fighting for his
They have
life.
DDS. What can I say?
He was just fighting for his life because his position was indefensible, right? Like if he like concised his words and didn't like yap for 10 years and actually had like a transactional conversation back and forth, that debate would have been over in 5 minutes. Because, right, it seems like because he doesn't think that the appearances of a person make them more or less valuable, well, then he is a species essentialist. So what he'd say is although he would think Superman has more value than a cow or an ant because he's more humanoid presenting, Superman isn't actually more valuable than a cow or an ant, even though he's more humanoid presenting. And the intrinsic value would be the same. But, right, I just simply couldn't get that out. I couldn't communicate that to him because every 3 seconds, it was like a 10-minute yap sesh.
Yeah, that was brutal. He was a professional gibberish generator.
Oh, let me finish. Let me finish. That was just the worst. I didn't even like the reason why I came up is because he was throwing around a bunch of terms that he knew nothing about. He was just making, I'm not making up words, but just throwing as many words against the wall that he knew to see what stick. So, oh well.
Yeah, that was brutal. That was brutal. All these Trump guests with DDS is crazy, bro. Dean derangement syndrome, bro. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I got
Appreciate
sushi
you
coming,
coming up.
so see you guys.
See ya. Alrighty, let's get on to the next individual here quick. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. What time do you plan to hop on today, Dean?
I'm loading my dishwasher right now, and then I'm gonna make a thumbnail and title and probably be on closer to round 2.
Alrighty, for sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20. I don't know how you last that long with a guest like that.
Do you
That
support
was just
Trump?
So, yeah, I do.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
Alrighty, for sure. I have some people to thank. Then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second. Justina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you so much for the dollar. Honestly, I think we all are. Celise, thank you so much for pushing the $50 on PayPal. Thank you very much, Celise. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he was definitely like literally a middle schooler with incredibly bad anger issues. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. Oh my gosh. I didn't see that second part you said, but I just remember like those type of guests. Absolutely insane. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yeah, I try my hardest with that. Sometimes it's difficult though. As well as Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Okay. I hope you're okay. I hope he's okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that guy was really cringe, wasn't he? Cherry, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Barbara, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Briley, thank you so much for the 50 cents. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Kat with the $10. They must be related to EM, yeah, or to Liam. You're right. Matt with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, I see that as well. As well as Tilo, thank you for the $5. Thank you. As well as Lois, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat that can continue on to the conversation. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. If you're here on TikTok, tap that screen and try to get to 500,000 likes. And if you're here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes real quick, everybody. Let me make sure to catch up completely here on the YouTube stream. Ethan, thank you for the $. Sierra, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Dons, thank you so much for the $2. Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you. DJ, thank you for the membership subscription. Dons, thank you for the $2. The Rogue Soul, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, completely crazy. It's so insufferable, right? Sierra, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give us a W's for Sierra in the comment section. Steffi, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Dons, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Callie, thank you for the $2. Don's again with the $2. Thank you very much. Sierra, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Hooligan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Kala, thank you for the $5. Sierra, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, definitely gave a nick. Cash, thank you for the $10. Wispy, thank you for the $5. And I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, again, you know how to do so. Let's continue on to the conversation. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I wanted to give you, I'm currently writing a paper about why I am pro-life, and I kind of like to go over that argument with you in an honest and open dialogue discussion. I don't want this to get very heated. I think that I could change your mind on this topic, and I hope that you're open and honest to hearing my thoughts about it.
Okay, go ahead. What's your argument as to why you support Trump?
Okay, so why I am pro-life and Trump takes a pro-life position is because your guys' idea of intellectual ability forming at 20 to 24 weeks is incorrect. The thalamocortical, or I'm pronouncing that wrong, but those are not present until 28 to 30 weeks at the earliest. So hold to 20 to 24 weeks for sentience is already incorrect because there are many different studies done that show that it's not present until 28 to 30 weeks. And the dispute of 20 to 24 weeks is an entirely different argument, and they're not fully operational until 28 to 30 weeks. So I'm kind of curious as to why you hold to 20 to 24 weeks.
Well, it's prefrontal cortex plus thalamocortical connections, so it's something in between those. There is some good suggesting evidence for even earlier for thalamocortical connections, but I have no issue with accepting a later date of 28 to 30. The notion is that we have it's honestly like somewhat precautionary with the standpoint, but in of itself, it's mostly standing on like what's going to be realistic. But even so, neither of them have a legal stance for us. So either way, after viability, it'll be an induction of labor.
Okay, interesting. So I'm going to go over some of the things that are present at 28 to 30 weeks. So a fetus at 28 to 30 weeks displays EEG patterns characterized by long periods of electrical silence punctuated by brief disorganized bursts. And this is precisely the same pattern for people in vegetative states. The American Clinical Society used identical terminology to describe both the electrical significance of the brain at 28 to 30 weeks and the electrical signature of vegetative state patient care by clinical measurements is indistinguishable. So if you're willing to pull the plug on a vegetative patient, yeah, it's the American Clinical.
American Clinical, what's the title?
Is this guy saying that consciousness, or the thalamocortical
it happens later, actually. He's saying it happens 20 to 30 weeks because he's saying thalamocortical connections happen at that point. He's still not addressing the point where I said prefrontal cortex as well. as a
Yeah,
basis.
this guy's just
How is
wrong.
that false?
So there's a study
How is
done
that
by Hugo Al. It's called The Emergence of Consciousness, Science and Ethics. It's PMID 251-60864, and it places the thalamocortical connections from the sense organs being established at 24 gestational weeks.
Okay, well, I can give you a study done by the Borough College, and it was concluded in a 2010 report that conscious awareness isn't possible before 20 to 24 weeks because the thalamocortical connections that would make it possible do not exist. There's also Dr. Stewart.
Wait, you disagreed with
Stewart,
us. You said
How did
before
I
20
agree
through
with you?
24.
Yeah.
Before 24 to 28 weeks is impossible.
Yeah, before.
Oh, wait. Also, you just said 24 through 28. Yeah, the study that I'm citing you is from 2014. Listen, neuroscience is a rather recent field of medical research. And if we look at studies from as early as the 70s until now, neuroscientists seem to be continually further isolating and identifying when consciousness emerges, when sentience has the ability to begin. And the further that we trek along in the advancements of medical science,
the sooner it gets.
The more specific. No, actually, the later it gets.
No, that is not true.
No, it is true. In the 70s, people thought that sentience emerged at 8 weeks.
You can take one study. There are multiple studies that disagree with what you're saying. In the 1970s,
I'm
they
talking
also
about the consensus.
that is not the consensus. And
You're wrong.
I am absolutely correct.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
I am not wrong.
There's
Can you give me evidence?
meta-analysis done on the subject on the NIM and the NIH.
Okay,
You
in the
can read-
1970s.
You can read meta-analysis on the MIM and the NIH, literally. The consensus in the 70s was
In
8
the
weeks.
1970s,
The consensus in
they-
the 80s was 12 weeks.
In the
consensus
1970s,
in
they
the 90s
disagreed
was
about
12 to 16
viability
weeks,
and they
then up
disagreed
until
about
now, it's at
sentience. In
20
the
to 24
1970s, they
weeks.
said it was at 28 weeks, and now in present day, they're saying that viability is at 22 to 24 weeks.
I don't
They
believe
were
you.
also saying,
Give me any evidence to demonstrate that this consensus in the 70s was that sentience emerged at 28 weeks. Give me any evidence of that.
no, I'm saying that viability.
Okay, well, we're
I'm
not
also-
talking about viability.
Okay, I'm
And also,
saying
by
that
the way, that
throughout.
wasn't a lie. So it's true that viability in the 70s was 28 weeks because viability is just the advancements of medical technology and how early can external medical technology sustain the life of a fetus. So in the 70s, it's true that viability was 28 weeks.
Yes, that is true.
Right, so stop giving us a straw man. We're talking about sentience. Give me any evidence that the consensus of sentience emerging in the 70s was any later than I don't know, literally 20 weeks. Any
Okay,
evidence?
I'll give you even a broader concession for your point and how you're wrong. So actually, it was not until very recently that people would even mention the word sentience because sentience was a very arbitrary term that people use throughout our society and throughout history. What they would refer to is consciousness. And the type of consciousness, when you're actually saying sentience, you're really referring to consciousness. Because if you're genuinely referring to sentience, the same type of sentience that is present at 20 to 24 weeks is the same type of sentience that is present in people in vegetative states. However,
your
you would
source?
not grant life. I've given you the sources.
What was the title of that specific point?
Let me find my sources.
Wait, I mean, I probably will accept that. I don't
Wait,
even
he's
think
claiming
I
the
really
same
assess
level
that.
of sentience exists for someone who's brain dead versus someone
Oh.
who's.
No, in a vegetative state.
Do you mean somebody
Wait,
like in a
wait,
coma?
wait, do you mean in a coma?
Yes, someone in a
Oh,
vegetative
okay.
state.
Wait.
Yeah, honestly, I would probably
That's fine.
think that the state of sentience in a fetus at
Okay.
24 weeks is
So
lower
here's
than
my
that of a
question.
coma. I think it's
So here's
literally
my
lower
question.
than that of a coma.
Okay, it is. No, yeah.
Wait, so
So
then
my
what's the
question
issue
to
with that?
you-
That doesn't mean that they're not
My-
sentient.
My question to you is you would be willing to pull the plug on a person who displays the same level of brain activity as a person.
Wait, we're not willing to pull the plug on individuals in a coma.
Yeah, what?
What? Are
that
you
no
okay?
longer-
This guy's
that
not
in a
okay.
vegetative state. People in a vegetative state.
Do you
will
understand the
not be comfortable
difference
pulling the
between
plug
being in
on?
a coma and being brain dead?
In a vegetative state. I'm talking about being in a vegetative state.
I don't know how you're defining that.
Wait, yeah, I think he's talking about brain dead patients. Do you mean brain dead patients, sir?
Yes, brain dead patients.
Okay,
No,
so you said
no,
that
because
there's a
they-
similar level of sentience exhibited in a fetus at 24 weeks as there is in a brain dead patient. We know that's false because fetuses exhibit some low level of sentience, meanwhile brain dead patients exhibit none.
Exactly.
Okay, let me give you my study of where I found this.
Wait, you have a study that says that brain dead patients exhibit sentience?
Yeah, that's
the
actually
hell?
that's why I was like, give me the study for that. Like, that makes no sense.
Yeah, what? That's some crazy work. No, please, like actually, please give me and Parker a study that
I'm saying
says brain dead
vegetative state.
patients.
I'm not saying brain dead. You guys
Okay,
keep. I'm just
but
saying.
Wait, you just said you were.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
you just said, would we be willing to like pull the plug on somebody in a vegetative state? You know, they're brain dead. If you're talking about coma patients, okay, we accept that fetuses either exhibit similar levels of sentience, or I would say even lower levels of sentience. But people in the vegetative states typical that of a coma are lives that we would find valuable. Also, not to mention, because I don't want this to be confused here, right? Me and Parker are not saying that we value the actual sentience that is displayed in the life of a fetus at 20 through 24 weeks. Or else, me and Parker would probably be vegans, right? Because they display lower levels of sentience than pigs. But it's rather the capacity for intellect that emerges through the brain features in which are true at 20 through 24 weeks, in which we find the moral value derivative of.
So you're finding you're looking for something that once is present has a greater potential for that what is present. So let's just say there's very low levels of sentience present. However, in the future, there will be more levels of this sentience present. That is what you're
if
ultimately
they
valuing.
meet our standard of past or present and future subjective experience, then that's fine.
They don't have subjective experience at 20 to 24 weeks. Subjective experience is not even present once the baby is born. This is
What?
done throughout
No, subjective experience I think exists at that point.
No,
Yeah.
it does not. Subjective. No, it does not.
Yeah, what the hell? Do you accept that? Oh, listen, do you accept that fetuses can feel pain at around 24 weeks? Sorry, 27?
Yes, I would say.
Yeah,
so.
pain is a subjective experience.
But I'm kind of confused on what you guys mean by subjective experience, because subjective experience in terms of philosophical sense is the ability to express emotions, is the ability to have some sort of intellectual thoughts.
Wrong.
That is not wrong. You can keep saying wrong,
You
but
are wrong.
like, no. It's
Listen, I actually
not
study.
wrong.
I study this shit. So a subjective experience is just a first-person experience, right? So think of it as like any input of a mind, right? So the experience of pain is a subjective experience because it is a mental state, right? Blending the external to the internal. It is first person. It is a mental state. Thereby, it's a subjective experience.
Okay, but I'm saying when people refer to the term subjective experience, they're not referring to the term as ability to feel pain. It's a much more nuanced.
Right, we're not really
definition.
listen. So I'm not saying that the definition of subjective experience is the ability to feel pain. I'm just saying that the experience of pain is an example of a subjective experience.
Okay.
So like so a subjective experience is just any like mental response to external stimuli. It's an experience in which is contingent upon a mind. And because pain is an experience in which is contingent upon a mind, then it's by definition a subjective experience.
Okay, so I'm confused on what you value. So
Charlie,
you're saying
can I
that
ask
you
you a
don't
question?
value. No, I'm finishing my point because I
So
still
just to
don't
clarify,
understand what you value.
do you concede that like it's not true that newborns don't have subjective experiences?
I think to the level of a psychological
Wait,
view
no,
in the study of
you didn't say to the same level as like other entities. No, you said at any level at all. You said that even newborns don't have any subjective experiences. Do you concede that?
Then I'd like to take back what I said. I'm saying that the type of subjective
thanks.
experience to which you and I would value, we would not value the type of subjective experience that is present at 20 to 24 weeks. However, you
Once
do
again,
value,
blunder.
which
It's
goes
the
against your own
capacity for
reasoning.
intellect that emerges.
Okay, but we
at
don't
20
we
through
don't
24
value
weeks
the
of the
capacity for anything. We don't value the capacity of a 14-year-old to drink in the future because she has the capacity to one day be 21. We do not value the capacity for a variety of things. However, you are now holding to the idea of capacity when you don't when
You
it's
didn't
not the
ask him
type
what
of
he meant by capacity, bro. You just assumed.
Okay, what do you mean by capacity?
Dean, do you
A
wanna
future
finish?
fact that is true of X or a tendency of X is the definition of capacity or disposition.
Okay, so how come every time someone that is pro-life comes up here, you say that you don't actually value life when conception forms? You just value the potential human life. The capacity for human life is what you value. Now I'm switching the tables and I'm saying to you, you don't actually value sentience at 20 to 24 weeks. You value the future capacity for sentience to be fully developed. And the type of sentience that you value is not at 20 to 24 weeks. So tell me
we
what
value the
type
brain
of sentience you
structures.
actually value.
We value the brain structures that have a tendency to promote like reasoning from proposition to proposition, attitudes, beliefs, subjective experiences such as pain and pleasure, so on and so forth. And those brain structures emerge at 24 weeks. So
no, again, they do not.
Right, they do, and that's the data that we just gave you with like the thalamocortical connections to the.
So the emergence of human
glands, so on and so
consciousness by the pediatric research in 2009, saying that the earliest the thalamocortical cords can connect is 28 to 30 weeks.
Yeah,
at
and
the
I gave you a study from 2014. Mine is newer than yours.
I could give you a variety, maybe even dozens of studies that go against the point that it's 20 to 24 weeks. So I would at least like you to concede to the
Didn't you
point
just say
that
earlier that
do
you
not
had a
value
study
human
that
life
brain dead?
until
Wait,
28 to
you
30
said
weeks.
earlier that you had a study that brain dead individuals have sentience the same degree as 20 through 24 weeks in the room. Where was the
Vegetative
source?
state.
When did I see that one?
Vegetative state.
When did I see the source for that?
About them being in a
What
vegetative
was the
state?
citation? I never got a title for that. What was the title?
By the way, Parker, this guy came up on my live the other day, and he crashed out when I gave him the Lancet study about how Harris would have saved more innocent lives.
Oh,
and then he
that's
just
the point
called
I
me
was
a
just about to
dumbass
make
for
with
that.
him, and that's why he wouldn't let me ask a question. So, do you admit that Trump is leading to less lives being saved?
Wait, I'm giving you the study to show that my point is
Okay,
correct.
and then we'll give you a study that shows that Harris will save more lives than Trump.
Okay.
You already actually were cited that. What were your thoughts on that?
Dean, every time Dean would just explain the citation, he would keep just explaining it differently. So I was very confused on what he was even trying to say.
So did
Because
you ever look at
first
the
he said
source?
that it was within the U.S. and then he said it was worldwide, and then he was comparing the numbers from
Yeah.
the U.S. to
None of this is true,
worldwide
by the way.
numbers, and then he
He's
was
just
kind of.
I know. I'm just
he was
asking him.
explaining
Would you
his
like
points
to say?
incorrectly.
Did you look at the source? Did you look at the Lancet study?
No, I did not.
Of course you didn't. So like, why didn't you try to criticize the study? Why didn't you try to read it at all? Why didn't you try to look into it before you say that you think it's wrong?
No, I'm saying the way in which he explained it was completely inaccurate.
Okay, so then why didn't you look into it?
Wait, also, your claim that I explained it inaccurately is false. I had this study up on my screen while I explained it. It says that over the course of the last 21 years, USAID funding on the global stage has saved 94 million lives. And because of Donald Trump's cuts to USAID funding, there's expected to be 14 million valuable lives that die in the next 4 years that wouldn't have died otherwise.
Okay, there
just
you
literally
explained it
what it says
correctly
in the
this time.
abstracts.
Good job. That's your first time correctly explaining it, so I'm proud of you.
The reason why I'm giving you a correct explanation this time is because I remember what I was reading as I gave you the explanation last time. You're just lost.
So would you like to then admit that Harris would save more lives than Trump, and that if you want to save as many lives as you possibly can by voting for certain legislation, you should vote for Harris over Trump?
I like how you guys are pivoting away from this point because you're holding to something arbitrary.
I mean, you won't be
that
able to
don't
provide the
actually
source
value.
for that
The
either,
only
but
reason
answer
that
the
you hold
question.
the 20 to
Wait,
24
wait,
weeks
stop
is
pivoting.
because at
Answer the
some point
question.
You realize that it must be
He
wrong
won't do
to
it.
kill
Answer the
innocent
question.
human
Answer
life.
the question.
And you
Stop
just
all
hold
this
the 20 to
nonsense.
24
Answer the
weeks, even though
question.
you don't even value
Nonsense,
the sentience
nonsense,
that is
nonsense.
present
Gibberish,
at
gibberish,
20 to
gibberish,
24
gibberish,
weeks.
gibberish,
You don't
gibberish,
even
gibberish,
value
gibberish,
the
gibberish,
sentience that is
gibberish, gibberish,
present at
gibberish,
20 to
gibberish,
24
gibberish.
weeks.
Yap, yap,
However,
yap,
you
yap, yap,
hold to
yap,
it
yap,
because you
yap,
realize
yap,
at some
yap.
point it must be
Yap,
wrong.
yap, 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 yap. Answer the
That's
question.
exactly what you're
Answer the
doing,
question.
and you know
We're
it.
waiting for an answer to the question. What was the answer?
My answer is that I want to save as many humans' lives as possible, but I'm looking at the sole issue of abortion because I think that it is one of the leading things in the United States of America that people do not fully comprehend, like you and Dean, is that you fail to recognize that we are killing innocent human life. And you say that, oh, it's at 20 to 24 weeks, oh, it's this and that. However, you're solely against the idea that life begins at conception, and at conception we should value human life. You can hold to any sort of weeks that you want, but ultimately at the end of the day, you are killing innocent human life, and that is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about defunding
Guess what?
policies
So true, we are, and we don't give a
in other
fuck
parts of
because
the
we don't
world.
find that life to be of value. But the
Also,
reason why Parker's
You
giving
don't
the study
find
from
the
the
life at
Lancet,
20 to 24 weeks to be valuable either. However, you
I
still
do.
value it. You
I
said
do
that
find
the,
it to
the
be. Wait,
sentience
that was a
present-
contradiction. You just said, Dean,
You don't find the life to be a value, but you find the life to be a value. You should think before you speak.
But you
Yeah.
hold to it because
Can
you
I also
realize
carry
at
in my
some
point? Here.
it's
I'm
wrong.
just Charlie. I'm gonna carry in my point. So like, listen to the point that we were making. You want to save the most lives amount as possible. You said that within your statement, but then you say you only focus on abortion. Why do you only focus on abortion? Why wouldn't you want to save as many lives as possible, regardless of whether or not it's just about abortion? Because you're only really like saving the change between prior to Roe versus Wade versus after, which actually there's been an increase in the amount of abortions, so you don't really have really much of a basis to say that it saved lives, really. But here we do. It would save lives with the USAID funding. So can you at least admit that you should save the most lives you possibly can, especially if it adds up to 14 million by 2030?
Yeah, I think that there's things that we have to look at when we're deciding who we want to vote for. I have not seen that study by the USAID.
You have not seen that
However,
study. Did someone cite that study to you before?
Wait, less than 5 minutes ago, you told me that I correctly represented the study by my
No.
explanation of it. How'd you know
Yeah.
that I correctly represented the study by my explanation of it if you haven't seen the study?
because you told me of the 5 different things from the first time that you went over.
Wait,
the
so
study with
how
me,
would you
and
know
I
that this
just started to
explanation
realize
is
that
accurate?
none of them
How'd you know that
actually
this
made
explanation
sense.
is accurate?
Because that's the only one that logically makes sense. Because it wouldn't make sense that in the United States,
I think he's
it
waffling.
wouldn't make sense that within the United States that many people would die. However,
Listen,
you're talking
bro,
about
you're just
worldwide, but
lost.
you
This is on a
presented
global
it
stage.
as if it would be within the United States.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
So Charlie, was
Yes,
this
you did.
cited to you before, this study?
I'm saying that I have not
Wait.
seen it with my own eyes.
You have not
I
seen
have
it, but
not
was it cited
looked
to you
up.
before?
Yes, it was cited
So
to
it
me
was cited to you
However,
before, and you
just
never
because
looked it up, right?
I could give you a study about anything.
So just to
underneath
clarify,
the
Charlie,
sun.
let me just clarify. If this information is true, would you be willing to concede?
Concede what?
Concede that
That
Harris
it's a
is
true
a
study?
preferable candidate to Trump if you want to save lives.
No, I would not concede that at all.
Then that's dishonest of you, because this
'Cause I
inevitably
think-
would save significantly more lives than anything you could attribute to Trump's administration.
I think that when we're looking at saving lives, we have to look at what is happening within the United States of America and where the cultural shift is ultimately heading. I think that the president within office that would have 10-year-olds transitioning, have unstable households, would not know
Why are we
that a
pivoting?
mother and a father should be the dominant forces in the household, should say that men can be women and women can be
You know,
men. I think
Trump
that is
cheated on
more
every single one of his
detrimental.
wives,
I
right?
think that is more detrimental
Trump
to
cheated on every single
society.
one of his wives.
I think
You
that
know
is
that, right?
more detrimental to society
Really?
than almost any
Then
kind of
everything Trump's done,
policy
he's been
that
held
could
civilly
be
liable of sex
undertaken.
abusing women. He bragged about
As
walking into changing
soon
rooms of
as you
naked
get
women while they're
kids
changing without their
involved-
consent. He said he would date a
Okay.
10-year-old girl in 10
Here's
years.
my
He
thing.
sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, saying
Okay.
he'd date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, saying
Okay.
his sex in common with his daughter, saying
Talking
he had
points.
Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass,
Talking
calling his
points.
daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. All of those things are definitely a negative impact to our culture
Okay.
broadly, wouldn't you admit?
Here.
That
I'll
a
ask you
violent sex
single
offender is
question.
president of the United
I would
States?
ask you a single question. And
He
this
can't
will
even
let-
answer
this will
anything I
tell
just
me-
said. He's just going to
this will
completely
tell
ignore
me-
it.
This will tell me everything I need to know. About
Again,
you.
you're
Would
ignoring
you
what I'm saying
support-
right now.
I am saying that I disagree with all of those things that you said.
So then
However,
disagree
if
with
we
them. Give
have
me
a
the disagreement.
president,
What do you
No, no,
disagree that he did
no,
them,
no,
or like do you,
no, no,
what
no,
do you
I'm s-
disagree
I'm
with?
s- I'm saying that I disagree with everything that he's done. However, he is
Oh.
not in the position of power to be saying that what he has done is a good thing. He's not.
Also, he is a
publicly
violent
saying
sex
that
offender.
Cheating. He is not saying that. He's not saying that cheating on your wives is a good thing. He's not saying that having multiple affairs is a good thing. However, someone like Harris in office is saying that kids transitioning is okay. Is saying
Social
that all of
transition. There's
that
no issue with
hormone
social
blockers-
transitioning.
that is saying that hormonal blockers are okay. And if I think that if you
When
think
determined by a
that
doctor?
publicly,
And their
Fuck
parents?
yes. If
Determined
you
by the
are 10
doctor, their
years-
parents, and the kids? So can I ask you a
if you are
question?
10,
Do you think it was wrong?
if you are 10
no,
years
no
old,
kids
do you
getting
think
HRT at 10. You're being
okay,
ridiculous.
I'm asking you. Okay,
You're
I'm
literally
asking you.
lying.
Do you think it is more? No, it is not.
That is
there
not
is
happening
whole-
at 10 years old.
It is happening at 10 years old. There are
No, it's
multiple
not.
Parker, I swear to you, there are multiple.
Show me
case
one case of someone getting
Are you
HRT at
serious?
10 years old.
Okay, I will pull it up.
Okay, I'm waiting.
And why I'm looking it up, I want to ask you personally. Do you personally?
No, I want a
morally think
source.
it
I
is-
don't want any more bullshit. I want
Okay.
a source.
And then after I pull up the source, will you answer my question?
Any questions you've got?
Okay, thank you.
All right, give him a second. He still, by the way, has never pulled up a source yet whenever I've asked for it. So let's make sure that he doesn't get into some other topic so that he never has to provide the source in the first place. And
Dean
again,
told me
I
not
just want to clarify to everyone in the chat, he will not concede that Harris is a preferable candidate even if she saves millions more lives than Trump, because he doesn't care specifically about lives. He cares about other things. also, give him a second, everybody. And by the way, Dean, isn't that like such a defeater to their abortion position? I feel like there's nothing they can say.
Yeah, it's a really strong defeater. Like me personally, I actually like enjoy sometimes having like the moral debates about abortion, but other times like they are honestly really annoying. Like I'll never do like 2 moral debates about abortion back to back with 2 shitty MAGA men because they're really annoying. So that's when I usually just drop your defeater.
Yeah, that's honestly just like my favorite thing to do is just to drop the defeater, so that they can't even argue about it. It's really funny. Keonan, by the way, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
There's literally no response.
Yeah, there's literally nothing to say. So, I would love him to like address also. Like, I would love to go back into like why he thinks it's justified to still support Trump, even considering that fact. If he even brought up the argument of abortion earlier as a reason as to why he supports Trump.
Because he doesn't actually care about abortion.
Yeah, that's true. He just wants to control people. Seems like
He doesn't actually care about human life. Also, right, this guy's view is like we should more so be focusing on the innocent life in America, and that view ultimately reduces down to, I'd assume, racism.
Racism? What?
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
What are
like
you? How?
Because you're
How the
arguing
hell
that
is that
Trump-
racism? You are an
Really?
absolute idiot.
Sure, I could tell you.
You
I
bring
could tell
race
you.
into everything.
Sure, I could tell you because you're arguing that in consideration of your goal of wanting to save as much innocent life as possible, that you think that, well, because Donald Trump might be able to save a couple million innocent lives of like American fetuses, he's going to be more preferable than Kamala Harris, who would have saved 14 million innocent lives around the globe in the next 4 years. So you think that a couple million innocent lives of like fetuses in America are more valuable than 14 million innocent lives of people like you and me around the globe? But like Parker said, don't want to get you off topic. Go ahead and respond to Parker's
what's the source?
Okay, I'll respond to what you said within 20 seconds, then I'll give you the source once I'm done refuting his claim. I'm saying that if you look at any president within the entire existence of American history, they have enough money within our GDP growth, within the amount of money we have access to play a huge part in reducing global hunger. However, many of these people have not taken out the funds or energy to reduce global hunger. But I then go on to say that because they have not have taken these steps, that we value lives within the United States of America more than lives outside of the U.S. Of course we do. We can see that in the amount of money that we're giving to people within the United States compared to those of immigrants coming from outside of the United States. So of course we value human life more within the United States.
Source.
Yeah.
that's
So
true.
it's from the SeattleChildren's.org. It's
What's the title?
Case study on transgender youth.
Wait, what's the title?
Case study on transgender youth.
Bye.
And it's from where?
Wait, hold on. This might not be the one that I had initially thought it was. Which occurs before age. You have to restart the timer. You have to reduce that by 30 seconds.
Well, this is going to be great. We're going to keep that going. Everyone, let me thank some people in the meantime. We're going to keep it going. Joe, thank you for the $8.
Oh my
Thank you very much.
God.
What's up?
Oh my God, yo, that's actually crazy.
What is it?
So I found what he was referring to. It's called A Case Study on Transgender Youth by Seattle Children's Hospital. And
That's not from Seattle, but okay.
And admittedly, this is a case study done on a 10-year, 10-month-old child who is assigned female at birth, who identifies as male. And he is on 2.5 milligrams of Lupron every 3 months to block puberty. But he is not actively taking testosterone until like later on in life, according to recommendation
wait, so
of the
maybe I
doctor.
actually can use that source then, because that still supports my overall idea.
But
No, it
Parker,
doesn't.
You want
That they were on
to know what
blockers.
you want to know what year this is from? 2019, when Trump was president.
That's brutal. Not only is it under Trump's presidency, but also it's puberty blockers, not HRT.
Okay, I'm still against puberty blockers. Are you against puberty blockers for children at the age of 10?
No.
you're not against puberty blockers for a child at the age of 10.
No.
You realize that you would not let your child to consent to anything, but you would allow
Wait, do you
them
know
to
something
go
crazy? You know
and
something
take
crazy?
puberty
There are
blockers.
children that have precocious puberty that need it. Do you think children who have precocious puberty should have access to puberty blockers?
Of course, but that
Okay,
does
wait. So
not
then you
prove
do
the
think children
overall-
younger
that
than
does not-
10?
that
So you do
does
think
not
children
prove the
younger than
overall
10
point.
should be able to get access to puberty blockers?
So things that do not happen.
Also,
those are-
something that
those
I
are
think is really important to add here
outliers.
is
Outliers
like
do not prove the point.
me and Parker. Well, I'll speak for myself here, but I think Parker will agree by the end of what I'm about to say. I do not think that children can consent to hormone replacement therapy. I do not think that children can consent to puberty blockers. But I do think that a doctor can
No, you
make
don't.
the best decision for
don't
the
think
child
that.
on behalf of the child.
You do
right?
not
So
think that.
there's like always like this dialogue about, well, can children consent to puberty blockers and HRT? No, they just can't. They can't consent to those things. But medical health professionals make decisions surrounding the health and the future
You do not
of
think that.
adults, incapacitated patients, and children all of the time.
You do not think
It's about the consent of the doctor, okay, to carry on with the best fit medical needs for the child, and then the actuary and parental consent of the parent to then allow this thing to take place for their
don't
child because of
think that.
custodial rights.
I don't think that. I can guarantee you that when you have a 10-year-old, when I was 10 years old, I thought I was going to become a doctor. I thought I was going to maybe become president. I thought a whole bunch of things. I didn't know what my favorite color was. I didn't know what my favorite brand of shoes were.
I don't know
didn't
why he's making
if
this
I wanted
point.
to be
Like,
called
what?
Chuck or Charlie. When you have a
Listen, bro.
10-year-old and they come to you and they tell you that they want to switch genders, I can almost guarantee you that when you were their father, you will not allow them to do that, despite what the doctor says.
Listen,
you will
bro,
never...
this is why I think
Hey,
it
let me
requires
finish.
in-depth
Let me finish.
psychological
Let me-
examination and like references and like meetings with the doctors. Because like I
It
agree, like
doesn't matter.
children think a lot of things all the time. Now, do I think that a child could like realistically think that they're a gender that they're not unless they truly are experiencing gender dysphoria? Not really, but I'm sure it does happen sometimes. Like I don't know, I guess it could. I mean, children are dumb, right?
Of course
But-
it does. It
but
happens
that's
all of the
why-
time.
That's why the
No, it does
in-depth
not all the time.
psychological examinations
Yes,
are
it
very
does.
important. Like we're not saying that it should be easy for a minor to get puberty blockers for gender dysphoria. I don't think that should be an easy thing to do. I think that should require very rigorous, in-depth, and complex psychological examinations to ensure that the diagnosis is accurate. And this is why medicine and investment in medicine is so important.
So you don't think that it should be not allowed until the age
Wait,
or after the age of 18? You think that
By the
it
way,
is
we still
okay
don't
before
have
the
his
age of
source.
18?
We still don't have your source for the 10-year-old getting HRT. I'm waiting for that.
No.
What was your
puberty
source?
blockers. I'll use Dean's source. Whatever. one
That's
he
not
cited in
HRT.
2019.
So do you concede the point?
I'm saying that I am against puberty blockers.
So do you concede the point that it was not HRT to 10-year-olds?
If I said HRT, then I didn't. I don't actually ever think that HRT left my mouth. I'm not gonna lie.
What a fucking liar. What a liar. I'm sorry, that's
Maybe
going to be
you
in the
said-
YouTube video. You're going to watch it later, and everyone's going to be
maybe
making
you
fun of
said
you in the
HRT
comment
and I said
section
yes.
because that clearly
Maybe you
happened. You
said
know what?
HRT
You
and
know
I
what?
said
It's going to be
yes,
played
but
back right now.
HRT
Watch. It's going to be played back right now. You're going to
Okay.
hear yourself say HRT, HRT, HRT,
HRT never
HRT.
left my mouth.
It did.
You want to place
wanna
a
bet?
bet on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. How much?
I'll bet you.
Or
I don't have a
HRT,
lot
you
of
were
money.
referencing hormone replacement therapy, right?
I don't think I ever.
You don't think you
Maybe
ever
I did,
referenced hormone
Madison.
replacement therapy? So let's.
Oh, damn.
Maybe I
Also-
did. Say
How much do you want to bet?
Also, by the
Replacement
way, the UW Medicine did a study on this case that I just gave you, alongside 103 other cases of adolescents getting puberty blockers, and their findings were that it reduced depression rates by 60% and self-harm by 73%.
Because you're treating a mental disorder. Anytime a mental disorder gets treated, there will be a reduce in suicide rates. There will be a reduction in depression rates, because when you target someone's deepest and darkest insecurities in a positive light, that will of course reduce the overall depression rate. So it doesn't mean that it's necessarily correct. If you were to tell a skinny person, and everyone in the entire United States would tell them that it is okay, that they have an eating disorder and they should stop eating food, just that public recognition solely would reduce their depression rates. The only reason that one of the major reasons of why they're depressed is because the other people around them are constantly talking about their weight, are constantly talking about the foods that we should eat. However, if society collectively supports someone's what's the word I'm looking for? Mental, no, not mental. Like something that they struggle with and they collectively accept it, they'll feel accepted by society and their depression and suicide rates will go down.
Then did you have a response you wanted to make to that?
I'm not gonna lie, I've been over here cuddling with my girlfriend. I just kind of said the last thing I did, and then I muted my mic, and then I just started kissing my girlfriend because.
Okay. Sorry. So I assumed that you guys were like in that part of the conversation that you were gonna respond. So I can take over the conversation. I just assumed that was true.
I was just saying bye to my girlfriend since I'm about to go upstairs to go live. My bad.
No, you're fine. Don't worry, you're fine. Do you want to make your point again, Charlie, and then I can respond to it?
So you weren't listening to what I just said?
I mean, it was for Dean. It wasn't for me, so.
So you just don't listen if someone's not talking directly to you?
Sometimes.
Okay, I feel that. But what I'm saying is if people collectively support what someone is insecure about. So if you have an insecurity, but then people tell you that having that insecurity is completely fine and they accept you for it, even if they don't believe in the insecurity that you possess, you'll feel relieved by that. That doesn't necessarily mean that the insecurity that you have is positive or negative. Just solely being accepted for that insecurity will lower depression and suicide rates. So if someone is transgender,
being trans is not an insecurity. I'm confused what your point is. So the point that we would make, at least from this standpoint, is that we want to reduce stigmatization even for individuals who are experiencing eating disorders. Like, I don't want them to have to deal with added anxiety and depression because society is stigmatizing them for having an eating disorder. And instead, I would rather that they get help with the eating disorder that they have with medical professionals.
You wouldn't tell them that having an eating disorder is a good thing.
Wait, I'm not sure that this guy's argument actually follows. Aren't trans people like more likely to face social discrimination for being trans, given that they're like overtly trans, are on HRT, and are attempting to socially present as the opposite gender, compared to not being overtly trans, not being on HRT, and not trying to socially present as the opposite gender? And if this is true, well, then this guy's hypothesis is false. We wouldn't see a decline in like suicidality rates because society's more accepting. No, in fact, society's less accepting, because you are overtly presenting yourself socially as the opposite gender. But rather, the reason why we'd see declining suicidality rates is rather because of regression and inner turmoil. And Amy, a psychiatric nurse, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who actually brought up this point.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that people are constantly seeking for attention. No matter what age you are, no matter what gender you are, what people are ultimately searching for is attention.
Is that why you're focusing on trans people? Because you want attention?
So if you're searching for attention, you will go above and beyond certain measures to.
You still haven't found your source yet.
Validate or invalidate.
He's looking for attention by talking about trans people. So
if you become transgender, you are going to be gaining some sort of attention. If that is positive or negative, it's attention, and people ultimately want attention. So these people, these little kids, they thinking to themselves that if they can become the opposite gender, they will receive a lot of recognition. They will receive a lot of treatment, whether that treatment is treatment that they like or don't like, they'll be receiving extra treatment. And that's ultimately what kids are searching for. When kids have no ultimate purpose,
so you think all kids that are trans are just seeking attention and they're not actually trans?
Yes, I think
that's ridiculous. I think that's an absurd thing to say. You have no empirical evidence for this. This is an assumption that you have simply because you're anti-trans. That's it. That's literally it. It's just an assumption you have about trans people that you have no empirical basis for. What's your source? What's your study? Every single trans kid. You said every single trans kid is just doing it for attention. What's your source?
So if you look at people who are transitioning
wait, no, I want what's your study? What's your study?
Environmental factors.
Then why do trans people not like transphobia? Because transphobia is attention.
Because them speaking out about it gives them more attention. If you're constantly saying,
wait. So is it your belief that deep down trans people actually like transphobia?
No, I'm saying that transphobia is completely wrong, but I'm saying that it still gives them some sort of an attention.
Okay, so you're saying that deep down trans people like transphobia?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
But you said deep down trans people only do it for the attention, and transphobia is attention.
No, I'm saying that kids. I don't know about people.
So trans kids want transphobia? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that trans kids are looking for some
trans
sort
kids like
of cultural acceptance.
So do you think trans kids want transphobia to exist?
No, I don't think that they want it.
Okay, so then you just said that they don't want attention. You just conceded.
Lamau.
I did not concede.
You did.
My
You just
point.
said that they don't want attention. You said that that was attention. That means that they would want it regardless of whether it's positive or negative.
Okay.
And then you just conceded
So
they
I'll say
didn't
my
want it.
point clearly one more time, and please don't interrupt me while I'm saying it.
Okay, try again.
I'm saying that when you come from families that are not stable and you are constantly looking for recognition in everything you do, whether that is sports, academia, and you are not finding that overall acceptance in those things that you're doing, you feel this sense of being not accepted by the society in which you live in. You feel the sense of not being accepted by the family in which you live in. So you start thinking to yourself that maybe the person I am is not the person that other people want. So I'm going to change who I am in order to receive this attention, in order to receive this acceptance. If they cannot find it in sports, if they cannot find it in receiving A's and B's, then they look for it in other avenues. And through these other avenues, they look for something like their gender. They think, maybe if I'm the opposite gender, I will finally feel this sense of acceptance. Do I actually think that they feel like the opposite gender? No, I think that they solely look for pertaining to the opposite gender.
Sir, what was the
this
source? I was
attention,
waiting for the
to
source. You said
receive-
100% of trans people are doing it just for attention. What's your source?
I'm saying kids.
So what's your source? That 100%
It's
of trans
psychology.
kids do it for attention.
Attachment theories.
So what's your
ancient
source?
Attachment,
So what's your
secure
source that
attachment.
100% of trans kids, this is applicable to them?
I'm saying it's from simple psychology, and I'm not saying 100%.
So wait, trust
I'm
me,
not
bro? Is
saying
that your source? Is your
100%.
source trust me, bro?
I'm not saying 100%. I'm saying if you look at psychology,
So your source is, you
psychological
did say
developments, if
100%.
look
You
at the-
actually did say 100%. Why are you lying?
Okay, I still think it's 100%. I'm saying I cannot guarantee you that it's 100%.
So it's
I'm
not
saying
100%, so you now have
subjectively.
conceded on that point.
I'm saying subjectively, in my
So you've
personal
conceded now
opinion,
it's not 100% of trans kids that are
In
doing
my-
it for attention.
Wait,
in my
Parker,
personal opinion.
this guy just said that trans kids don't like transphobia, but wait. Earlier when I brought up the fact that depression and suicidality rates drop significantly after treatment, he said, well, that's because they get more attention after treatment. But a vast majority of the additional attention that a trans person gets after overt social transition is
You're going against
transphobia.
your own point now. You're going
So
against
this
your own
guy's
point
point is that transphobia is something that trans kids desire.
now. No. So you're actually going against your own point. So you're saying that once people transition, transphobia begins at higher rates. Okay, true. So we're saying that once people transition, these rates are higher, but depression rates ultimately decrease. So this means that kids are transitioning, they're publicly displaying themselves as being transgender. This means that there will be an increase in the rate of people that are being transphobic towards them. However, you just noted that these depression rates and suicide rates are going down. So now these kids are socially transitioning, they're receiving negative backlash. So why are these things going down, according to your own view?
Because internal conflict is more impactful on their mental health than transphobia for the most part. And keep in mind, this is also just like a general statement, which is true in most scenarios, but not all scenarios. There are many scenarios of trans people socially detransitioning because the transphobia is too much for them. But for the most part, just the inner turmoil is more impactful than overt transphobia on their mental state, which is also like a massive testament to like this to the self-perceived validity on behest of their gender identity from the perspective of a trans person, and validating your point that it's all for attention or it's all fake. Because if it was all for attention and it was all fake, I think that the overt experience of transphobia would be more impactful than like the discrepancies and like the inner turmoil onset by the disillusionment between your phenotypical sex characteristics and your gender identity. This is actually a pretty good case for gender theory.
Okay, so I would agree with you that I truly believe that at some point people above the age of 18 might truly believe that they're part of the opposite gender. However, I think
can
that
we just
before...
like can we stop for a second? How did we get into this conversation from literally you pivoting from abortion?
No, because you started pivoting towards the fact that they're Kamala Harris
I have
would
a
save
question.
more lives, and I'm
Do
saying
you want to
that
protect
one of the
children?
biggest revolutions.
Wait.
One
Do you
of
want
the
to
biggest
protect
revolutions
children
that
from?
happens with the United States is
I have
starting
a
with the
question.
youth, and if you are saying that it is okay for a 10-year-old,
Do you want to protect children from child predators?
of course, yes, I do.
Okay, to the greatest extent possible by voting for president. So can you explain to me why you support the guy that prevented the release of the Epstein files purposefully, even though he's legally mandated to release all of them?
He's released the majority of the Epstein files.
Why hasn't he released all of them when he's legally obligated to release them all? Why is he withholding some of the documents? That's weird.
He's released more than any other president has
because he's mandated to do so. Like, that's like the first person who was ever deemed to do a homework assignment did 60% of the homework assignment, and then they're like, teacher, can I get an A on it because I've done more than any other student's ever done historically? Well, because no one else has done the homework assignment. The homework assignment was to do the whole homework assignment, not 60% of the homework assignment.
And no matter who is president, the full list of the Epstein files will never be released to the public.
Oh, wait,
because
so
it would
hold up,
destroy
pause.
the
That's
American
that's
politics.
another just a random assumption. Again, if there's a legal mandate, it would be released under a Democratic administration because we actually
If it's
follow
a-
the law. Your
if it's a
administration, though,
legal
isn't wanting
mandate-
to release all the Epstein files and purposefully tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files. For example, Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and wanted to release the Epstein files, put her name on a petition to do so. That's the only way she diverged away from the MAGA movement. And Trump called her saying, "Oh my gosh, stop doing this! It's gonna hurt my friends!" And literally calls her a traitor because she wanted to release the Epstein files. Why does he do
you're
that?
complaining. So you're complaining that when other presidents, Democrat or Republican, were in office and they never released the files, you didn't say a word. Now that Trump
I
is in
did.
office and he's released the majority of the Epstein files, you still have an issue with it. So you have an issue of it if a
What is the
president- you
Epstein
don't have an
Files
issue of it
Transparency Act?
when
Is it to
Biden
release all of
didn't
them or some
release-
of them?
You didn't have an issue of it.
Is
when
the
Biden
Epstein
didn't
Files
release them.
Transparency
Now
Act
you
to
have an
release
issue of
all
it
or
when
some?
Trump does
Because,
release it.
hey, okay, I'm just going to tell you this because you don't know. In order for you to be able to release the Epstein Files, you needed a bill passed through Congress. The bill wasn't passed till Trump was in office, okay? There were people advocating for it in 2024. That was something that was pushed for.
passed.
It wasn't inevitably passed in Congress until 2025. Okay, he has all of the files that he needs to release, every single one of them, and
He has released them.
you decided to continue to support him, even though he's purposefully not released millions of files. Do you not think that's a harm to children?
He has released them. I think that
He's
part-
purposefully can you admit he's purposefully not released millions of files he could release?
I don't think it's Trump. I think it's the whole network
Can
behind
you
Trump.
admit that
telling
about
him
Trump?
that-
Stop doing this dishonest stuff. It is Trump.
No, I don't think that it's Trump.
This
not
guy's so
releasing the files.
dishonest, bro.
I truly do not believe that it is Trump, the one sole person not releasing the files. I think it's the entire administration. I think it's the entirety of the U.S. government behind him saying that we cannot release these files. Because if the files actually needed to be released to the public, the files
Then why
would
did
be
Congress
released.
unanimously agree to pass it?
Of course they say that, because the public would have very negative thoughts against them.
Why
if-
did Donald Trump push out one of the two sponsors of the bill? Why did he push him out of Congress?
I'm not sure.
Why do you call it a hoax and say that anyone who wants them to be released in the first place never supported him at all?
I didn't hear him say that. I'm not
He
sure.
did say that. So, given that you now know that he said this, how do you feel about it?
I think that Trump is in the Epstein files for sure, and I think that everyone knows that. However, I do not think it is the way in which people think he is in the Epstein files. And no matter how his name is displayed, whether it's positive or negative, people will have a negative recognition of that. So if he releases the Epstein files fully and his name is in it a few thousand more times, even if it's not,
But
in
he's
a
already
bad
released a
light,
huge
he
portion
would
of it.
Still,
He was in that
Yes.
in that portion of it. So why did he release the portion of it that he was in if he didn't? If he was like bad,
Because
thinks
he
bad, regardless of whether it's
recognized-
positive or negative.
I think him and the U.S. government recognize that no matter how your name is shown in the Epstein files, you will be displayed as a predator, no matter how your name is shown. So whether or
Wait,
not
but
you
his
were
name
just
has already
mentioning
been
it,
shown. So why not just release them all at that point?
because it will receive more backlash for the U.S. government.
He's
And
had more
not only-
backlash by not releasing it than he would have had if he did release them
because
in the first place.
everyone, not everyone, because you don't like it when I say
He would have
everyone.
been praised for
The
transparency if he
majority-
released it right away.
The majority of people in the U.S. government are probably in the Epstein files. If the Epstein files get released to their full extent, the U.S. government would be.
So
in
he's
turmoil.
protecting Pete Radio. So
Everyone-
now you're okay with protecting child predators?
I don't think that. I think it is part of the government to hold back things that would be
Oh,
detrimental.
so you
to
support
the
an
overall
administration that is
society.
protecting child predators after you just said you want to protect children from predators?
I think that they should be locked up privately. I don't think necessarily they need to be displayed publicly. I think that they should be given the death penalty sentence. I just
then
don't
why do
think
you
that
support
that is
him?
something that the entirety, because I don't think that he was in the Epstein files.
You just
being
admitted
a
he
pervert.
was. You're just contradicting
Being
yourself
a-
repeatedly.
Being a pervert. He, of course, is in the Epstein files. I don't think that he was doing stuff with. Yeah, I don't think that he was doing that.
Okay, well, why is the DOJ then scrubbing files associated with interviews against him in terms of allegations of sexual abuse and trafficking?
Say that again?
I can tell you. Jane Doe 4 specifically accused Donald Trump of, accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump, and she's someone who got a settlement with the Epstein estate for her accusations relating to Epstein about sexual abuse and trafficking. So it was deemed to be a credible victim, a credible accuser, and the DOJ was trying to scrub the files associated with those interviews. There's an NPR investigation into that demonstrates that to be true. Look up NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing interviews associated with allegations against Trump.
Are you assuming it to be true even though it hasn't been proven true yet? So you're just assuming based on the evidence that's been given. You can't make an assumption saying that, oh, this is true when it's still under investigation. You didn't like when I was doing that, so I would appreciate you don't do that either.
Well, here's the argument. I believe victims of Epstein that got settlements from the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking. Do you?
I would say yes, but I also think that just because someone claims something doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. People can claim stuff
You just
all
said
the
you
time
do
that's not
believe
true.
the victims of Epstein relating to their accusations against Epstein about sexual abuse and trafficking. One of Jane Doe 4's accusations against Epstein was that Epstein trafficked her to Trump. Therefore, since you believe her because she got a settlement with the Epstein estate about her accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking, you would then believe this accusation that implicates Trump.
If it
So
was
why
proven
don't you
true in
backtrack
court-
now? You're going to backtrack now.
No. Okay, because you like to present things in very manipulative ways. So if the person says no, they're automatically deemed as someone who is like disgusting and dishonest.
Yes, asking if you want to accept a premise to
No,
an argument is dishonest.
no,
Yes, you're
no.
totally right.
You set it up
Asking
in
if
a
you
very
accept
deceptive
premise
way.
one of the argument, so
what
dishonest.
So what I'm saying is if someone claims something that there is a lack of evidence for, and just because they claim it, I don't necessarily think that it's true. If someone claims something, there's a lot
You
of
just said you
evidence
did.
for it, and that evidence gets brought before a court, and the court rules that person guilty, then I would accept that evidence. However,
You don't
if
accept the
people are
civil
just
court that
settling
determined
out
Donald
of
Trump
court-
sexually abused Eugene Carroll, so you're just living in denial.
If people just claim things and it's not brought before a court,
Do you
even
accept
if
the
they
civil
got
court
money
determination
from a
against
settlement,
Trump?
Do you accept the criminal court?
I don't want to hear a
criminal
question. I want to hear an
litigation
answer. I don't want to hear a question. I want to hear an answer.
Parker, I'm gonna go ahead and start my live. I appreciate you
Have
bringing me
fun.
up.
I'll send everyone over here in a few minutes.
Sounds good, man. Peace.
Peace out. Peace out. So can you answer the question? Can you answer the
it was
question?
back. What did you say?
Can you answer the question? Do you remember my last question?
Do I believe the civil? What did you say?
Yeah. Do you believe the civil court determination against Trump about sexual abuse?
No, I do not.
So you don't believe it even when a court determined it. So let me just clarify. You don't, so that's a bullshit argument in the first place. Secondly, you already accepted premise one that you believe the victims of Epstein about their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking if they got settlements with the Epstein estate. I brought up someone who specifically got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and it's an accusation against Epstein that then implicates Trump.
How are they allowed to talk about it if it's a settlement? You're not allowed to talk about it if it's a settlement.
It was listed within the context of the interview with the FBI. That's what the DOJ was trying to
How are
scrub.
they?
They're not allowed to talk about it with the FBI? You're get a grip, dude.
Yeah, but of course that can't be released. Get a grip. You can't
What,
release.
what do you mean it can't be
files that
released?
have
It
been-
was, and that's why they were trying to scrub it.
Well, you have right reason to scrub it if it's a
It's
one-on-one
not right
with
reason to
FBI
scrub it.
agents.
Because-
Of course you can scrub it.
Why
That's
not?
illegal.
What do you mean?
It's
It's
illegal.
illegal. It's supposed to be released according to the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
That's illegal to release.
No, it's not.
You
The Epstein
cannot
Files
release-
Transparency Act is not illegal or unconstitutional in any way.
Okay, I'm saying it is illegal to release one-on-one investigation conversations with FBI agents and the person under
No, it's
investigation.
not. Not when there's been an Epstein Files Transparency Act to release it. Plus, you understand that that's why there needed to be an Epstein Files Transparency Act, right? You're just proving
Okay.
why there
So now
needed to
give
be a
me-
legislative bill to pass it. Now, you're not actually addressing the point that I'm making, okay? So you said earlier that you do believe, right?
Well, I'm saying that you're making an
You do believe
assumption
the
because
you,
it's
wait.
under
So let me
investigation.
just clarify. Let me clarify what I'm saying. You do believe the survivors of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by survivors of Epstein. Are you talking about people who were
The
in
victims of
contact with
Epstein,
Epstein, people who were
who
on
got
the island,
settlements with the
people-
Epstein estate for their accusations against Epstein relating to sexual abuse and trafficking? Do you believe their accusations to be true?
I would have to look into the personal.
Now he has to. Now you see how he just backtracked. I literally called it every single time.
because
I explain this argument to people. The Trump supporters, they accept this first premise, which logically entails that Donald Trump is implicated. But then when I tell them that Trump is implicated, they immediately are like, okay, I don't actually accept the premise in the first place because you guys all backtrack because you have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. There's nothing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him. You simply
I'm
don't believe
saying-
it's true because it's Trump. That's the reason. That's why you accept the first argument, and then when I prove to you that's applicable to Trump, then you're like, no, it's horrible, actually, so bad. Even though if you accept it, it logically implicates it. That's why you
No,
just
because
denied the
tell-
premise that
I'll
you
tell
just
you-
accepted
Can you stop
like
talking?
15 minutes ago.
Can you stop talking? I'll tell you why. So when you first present,
No, you are a waste. Honestly, I'm going to be totally honest with you. You are a waste of time to talk to if you are unwilling to acknowledge that you just backtracked. So let me ask you this question. Will you acknowledge that you just backtracked?
can I explain myself?
Will you acknowledge that you just backtracked?
Can I tell you why I backtracked?
Oh, so you did backtrack, yes?
Yeah, of course I did. Yeah,
Okay,
because
go
you
ahead.
presented your. Okay, so when you said survivors of Epstein, I wasn't sure what you meant by survivors of Epstein. That is just your personal opinion on what a survivor of Epstein looks like. I would have to look into it case by case. When Michael Jackson was being investigated, there were many kids that came out that said they were abused by him. I don't know what words I can say on here. However, many of those kids did not go under investigation. Do I want to believe those kids? Yes. However, it was proven
We're
that many
talking
of those
about.
kids
Wait,
never
can I
were
just
even
clarify?
contact
We're talking
with
about
Michael
Epstein. I
Jackson.
asked you if you believed the
Yes.
victims of Epstein who got settlements
So
with the
I'm-
Epstein estate. Sir, so I
getting back
clarified.
to
I
that.
clarified everything. The victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate. I clarified all those conditions. You accept it, and then you admitted you're backtracking. Okay, so tell me
No.
why you specifically, why you don't agree with the victims of Epstein, right? The settlements,
because
the accusations
you're-
they made against
You're saying two
against
separate
Epstein
things
for sexual abuse
at-
and trafficking.
You're
Why don't you
saying
believe
two things
them?
at once. You're saying two things at once, and one of them I don't necessarily agree with. You're saying that the victims of Epstein, who got settlement by the Epstein
With the Epstein estate for
With
their
the Epstein
accusations
estate.
against Epstein relating
So
to
I'm
sexual abuse
saying
and trafficking.
that I believe that some people, I might believe, given the evidence, that some people who got money from the Epstein, I keep forgetting what it was.
Epstein estate.
From the Epstein estate, they might have just given out that money from the Epstein estate to these people because they were hurting his reputation, which may be true. They might not have
Jeffrey
had-
Epstein's reputation after he's dead and after he's been convicted? What are you talking about?
It's just everyone needs to go hush hush. So if people are claiming things about
What?
Epstein,
That's
and then
that's
they
the
have
dumbest thing I've ever
ability-
heard. I'm sorry, that was the dumbest argument I've ever heard. That was
How's that
ridiculous.
dumb?
No way you actually think that was reasonable.
How is that dumb?
That is such a far reach. I just explained how it was dumb.
No, you didn't. You just said after he's already dead.
Yes. So how is it trying to protect his reputation after he's dead? And it's the Epstein estate. This isn't
Because I'm saying
Epstein.
that
This is the
people-
Epstein estate. Okay, so if there's
people
any
who-
criminal wrongdoing, they have right to that money. That's why they would want to go to a settlement.
I'm saying that people who had any contact with Epstein, whether they were being sexually assaulted or not, if they claim stuff against Epstein, even if it wasn't necessarily bad and they could get money from it, of course you're going to go out and say, I was in contact with Epstein, even if they were sexually assaulted or
No,
not.
I don't think everyone who just was around is going to be able to make that claim because they would think that that's immoral because they would be making up claims relating to the event and that would be harmful to the survivors and victims in this scenario. So I just want to be clear, like most people would never do something like that because of that. And also, you're saying that Jane Doe 4 was doing that and lying? Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying that, in my opinion, being a victim of Epstein means that you were surrounded by him in a negative light. However,
Yes,
I
which
think
is
that other
true for
people could
Jane Doe 4.
interpret being a victim of Epstein just simply being surrounded by him in his environment, not necessarily that he did something wrong to them. They would still consider that being a victim of Epstein.
No, we're talking about this is sexual abuse and trafficking. Like
Okay.
the accusations here are sexual abuse and trafficking
Okay, and this person got a settlement from
the Epstein estate. Yeah.
Okay, from the Epstein estate, and they were given money, and now they're claiming that after the fact.
Yes, and this is another claim on top of the fact that that's true. And if you believe their accusations relating to Epstein about sexual abuse and trafficking because they've been deemed to be a credible accuser, then that would then implicate Trump.
Okay, you've already explained this, but I'm still confused by the fact that this person is not allowed to publicly say that they were sexually assaulted by Epstein if they signed an NDA, which they probably did in order to receive this money from the Epstein estate.
We don't know. And this
So-
two, this is in the context of the FBI files, the interviews, which, by the way, can be cleared by the FBI to be declassified, and also it can be under a basis that it's released because of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which is the basis for why these were released in the first place. So, by the way,
Okay.
it sounds like you're just like misunderstanding my argument, and it seems like you do want to accept it. It just you don't like the implication of it.
No, what did the FBI notes say from this person?
It explained it was the interviews associated with the allegations. We didn't get the files released that have the conclusions within it.
So you don't even know what the
What the
notes were
FBI
talking
concluded
about?
from this? No, we don't know what the FBI concluded from this.
But what did the notes talk about?
The accusations, the interview.
What were the accusations?
I just told you, right? Again, it was that Epstein trafficked her to Trump.
And this is publicly available, and you still have access to it right now.
Yeah, look at an NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing interviews associated with allegations against Trump. I already told you to look that up, and you didn't do it. Will you? Can you like say you actually will look it up? Because you said you didn't look up the Lancet study. Will you actually look this one up?
Yeah, DOJ removed withheld Epstein files related to accusations.
Yeah, NPR investigation into DOJ scrubbing interviews associated
Yeah,
with
I have the
allegations
article.
against Trump. All right, I will let you read that, and you can, and then I'm gonna get off for today.
Okay.
All right. Any last words?
Nope.
Okay. Alrighty. By the way, we went 33 minutes. He never provided that source about the 10-year-old with HRT. I just want to clarify. Never provided that source. 33 minutes. Emily, by the way, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, Emily. I really appreciate. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you. Yeah. I agree. It definitely is different. I don't know. His comparison is definitely disingenuous. I totally agree with you there, Emily. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Billy Jane, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, I don't understand the argument about attention. That was so fucking ridiculous. And of course, I always will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you. Peter, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Thank you. This guy doesn't think that 3DO should be made public. Meanwhile, a child sex offender list is made public to the country because of how important it is that we know who they are. Exactly. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Joe, thank you for the $8. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is also very true. Thank you so much. That would be an important point to bring up. So I agree with that one. Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Patricia, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it as well. I doubt it, honestly. Jessica and Zach, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'm good to hear. Good to hear that you guys are fine. That's funny. That was a good laugh, though. Well, thank you so much. Rebel as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It is viable at that point as well. Maria, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Barbara, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate it, Barbara. Thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lois, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Paige, thank you for the dollar. Neither you, Dean, appear when I look on TikTok Live. Oh, I recommend you have to search my name. I recommend to go over to my YouTube. It's a little bit better with the notifications. Steph, thank you for the dollar as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, W Parksism. I have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat. Then we're going to end the stream for today. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming through. I really appreciate it, y'all, so much. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. We're going to send everyone over to Dean. You can look up Dean Withers, Spam Parker Raid, Spam Love and Parker if you want to real quick. Let me thank some people real quick, and then we'll make sure to end the stream for today. Keone, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. You're totally right. Thank you. Mad Scramble, thank you for the $2. Keone, thank you so much for the $20. I was on Lupron 18 for endometriosis. You'll have no problem with that. Seriously, like, I don't understand why they were even arguing that. Hayden, thank you for the $2. Kate for cards, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to check that one out. They said Dr. Mike did an interview with a child psych that works specifically with trans kids, and he explained that the process takes years. It's a great watch. Well, thank you so much. I'll make sure to check that one out. Thank you very much. C.D. Gillis, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Keone, thank you for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you for cis kids are on hormones, especially birth control at young ages. No one ever has a problem with a 13-year-old cis female in them. Exactly. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, right? CO, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for current psychology supports trans existence. Absolutely. And gender affirming cares therapy. Color doesn't know shit. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Alibs, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I know, right? Metalizer, thank you for the $5. Amir, thank you for the $2. The Duke, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's so ridiculous. Right? Quentin or Wispy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I should have brought that one up as well. That would have been a good point. As well as King of the Golden State, thank you for the $10. And Crafted, thank you for the $10 as well. Alrighty, thank you everyone for coming through. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Good day, everyone. Good day.